Chapter 20 Into Madness. Jack couldn't believe where she was standing. Stretching eastward in a vast expanse of knobby terrain suspended like an especially viscous sea of dirt, vegetation, and softly glowing blue crystalline pockets beneath torn earth, was the Infinity Grove, and she was standing within it. My mind untouched by madness. At least, so far as she or Ember could determine. It was preposterous. Members of the northern clans had reported feeling strangely and thinking maddening thoughts, even venturing within a mile of the grove's perimeter. I'm afraid I've had no small part in maintaining the deception, Lethold volunteered from nearby, a somber smile on his face as he glanced to Jack and the others. Evening light backlit them all and the interior tree line of the Ethelvir forest, following hours of hastily packing supplies and striking out from Arinak Sanctuary with Balgi in tow. The headmaster and the old orc had spent much of their time reminiscing amid reflective silences and bouts of shared laughter. Many of the defenses were in place well before my time, of course, but maintaining them and instructing the inhabitants of the grove on how to adjust their protective illusions and non-lethal deterrence has been a significant duty of mine. He smiled to Balgi. And of Rocalig's, of course. Yeah, Allie said slowly, scrutinizing her old teacher. Given the terrain, they'd traveled on foot, rather than risking broken legs on the parts of their horses, leaving Allie looking rather majestic, Jack thought, with one foot up on a bulbous spray of memory stone, the translucent glowing formation frozen, as though at the exact moment of a nearby impact that had temporarily liquefied the substance. Hands on her hips, Allie swayed her head, partly in thought, and partly, it seemed, to keep loose strands of her shoulder-length hair, which had escaped her fraying ponytail, from flopping over her eyes. You had quite the adventuring party, Lethold. I never knew you traveled with orcs and dwarves. Lethold raised a quizzical eyebrow. Ask your question. Allie shrugged, as though it should have been obvious. How do you end up with them? A mutual acquaintance of ours set us on the path, Balgi offered, and Jack frowned as she caught his fleeting, sidelong look in her direction. Rocalig, Lethold, and myself were fast friends, despite our disparate heritage, as were the others of our company. Lethold nodded, his faraway smile sad and fond. Kafatsi was one of the last of the Kitama's half-giants. Naljar was a highly spirited gnome, and Ortish. Sympathy spiked in Jack's heart when the headmaster's voice cracked. Reaching an arm about his friend's shoulders to give a comforting pat, Balgi bowed his head. If not the last elf living, Ortish was one of the very few stragglers even then. Tanner's inquisitive gaze swiveled between the two. Wait, how old are you two? His face scrunched up at his own words. I mean, there haven't been any reliable elf sightings for at least 100 years. Having recovered his voice, if not the entirety of his good humor, Lethold effortlessly adopted an air of mystery. And just who gets to determine what counts as reliable, young foxkin? Jack fidgeted involuntarily, recalling her nebulous encounter with the ancient elf Macarelon. Who indeed? Gefnar swallowed. I've heard stories about the stragglers who survived Kirikath's ritual. The books I've read, they say that something was missing from those who remained after Kirikath offered up the souls of the elves to destroy the dragons and end the war. Balgi sighed heavily.
We are all of us broken in our own ways, Master Guardsman. Truly living on necessitates self-healing and reliance on others in some form or another.
In her peripheral vision, Jack caught sight of Merrima's resulting squirm and pained expression, where the veiled snake blood hung a few paces back. Either she's a very good actress, or Tanner's faith in her may have more merit than I'd supposed. Even Nelina appeared subdued by Balgi's words, though she quickly shrugged off any effect when she caught Jack looking her way, favoring the onlooker with a tight, needling smile. Jack's knuckles whitened beneath her gloves as she formed one empty fist and one full of Ember's neck fur. I really need to stop making it so easy for her to antagonize me. With a steadying breath, she refocused on her companions, seeing that Gefnar had approached one of the numerous exposed veins of memory stone in the ruptured terrain, eyes half closed as he brushed his fingers against the luminous surface. No second-hand revulsion or pain filled the group link, but Jack still found herself matching Tanner and Allie's guarded stances and bated breath. After a few seconds, Gefnar's eyes shot open, blinking in confusion, then widening in realization. It's like the veins you found under Dragon's Nest. He turned to the others. It's asleep. Lethold nodded. After the atrocities committed here by Lamathil and his extremist elves, the great stores of memory stone in the Infinity Grove were driven mad for a time. The process of undoing this has taken centuries and is still far from over. Priority goes to restoring land on which dwarves wish to settle, as only border patrols venture this far from Verlabiskite. He paused at the confused looks the word drew from his audience. As your friend mentioned, that's the name given to the dwarven surface nation. Rokalig serves as advisor to Verlabiskite's seneschal, Fiverin, who, in turn, is still answerable to King Gargomet of Tilrigheld. Jack shook her head in disbelief. A whole civilization of surface dwarves, hidden from the world with smoke mirrors and the Infinity Grove's fearsome reputation. Of course, the name for the hundreds of miles cloaked from the rest of Kavorum at the continent's heart had never seemed so ill-conceived. Referring to it as something typically so diminutive had been a joke from the start, but any eastward trees that met Jack's sight, requisite for an actual grove, were sparse, tough, and twisted, usually jutting sideways from the dirt that clung to clustered spikes of memory stone. Have the waking giants been any problem? Gefnar asked, hoisting his pack and pushing deeper into the grove. Jack smiled as she and the rest of their group fell in behind. It was good to see her gnome friend so calm and confident, leading the way forward for once. He'd checked for danger, was satisfied there was none, and his companions trusted his verdict. We've all come so far, Jack thought, proudly looking to her friends. Tanner seemed to be sharing her own delight at Gefnar's assertiveness, but Allie's admiration harbored confusion and... Well, best to let her figure that out on her own time. Jack easily caught Balgi and Lethold's pointed look to each other. If you're wondering how much to tell us, she suggested, I'd err on the side of everything you know. Things seem to go a lot more smoothly when we're well informed. Allie grunted. How would we know?
Not to sound arrogant, Balgi said slowly, but sharing everything we know, even on this specific topic, would take more time than we have. It's more a problem of prioritizing what's applicable to the now.
Of course, if time had been spent more judiciously thus far, Nelina muttered, just loud enough for the others to hear. Rather than simply reliving the glory days, perhaps more detail and pertinent information could have been provided. The words caused discomfort to squirm in Jack's belly. Not because of the knowing smiles that passed between the two old friends and seemed to allow that the Tigerkin had a point, but because Jack didn't much like finding herself in agreement with Nelina. Lethold smiled over to Allie as he clambered up the steep, shallow rise in their path, proving impressively nimble for someone of his indeterminate age, when he dropped lightly from the far, sheer side back to the unevenness of what passed for normal terrain in their current surroundings.
Well, as a teacher, I've learned to start with the basics. Simply put, the giants walking Kavorum largely originated within the Infinity Grove, and there have been no reports of hostilities between them and the surface dwarves.
An excited gleam came to Merrima's eyes, striking Jack as a decidedly snake-blood look. Mount Gazerda. It was said to be a great stronghold of theirs before the arrival of the humans and was rebuilt in the Age of Birth. Balgi swayed his head.
Close. Giants had settled about the mountain previously, having been formed from the stone of that and other peaks of Deyrnas.
But it wasn't a stronghold until after the arrival of the humans, Lethold amended. That was when, well, everything changed.
Our world was full of magic before that day,
Balgi took up the story.
The power of the Thekur. But the arrival of those from outside our realm of existence brought form to it. Some texts even seem to indicate to us the peoples native to Deyrnas and to the world itself.
Tenor nodded, features furrowed in focus, as though recalling from a book of his own. The final centuries of the Age of Shaping. So much knowledge from that time has been lost.
Lost?
Lethold echoed pensively.
Or erased?
He offered a dismissive laugh at his own words when a half-dozen uneasy glances came his way.
Don't mind the paranoia of an old man. I'm just trying to piece together what I can, like everyone else.
Everyone pressed on in silence for a while. Connected as she was to her friends, Jack didn't have to wonder if Lethold's ominous words had troubled them as much as they had her, largely because she somehow suspected there was truth in them. She would later wonder how things might have gone differently had she been brave enough to ask the ancient entity with whom she traveled for whatever insight he could have offered. She didn't, and the matter was soon gone from her mind in the exertion of travel. But then, people often preferred to forget certain things, and sometimes certain things preferred to remain forgotten.
He's not told you everything.
A day out from the group history lesson, Allie rolled her eyes, crouch crawling downward with her back to the steep dip in gorse-speckled terrain, which, Lethold had informed them, would bring them within a stone's throw of Verlipskite's defensive wards. All she saw at this point was another rise in the increasingly frequent and towering ripples in the landscape.
I know,
she informed Kravog. There was a long pause, during which Allie congratulated herself for having stumped a Thekur.
This doesn't bother you.
I didn't say that.
You shouldn't be difficult with me. We're meant to be working together.
Sighing, Allie stopped at the base of the next rise, brushing dirt from her hands as she watched the rest of her group trail her down the last one. Jack and Ember could have sped ahead easily, even without the use of the wolf's wings, But they'd taken to helping the less nimble members of the party along the increasingly inhospitable terrain, though Allie wondered if the same help would have been extended to Nelina had she needed it.
Speaking of working together,
Allie thought, taking the moment of respite to stretch out her aching limbs.
Shouldn't you just be able to intimidate Nomencal into telling you everything you want to know? She's told me all that she can.
Allie frowned.
Are you saying that there are some things even the Thakur don't know? And that you think Lethold and Balgi might? You think us to be all-knowing, but we merely possess the benefit of greater perspective. More the case is that I suspect that a crucial piece of information is missing in all of this. Who might possess it, if anyone? I don't know.
It was still so jarring to have conversations with the voice of power in her mind that didn't leave her feeling like information was being withheld, that Allie spent the next few moments trying to detect any deception. And having a Thakur readily admit its limitations to her was refreshing as well. Her eyes fell to where Lethold had dropped to his seat on the coarse grass to catch his breath.
Then we start asking the right questions.
She strode over to stand above her old teacher, arms folded.
We're not just going to see an old friend of yours, are we?
Sighing, Lethold lay back against the slope behind him, staring up at the dark clouds that had gathered with the coming night as he laced his hands behind his head.
No,
he said when he caught his breath.
Guess I didn't need a Thakur to tell me that.
Allie threw an arm eastward.
Well, we've got hundreds more miles to go, and you say the ground gets even more impassable the closer we get to the point of impact, as you put it. So, do you think you could just tell us what's so important that we have to be there for?
Gravity pulled Balgi the last few paces down the latest slope in heavy jogging steps. Coming alongside his reclining friend, the orc nodded.
Really feels like we should have been there by now.
Been where? Tanner pressed, ungracefully dropping to scrabble on his rear down the last bit of the slope after hitting a loose patch of rocks. Well, I thought you said that Verlibiskite was built out from the center of the Infinity Grove. That's weeks out. Lethold adopted a surprisingly boyish grin.
Is that so? Well then, how about we make a deal? If our destination isn't in sight over that next rise, Balgi and I will set about telling you everything we know. And I do mean everything. You'll remember fondly the times when we'd been less forthcoming.
Allie knew her old teacher well enough to guess that he had some trick at play that swayed the wager decidedly in his favor, and even Tanner squinted down at the man, clearly trying to calculate how he was being duped.
And if it is?
The Foxkin asked dubiously.
You'll still learn what you need to know,
Balgi assured him.
But you have to exercise patience and stop berating us for awaiting the moment of proper context.
Fine,
Allie grunted, reaching down to help haul Lethold back to his feet.
Let's top the next rise and see just how we've been tricked.
Only a few dozen paces of reasonably flat ground now existed between the jagged swells of landscape, the rises having grown taller and thicker with each passing hour, and with no points in the curvature of the land waves that had crumbled to allow for easier passage. The process of summiting often now involved clambering atop Ember's back to reach handholds of thick roots or spikes of memory stone. And this latest obstacle proved especially difficult for Gefnar until Ember bucked the gnome up through the air without warning to make a flailing grasp for an earthen handhold. Gefnar's yelp of surprise was cut short as his hand found purchase, and, dangling by one arm, he shot a playful glare down to the wolf, who attempted to cover what was clearly a snort of amusement as a fierce sneeze.
And you could fly me over all this like I was made of feathers, Gefnar muttered,
feet churning for purchase as he heaved himself upward.
"We have to conserve his strength,"
said Jack, her mouth puckered in a poorly restrained smile as she stepped up and vaulted from Ember's back.
"He would tire quickly, ferrying all of us."
Gefnar gratefully latched onto Allie's hand as she reached down from atop the rise to assist him.
"Not all of us. How about just those of us short enough to get lost in a bathtub?"
Even Allie's soft laugh nearly drowned out Marima's muted gasp.
"What is it?"
the Demisilg breathed.
"Some kind of watchtower?"
Heaving back upright atop the rise next to Marima, alert for any sign of attack from the snake blood, Allie followed the other woman's gaze. As the first person to summit, she should have been the first to see it. But Gefnar had needed help. That had been more important. Before them, the ground still rippled and stabbed the air with great jagged fingers of memory stone, but there was now a clear method to it. Signs of those with sentience adjusting it to their will. For one thing, there were passages carved through the land waves, and Allie could see torches flickering within in the fading light. Crested atop the subsequent rises, spikes of stone and crystal had been deliberately fashioned to serve as defenses, like beams shaved to a point atop a palisade. The wave before them had also been shaved down, so as not to be visible from further out, at least on foot.
"Unless maybe you're a giant."
And, set at regular intervals along the natural walls, were oblong mounds, perhaps 20 by 30 feet, that Allie at first mistook for shells of great buried turtles that were somehow swimming through the ground. She had to blink a few times before coming to terms with what she was seeing, thinking that it must be some sort of trick of the evening light. But no, Marima's assessment seemed largely on the mark. Among the thick metal sheeting of the shifting mounds were hatches, platforms, and balconies that jutted out sporadically. And, occupying most of them, were the shadowy forms of short, thick-set individuals sporting plate armor that shone pale green in the dim light, as well as what looked to be halberds and heavy crossbows.
Glad I was right,"
Lethold wheezed as Jack and Balgi helped to haul him up over the rise.
"I wasn't certain how much things had shifted, and I don't always have the best head for geography."
Balgi clapped his friend on the shoulder.
"How do you think I feel?"
He gestured in mock annoyance to Allie and her friends.
"My usual skills are nigh useless within our present company."
"So sorry to inconvenience you,"
Allie grunted inwardly, recalling how every seer they'd encountered seemed to have the same difficulty in anticipating probabilities whenever Allie and her fellow anomalies were involved. Tanner was leaned forward, braced on his knees as he stared at the bizarre wall in bafflement. He didn't seem nearly so exhausted as he would have been at first setting out from Dragon's Nest, but he was still probably the member of their party with the least stamina for this kind of travel. "So, what are we looking at here?"
"The western borders of the nation of Verlebeskite, Master Shorehammer,"
declared Lethold, trying to steady his breathing.
"Here we shall experience true dwarven hospitality."
Allie nearly guffawed at the timing as a thick-fletched crossbow bolt thudded into the ground at the headmaster's feet. Gray, crackling power erupted from her hands largely on instinct, encasing her and her companions in a shimmering dome. It wasn't something she could sustain for long, but it would give them cover to slip back behind the rise they'd just crested, if the dwarven archers were just getting started.
"Announce yourselves, interlopers!"
A heavy voice boomed from one of the turtle-shell guard towers, and Allie saw that it and any other towers in sight had ceased their slow, clockwise advance along the wall, the ones flanking the tower nearest the new arrivals shifting pace and even direction to reinforce the other.
Balgi Darksight,
the old orc called back, stepping protectively in front of his friend.
With me is Lethold Brighthand. We are known to Seneschal Fiverin Nimskimerverg, and are old associates of Rokalig Remembrancer.
Allie performed a rare quintuple take. The names Balgi had just used for himself and his friends were the types of monikers that tended to come with first-hand renown, as signified by the lack of the ed modifier used by descendants. An ancestor's given or chosen name could also be used, but a title signified notoriety of another level, and for specific reasons, usually granted by a leader with some weight to throw around. Alternatively, realizing that the apparent leader of the surface dwarves used the modifier Nem, as Krexos had, signified firstly that some dwarves bothered to observe surface dweller customs at all, even if they were isolated from the rest of Deyrnas within the Infinity Grove, and secondly, that Fiverin had either opted to distance herself from the ancestral name she bore, for whatever reason, or that, whether by adoption or illegitimacy, she wasn't considered a true or blood descendant of the figure whose name she bore. And, lastly, Allie recognized the name in question. Her gaze shot about to her friends as she felt their own spikes of surprise through their link, and saw her amazement mirrored on their faces. During their unwilling jaunt into the past of Varbius Keep at the height of the Dragon War, they'd encountered a handful of heroes from the waning age of birth, including the stronghold's stalwart defenders, Kylemis, Eplemis, and Havolgadim, as well as the dwarven inventor said defenders had given their lives to protect, Skimiverg. Lethold caught Allie's reaction to Balgi's hail, raising a quizzical brow.
Just the ancestral name,
Allie explained distantly.
Sounds like an old acquaintance of ours.
The other brow on Lethold's face rose to match its twin.
Well, color me envious. I'd very much like to have met Skimiverg myself.
Aha, Tanner muttered in half-jest. We're slowly pinning down your real age. The dwarves who'd challenged the group's approach, meanwhile, seemed to be conferring in hushed voices, their silhouettes from the tower windows a wild tangle of brawny, gesticulating limbs. Lethold reached a hand for Allie's arm.
Drop the shield. It'll be all right. I concur.
Allie nodded slowly, dispersing the magics she'd commanded into the protective dome, and feeling a soft pulse from her pendant, Krexos's memory talisman, as she did so.
Guess I must have done something merciful.
You may approach,
another dwarven voice called out, and, without hesitation, Lethold and Balgi made good on the offer, leaving Allie and the others scrambling into step behind. Only once the land beyond the unusual dwarven wall was blocked from sight did Allie think to wonder why anything beyond had felt blurry, and not just from the dim light. "Another illusion," declared Tanner, clapping his hands together like an excited child. "I'm going to have questions for whoever made or maintains all their illusory defenses."
Assuming whatever goodwill our travel guides possess does, in fact, extend to additional guests.
Nelina purred coolly as they drew near the stone-bordered gate in the dusk.
And their prisoners,
Jack added sharply under her breath, positioned, as always, with herself and Ember at the ready to curtail any attempts at backstabbing from the tigerkin and snakeblood. Allie smirked.
And here I thought I was the most suspicious one.
A short tunnel through faintly rippling stone brought the visitors into a sort of sunken inner keep. Rock and earth formed into thick battlements, while the ground before the gate sloped steeply downward, leaving any would-be invaders forced to navigate a recessed maze beneath dwarven archers. Allie swallowed, hands twitching at her sides to raise her shield again. Then the evening gloom was banished amid concentric blossoms of bluish illumination, along crystalline veins of memory stone in the walls now rising to flank the new arrivals, and a stout figure dropped from one of the battlements. Its landing softened only a few feet from the killbox walkway by an abrupt updraft of heated air that seemed to burst from the stone itself, along with a flash of orange energy. Allie wasn't much of a chef, but even a few paces away the brief wave of heat that washed over her made her recall the times she'd stood before an opening oven door. Far from scalding, but a stark contrast to the cool evening breeze. Rising from his landing crouch, the dwarf that now stood before them in the vibrant memory stone lighting sported a beard that practically swept the smooth floor at his feet, both the man and his voluminous facial hair bristling with finely crafted trinkets of metal and finest gemstones. Along his armored shoulders and the bulk of his beard, the adornments were arranged in a wing-like pattern, and Allie took the consistency of the design to denote either a family crest or a rank insignia. Keen golden eyes studied the group before them over sun-touched cheeks with an inner glow that told Allie any lighting provided was for their benefit. The dwarf before them would probably have been able to see just fine in far darker conditions. Though she'd only met a handful of dwarves in her life, and only gotten to know 2 of them very well, Allie was struck with the implacable impression that this was an idyllic figure amid dwarven society. A warrior of unequaled skill, strength, and sheer bull-headed determination. Allie liked him immediately.
Hope I don't have to kill him.
Aged but well-maintained teeth split the luxuriant beard below an upturned upper lip, and a gloved hand that looked as though it could crush a sword back to its ore components shot out for Lethold.
"Been some time, headmaster. You're looking well."
"And you, Stauaveg," replied Lethold, beaming as he took the offered hand. Allie winced, half expecting to hear her old teacher's carpals ground to dust. But this Stauaveg seemed to be well in command of his strength.
"I see you've honed a few of the tricks I taught you."
Stauaveg waved the comment aside, still gripping Lethold's hand.
"And I see you finally decided to embrace a bit of grey."
He motioned along the thick ropes within his own beard that had faded from what still largely shone in vibrant browns, expertly braided into their darker backdrop-like veins of glistening silver deposits, and even dusted with precious metals to complete the illusion. A rumbling, chest-shaking laugh spilled from the dwarf to echo off the stone walls.
"Maybe you'll even start to act your age now."
Balgi chuckled from his friend's shoulder.
"Dead, you mean? Not quite yet."
Finally releasing his hold on Lethold, Stauaveg turned to the orc.
"And this'll be Karieg then? Or has the senior seer simply collided with enough years and fists to be twice as distinguished?"
All 3 old men shared in the laughter this time, with Balgi reaching down to clap the dwarf on the shoulder.
"I'm afraid the average lifespan of an orc has gone up considerably since your misbegotten youth, old brick."
"Ha!" Stauaveg thundered, gripping the hilt of the great axe slung over his back with false malice.
"Don't tempt me to start fixing the curved toothpick teeth."
Puzzlement filled the back of Allie's mind.
"Are they meant to be friends or enemies?" "Very old friends,"
Allie informed the Thakur, smiling sadly as she recalled the countless jibes she'd once traded with Shala.
"But your confusion is understandable."
"And look here,"
Stauaveg was saying as he looked past Lethold and Balgi.
"The pair of you aren't out adventuring again, are you? Sweet rain in lava, have you both got a death wish? A stiff breeze in topple you, if you're this winded from the jaunt from Arinak. Don't you think looking for trouble's a youngster's game?"
Lethold held up an instructing finger.
"Firstly,
All we're doing is playing a small part in someone else's adventure. And second, what makes you think we're out looking for trouble?
Starveg's eyebrows performed an intricate, mocking dance.
You found me, didn't you?
Another laugh was shared while the dwarf waved them all forward.
Well, come on then, the lot of you. We can handle introductions afore I send you off to meet with her seneschaliness. Methinks you'd all prefer the more stately hospitality they can provide in Gozerdabarung.
Gefnar's eyes widened as he was almost forced to trot to keep up with Starveg's abrupt speed.
Wait, are we meeting Seneschal Fiverin tonight?
Yeah, Tanner nodded. And I thought she was in Verlabaskite, not Gozerda,
Barung,
Starveg supplied, squinting mischievously at his guests over his shoulder.
Well, it's a 5-minute walk to our destination, if one knows the way.
He chuckled.
I'll get us lost if necessary. Methinks it's high time you all learned a bit about dwarven culture, as well as the truth about the Infinity Grove.
He inhaled deeply, then, almost as an afterthought, shot a playful glance to Lethold and Balgi.
You do vouch for them, yes?
Enough of them, Lethold affirmed with a laugh. Carry on. Following another holler of laughter, Starveg sank effortlessly into an oddly comforting chant. And a nameless excitement fluttered in Allie's stomach, as the glowing walls to either side of their walkway were traced with slithering tongues of fire. Chapter 21 Hemmed by History. Tanner's mouth hung agape as plumes of fire danced along the stone walls, almost seeming to swim like aquatic snakes through shifting crystal, metal, and rock. And he finally, instinctually, understood. The words that Starveg sang, the tongue of the Thakur that Tanner had come to learn with such ease, was the language of the fire he wielded, and of other magics, perhaps the green symmetrical patterns that subtly framed the shifting power before him most of all. The words of creation itself, of shaping. It was the true meaning that the various incantations in the languages of Deyrnas feebly attempted to imitate. Even as Tanner was ironically dumbstruck at the realization, the elderly dwarf who led him and the others along the sunken passageway effortlessly painted scenes with swirling magic that manifested and dissipated to match the group's pace along the walls. As they progressed, Balgi and Lethold took up translating Starveg's chant into Greater Kavor for the others, but Tanner barely heard the attempt. He understood the words, their true intent. It was empathy deeper than anything he'd previously experienced, and the beautiful tragedy of it all nearly made him weep. He later attempted transcribing a paraphrase of his own in the tragically mundane dominant language of the continent. It would bring others to tears, but he'd nearly burn it to ash in frustration. It went something like,
"Long ago,"
Starveg intoned, his deceptively dexterous hands seeming to weave the tale into the walls as he passed.
"At the pinnacle of the Age of Shapin, when Zautep, Eirnot, Hungyel, and Okugath had finished their work of fashioning elf, giant, gnome, and orc, Kravog, now the outcast but once focal point of balance amid the Thakur, seeking to shape a people who could keep the others from swaying too far on the great scales, fashioned the dwarves."
Shocked to hear of Kravog so casually mentioned among the keepers of the Netherplane, Tanner briefly shook himself and shot a questioning glance at Allie, who simply nodded. "Oh, all right then." Fires rose in perfect concert with Starveg's voice and movements, forming into facsimiles of the original peoples of Deyrnas. Then, almost seeming to burn out the very rock as the story continued.
But Kravog's children were to wait until their appointed time to emerge onto the surface of the world,
Starveg intoned, eyes cast skyward to the gathering stars of night.
And so our kingdom of Tilrigheld grew and grew, carved along the paths ordained by the Scorpion. When the time drew near and Kravog sensed that it was time for a new people to join the greater story of Deyrnas, however, our ascension was preempted by the impossible arrival of those whose blood was not of this world.
A great mountain now engulfed much of the towering wall in shifting tongues of red and yellow flame that seemed to clash and devour each other as a different sort of conflagration consumed the mountain's peak, a portal splitting open to reveal human silhouettes, backlit in pale blue. Intricate overlapping patterns of crafted stone halls along the opposite wall seemed to respond to the fires above, closing over in a darkness that drove despair to hollow Tanner's heart.
With the coming of humans, the balance Kravog had sought to create was irrevocably knocked askew, and both Deyrnas and the Netherplane were left reeling by the implications. Robbed of further guidance with Kravog cast out by its own kind, we dwarves took the only course we thought available to us and withdrew as deep as we could underground. Our scouts had reported humanity's early trials, and we had neither the means to stand with them nor the inclination to share their ostracized status.
The plight of the first humans of Deyrnas was painted in fire, driven before orcs of braided green energy and shunned by the peoples they hoped to make their allies, depicted in eerie blacks, reds, and blues. Meanwhile, the image of Tilrigheld's lofty halls plunged even deeper into night.
It was only with the rise of dragonkind shortly after the coming of the humans that many dwarves dared to hope. An alliance with these beasts of great power would grant us sure footing amid the surface struggles, now that the remaining safe paths Kravog had laid out for us were dwindling. King Eringol still ruled, however, and he wished to approach the surface dwellers in peace, rather than might, taking heart that humans had been recently welcomed among all but orcs. So, amid desperation, as dwarven settlers continued to vanish without a trace amid failed new pathways, and the burden of overpopulation on Tilrigheld grew, Eringol dispatched emissaries to the surface, whose appeals and overtures were viciously spurned.
Dragons of red, blue, and green energy soared over a landscape etched in shifting colors, while an immense creature of purest black breached through shifting currents of memory stone, only to slither back into the depths. Sorrow and darkness draped Tilrigheld even deeper in gloom, amid wails of loss somehow audible in tendrils of green, and stout figures who climbed to the surface accosted by elves, giants, and gnomes, and the strange vacancy in the stone that seemed to symbolize humans.
Though dwarven surface settlements were eventually permitted at the insistence of those such as the elven seer Sinarmiat.
Tanner twitched at the mention of the person who'd fashioned the various half-breed races.
The greater distrust of dwarves soon led to the horrific Infinity Grove massacre.
Tanner's heart ached as he watched the figure of the elven warrior Lamothil, somehow regal in his self-assured prejudice despite the lack of visual detail in the shifting lights, lead the gruesome slaughter against the surface dwarves, but Tanner somehow couldn't bring himself to look away.
Our people's plight only grew more dire with the passing of King Eringol, which left many open to Gamandel's call to war.
Staurveg shook himself, his hands falling to his sides, and his chant ceasing as the scenes of light flanking him dimmed back to the soft, uniform bluish glow.
We've been hearing him of late in our dreams, we of dwarven blood.
The old dwarf stared vacantly ahead.
Even now, he swears to reshape Deyrnas to suit our people.
Everyone walked in silence for a moment at the sobering reminder of the half-dwarf Shebwir, Nelina's anti-doyen, and the whole blazing Thalassan League's seeming goal: to help bring the world to heel under a returned King Gamandel.
That seems to be happening to dwarves everywhere,
Jack finally affirmed. Casting his deep-set eyes over his shoulder to the huntress, Staurveg nodded.
We'd suspected. But come, we're almost to the barracks. I should resume my story.
And in Greater Kavor, Tanner thought dejectedly as the dwarf spoke on, missing the pure intent imbued in the Thekur words.
Following the loss of the childless Gamandel at the end of the Dragon War, and our retreat to Tilrigeld, there was a brief time of uncertainty in our leadership for a few years, and a fear of reprisal from the surface dwellers. But they seemed as eager to put the awful chapter to rest as we were. Some of our veterans were approached to take the throne, but after the atrocities they'd committed at Gamandel's orders, none felt up to the task. Gamandel's siblings had all fallen in the war. The line was ended. Then a young Tyrving Ed Skimmerberg led a band of dwarven surface stragglers down to the Underkingdom, proudly bearing the name of her mother, a notorious traitor and collaborator with the surface dwellers. And things changed.
The effort seemed half-hearted now, but inky spills of fire once again blossomed along the walls, as Staurveg uttered a few brief words in the tongue of the Thekur, and traced his fingers through the air. Etched in fire, the figure of a noble warrior seemed to stand before a great gathering of subdued figures.
Tyrving didn't arrive with malice, blame, or ambition, but with hope. She claimed to have walked the destruction of the Infinity Grove, seeking to succumb to madness and death after the loss of her mother, and so much more. But her mind had borne the strain, as though a path had been made for her through the lingering insanity to the very slopes of Mount Gozerda. There, in the place where humans had first set foot on Deyrnas, Tyrving received a message from the past. Words of comfort and guidance from the long-dead Rhys Lansfarer, first king of the humans.
As Staurveg related the words of his heritage, his passion seemed to rekindle, and he nodded back to Lethold and Balgi, indicating that they should resume their translation before again taking up his hearty chant. Still shocked and confused at the prospect of a dead human king reaching across time to help the dwarves, Tanner was almost distracted from the swimming imagery that returned in force along the walls. The fiery form of Tyrving summited a great peak, pushed into a chamber of deep lights and shadows, and the immersion of this sensation left Tanner physically drawing himself back from the doorway.
Lansfarer offered encouragement and empathy, sharing of the trials that eventually led to the acceptance of humans among the surface dwellers, and he claimed that he foresaw vindication for dwarves as well, even after the brutality of the Dragon War. Tyrving ferried his message with such sincerity that many came to cling to her and her plans for re-establishing dwarven settlements in the Infinity Grove as a new beacon of hope. And when the elders finally chose Gamandel's successor, one name rose far above the rest.
The dwarven image along the walls now sat in a broad, molten throne, and the shadows of Tilrigeld began to disperse.
Queen Terving Edskimmerberg, also known as Terving the Restorer, fought for centuries, not on the battlefield, but within the hearts and minds of our people, determined to restore a sense of pride and honour. There were also extensive efforts to shore up Tyragild's borders against the darkness that seemed to encroach upon any attempts at delving further pathways, while expansion efforts were focused on the kingdom's new surface protectorate of Verlabiskite. And when Terving was finally laid to rest and her firstborn, Garkramet, assumed her place, we honoured our queen by continuing her work. Looking ahead to the day she foretold, when Rhys Lansferrer's second message would precede great change for our people and all of Deyrnas.
Staurveg looked pointedly at the faces around him when Balgi had finished relaying his words for those who didn't understand the language of the Thakur. Behind him, as he turned to a large inset platform that looked to bear similar enchantments to the lift in the Tower of Memories, Terving's form faded from a radiant glow to a dull ember as she was lowered into a stone tomb, her light spilling across her kingdom and up to the surface.
"Now, a less cynical dwarf," said
Staurveg, eyes narrowing as he scratched the thin band of ruddy cheek below his eyes, not carpeted in bristles,
"might dare to wonder if the arrival of such notable guests might indicate that the aforementioned and vaguely appointed time had, in fact, come."
Balgi offered a warm smile, first to the dwarf, then to those who'd arrived with him.
"You see why I thought it better to wait. He explains the context of things far better than I ever could."
He nodded down to Staurveg.
"The second message is why we've come, my friend. And—"
His eyes seemed to pulse in black waves as he met the gazes of Jack, Allie, and Tanner in turn.
"I suspect I know who's meant to hear it."
A slow, rolling laugh started in Staurveg's belly and echoed along the sunken walkway as, shaking his head, he stepped onto the platform and motioned everyone else aboard.
"After all, why not, I suppose? The second message was meant to be for the world as much as we dwarves. Some humans, half-breeds, and a gnome? Sure."
He sobered as everyone crowded into the 12-foot square of the lift.
"Don't be surprised if a few folks send you some dirty looks. Being chosen to hear the second message has become something of a coveted cultural appointment as yet unfulfilled."
He shrugged.
"But then, you've only got to convince Seneschal Fiverin."
"Not to worry about that,"
assured Lethold, his smile distant as the platform began to carry them upward.
"I'm reasonably sure that she's expecting us."
Fine,
said Staurveg, grinning upwards as a dull roar from dozens of loud, gathered beings drew closer with the platform's rise.
"But you two at least know how this goes. You'll not be heading off before supping with the proud protectors of Verlabiskite."
Chapter 22. A Brief Welcome. It wasn't until they'd stepped off the platform and passed into what appeared to be a great dining hall that Jack fully grasped that they'd entered the land of the dwarves. Stocky, well-muscled men and women of the stout folk filled the firelit chamber, sharing food, drink, and laughter along thick stone tables. Most wore armor similar to Staurveg's, if far less decorated, while others appeared to sport aprons rather than breastplates, some stained with food and others with soot from the forge. All eyes shifted to the strange band who entered the hall, chatter dying to whispers, and the strange rumbles that might have been music, rising from the tubular apparatuses being struck or blown into by the main hearth, dwindling. Ahead of Jack and the others, Staurveg planted his feet and threw up his hands.
"Don't be shy then, lads and lasses. We're to show our guests some dwarven hospitality."
A cheerful roar of affirmation arose from those gathered, and a space was quickly cleared for the new arrivals at the central table that spanned the length of the room. Drawn by the inexorable threads of decorum, Jack and her companions found themselves seated and surrounded with proffered plates and flagons, each brimming with sustenance saturated by an earthy aroma. It reminded Jack, when she tasted it, of Nolar's cooking, though far more brazen in its flavor. Tanner voiced what Jack took to be a similar sentiment amid a few ragged coughs, and amid the resounding laughter from their hosts, the Foxkin was assailed with questions.
"That'll be the fellow who was named King in the East?"
"Bah, why would a king be cooking for anyone?"
"If it is the same man, have you seen his children? Is it true the heir to the throne is a sterile half-human girl?"
Jack ducked into her drink to avoid the barrage, feeling as though just the scent from her flagon made her blink rapidly. She had enough of people looking to her for answers among the Gworlith. Letting someone else face that sort of thing sounded good for the moment. However fluent they appeared to be in Greater Kavor, however, this particular batch of dwarves didn't seem too gifted at picking up on human social cues. A rather young-looking dwarf woman clapped a hand down onto Jack's shoulder, somehow sidling into the tight space between the huntress and Gefnar on the low stone bench.
"You'll be the great prophesied leader of the half-breeds, then."
The dwarf's hair was fiercely blonde, to the point where it almost shone golden in the fiery glow of the chamber, which made the strong-looking teeth she bared in a broad smile seem far whiter by comparison. Her wide features were sun-touched, though not aggressively so, her eyes glinting a potent green as she nodded toward Jack's back.
"I like your braid."
Jack managed a smile of her own, casting an insincere glare back at Ember, whom she'd had plop down behind her to prevent such an intrusion. A plate full of table scraps now sat between the wolf's forepaws, and he sent a defeated shrug up at her before resuming his meal.
"So easily bribed. It's a wonder he's protected me at all thus far." "I like yours," she informed the dwarf honestly.
Her forceful new friend tossed an immaculate weaving of radiant hair over her shoulder, flashing her teeth again.
"Most of us can't match the men for their beards, so we've got to join the friendly competition in other ways."
Jack felt an eyebrow creep upward.
"Most of you?"
"Can't." The dwarf nodded, as though assuming she simply hadn't been heard the first time over the steady din of the hall.
"I'm glad we've been taught your language. Some folks never cared for learning it in school." "You have schools?"
Jack regretted the question the instant it left her mouth, but the dwarf merely threw her head back amid hearty peals of laughter, causing Gefnar to jump in alarm on her other side.
"Ha! Of all the impertinent questions, heroines can still be impertinent, yes?"
Jack found the other woman's laugh to be catching.
"I didn't mean to be insulting. My people don't have any formal education, at least as city dwellers would define it."
The dwarf's howls faded to chuckles.
"There's a turn. I've managed to insult a heroine now, haven't I?" "No, I'm afraid you'll have to try harder,"
Jack informed her with a playful scowl. She found herself incredibly relaxed in the dwarf's presence, even with her initial intrusion, prompting her to add,
"You all seem to be rather well-informed about the outside world." "Why do you think we bothered to learn your languages?" The dwarf shrugged. "I know some Orcish and a smattering of half-breed languages too.
though I've not had occasion to practice in a while, and the ones that require a beak take some cheating anyway." She frowned, her eyes fixing on Jack's face. "I've been incredibly rude, haven't I?"
"Rude?"
Jack repeated, unsure if she wished to politely agree or sincerely protest. The dwarf nodded. "Well, of course I know your name. You're one of the heroes of Dragon's Nest, bringing change to Kavorum. But I gave no thought to introducing myself." She thrust out a hand. "Kelfevin." She scrunched up her face at how abruptly the job was done. "No titles or famous relative names, I'm afraid." Jack dipped her head, smiling as she took the hand.
"Golden, I'm Jack."
Kelfevin's reproachful frown was undercut by the humor in her tone. "Jacqueline Ed Owen, you mean? Heroine of Dragon's Nest, breaker of dynasties, and huntress of the Gorlith." A sigh slid from Jack's lips as they found the rim of her flagon again.
"Very well informed," she muttered.
Her new friend clapped her on the shoulder once more, nearly causing her to choke on the strong, slightly viscous beverage she'd been attempting to sip. "It is good to take pride in your accomplishments and heritage, Jack." Kelfevin's face darkened as she gripped her own drink. "Not all of us are able to do the same." Concern knitted Jack's brow as she wiped froth from her lip.
"Gamandel's war was centuries ago. If there's ever to be a place for your people in the broader world, none of us can continue to hold the distant past against you."
Jack was shocked to see how feeble Kelfevin's previously effortless smile had grown. "That's... of course." With visible effort, she dredged up her prior boisterousness. "But, to the real reason I came over, I'm quite taken with your gnome friend." Behind the dwarf, Gefnar performed a spit-take into his own mug that devolved into frenzied wheezes. Jack raised a hand to her mouth in the pretense of deep thought.
"And my friend can clearly hear you."
Kelfevin smirked. "Glad to hear it."
"Any reason you don't wish to inform him of your interest directly?"
"As you say, we're well informed, but I like to get a personal character reference. And you, as a close friend, would know if his attentions are already elsewhere." Despite Jack's best efforts, her eyes found Allie past Gefnar, and she saw that the Lady McAllister's ears had gone a rather drastic shade of red, while she made a show of meticulously cutting at the meat set before her.
"I can tell you,"
Jack informed Kelfevin slowly,
"that, like all of my friends, he values genuine connection and the shared pursuit of higher goals over the drive to gain what a lesser person might feel they are owed."
Kelfevin chuckled. "What a delightful non-answer. All right, I don't mean to be stepping on any toes." She turned to Gefnar, slapping him on the back, presumably to aid him in overcoming the faint coughs he still battled. It didn't help. "Will you share a drink with me at least, you handsome fellow?" Gefnar managed a weak smile, raising his cup to clack it against the dwarf's. To King Garkamet and Seneschal Fiverin." Again, Kelfevin's eyes darkened almost imperceptibly, this time recovering before Jack could even attempt to interpret the change. "To the heroes of Dragon's Nest," the dwarf added. Echoing shouts rose up around the chamber, just prior to a furious near contest of chugging. Staurveg drummed the side of his fist against his chest, drawing forth a muffled belch as he led his guests from the dining hall and back into open air a few hours later. Night had firmly fallen, the three-pointed lunar dance well visible through sparse clouds.
"Well, I can still be sending you off to Gozerdaberung tonight. But if you're all half as fatigued as I am, then I'd submit you'd be better served getting a good night's rest, either here or there before your audience with the seneschal."
"Good thing we're not in a terrible rush."
Allie studied Lethold and Balgi's profiles as she walked alongside them. She wasn't sure when this second message from Rhys Landsfarer was supposed to arrive, but the pair of old friends hardly seemed to project an air of urgency. Of course, for her part, Allie would have felt better about things if they hadn't also been expecting Veladrock's arrival back at Arinak Sanctuary. The dragon was traveling on foot, alone, and without a scroll through which they could update her about the slight change of plans, due to some persuasive old adventurers. And Lethold had left a couple of his senior students in charge of the school. Lightry Yin tended to be calm and considerate, much like Jack, if not for the former's obsessive need to correct everyone around into her way of thinking. As for Cedo, well, Allie had never been so gracious as the rest of the students to refer to the excessively scarred young man as accident-prone. She'd always felt that stupidly reckless and selectively lucky was far more accurate.
"Cedo?"
she'd asked incredulously when Lethold had informed her of his choice of interim leader. He'd smiled.
"Yes."
"The same boy who nearly poisoned himself with his alchemical paint."
"Yes."
"The boy who tried to train dire badgers as mounts by feeding them honey and was nearly mauled to death for it."
"Cedo's actually made strides on that front since—"
"The boy who fell from a floating cart he'd been trying to steer with wild horses strapped to balloons."
"He's matured quite a bit in your absence, Allie."
"I'd hope so if you're letting him teach."
Lethold's smile had broadened.
"And who has more to teach than someone who's learned such a multitude of things not to do?"
Tanner yawned loudly, arms stretching high and wide as he gave a contented smile. Of all of them, he'd embraced dwarven hospitality the most wholeheartedly. "Starveg, old buddy, you just point me to whichever bed is closest." Starveg favored the foxkin with his hearty laugh and backslap combination.
"Would that be closest by distance or by travel time?"
Tanner smacked his grease-smeared lips, features contorting as he fought to grasp the dwarf's meaning from a pit of intoxicated, well-fed fatigue. "The first one?"
"You've a functional teleportation circle linked to the stronghold, yes?"
Nelina offered toward Starveg. The dwarf beamed proudly.
"That we do. The outside world may have been divided for centuries, but we've made sure to use the old ways to keep all dwarves across the Infinity Grove connected. No circles align with any beyond the Grove, mind, as that'd be too great a security risk. But each of the outer gates, that's what these posts are called, can have us dancing a jig with the folks back in Velobeskite within minutes."
"Yeah, but we'd have to meet new people and talk some more," Tanner declared, making a sour face. "Just drop me onto something soft right here." Starveg laughed again, shaking his head.
"Sorry, lad. I thought you'd not be such a lightweight, since we'd heard that half-breeds were meant to have elven blood. Well, if you gents would follow me then, and ladies."
As the officer glanced about for a second guide, the dwarf woman who'd plopped herself next to Jack in the dining hall for a while appeared and nodded to Starveg.
"I'll show them to a free room, Captain."
Her superior dipped his head.
"Fine. Follow Trooper Kelfevin, I suppose. And a pleasant evening to you."
Allie flushed as Kelfevin turned to beam at her charges, recalling the other woman's comments over dinner. There wasn't any jealousy at Kelfevin having voiced her immediate attraction to Gefnar. More mild resentment that circumstances weren't letting Allie avoid thinking about the uncomfortable aspects of her friend group. Gefnar's backward glance and the flash of unease through their link as he trailed the other men to the chambers from the evening told Allie that the gnome didn't find Kelfevin's presence conducive to relaxation either. The dwarven trooper, meanwhile, raised a finger and flicked it to point between Nelina and Merima as she glanced to Allie and Jack.
Not to cause any friction, but will you be needing any sort of bindings for these two?
Allie's hand went to the armband that allowed her to sense where its twin, on Nelina's arm, was with the slightest focus. She side-eyed the tigerkin.
Not yet. We keep an eye on her.
She motioned with her chin toward Merima.
And she helps us keep an eye on her.
Nelina smiled pleasantly enough, unless you'd spent as much time with her as Allie had and were able to detect the faint tremble in the whiskers that gave away the tigerkin's tension.
You appear to be gifted in the art of reading people,
Nelina commended Kelfevin.
So I'm told,
the dwarf said with a shrug before motioning deeper into the outpost.
Shall we?
A few minutes of walking, with Kelfevin pointing out nearby structures and their purposes, brought them within a barracks half full with sleeping dwarven women. Fires and magical wall sconces were low but not extinguished, casting the wall-mounted tiered stone sleeping slabs in subdued battling lights of orange and blue. Kelfevin didn't bother to keep her voice down either, as she led the guests to a handful of vacant furs and blankets, laid out like bedrolls.
You'll be here? I gather that non-dwarves prefer something softer, so further bundles can be requisitioned.
Allie had a fleeting thought that the slabs would be too short for any of them as well, but it seemed that Kelfevin had thought of that and brought them to slabs long enough for a pair of dwarves to sleep head to foot, as Allie saw some doing. She shrugged.
We've learned to sleep pretty much anywhere, but thanks.
Smiling, Kelfevin clambered up the rungs of an inset stone ladder and plopped onto a top bunk, head poking over the side.
Glad to know that money hasn't made you soft.
Merima cocked her head up at the dwarf as she deposited her borrowed pack and bedroll onto a lower slab.
What about you? You're sleeping here too?
Allie frowned as Kelfevin seemed to deflate, withdrawing until only her eyes were lit in the room's light.
Yes. No offense intended,
assured Merima, performing some shrinking of her own.
I just thought that, well, you may be afforded special quarters or something.
Jack's features loosened in understanding as she looked up to the dwarf.
You're Fyverin's daughter.
With a defeated sigh, the rest of Kelfevin's head reappeared as she rested her chin on the edge of the slab.
That's not something I'm meant to advertise. In terms of recognition, the line is severed. I'm meant to be making my own name.
Is this some sort of dwarven thing to prevent nepotism? Allie asked, belatedly wondering how rude the question might be. And while Jack had seemingly been making an educated guess, had Merima heard something? Or simply intuited Kelfevin's parentage?
I mean, so the seneschal being your mother doesn't open any doors for you?
Kelfevin glanced self-consciously around, but all other dwarves nearby were either still asleep or very good at pretending they were.
It's more a case of my mother trying to protect her offspring from her public reputation.
Allie nodded slowly, recalling that Fyverin apparently used the prefix nem before the ancestral name.
She did it to herself. The distancing from Skimmerberg, I mean.
The dwarf above bobbed her head, causing her thick golden braid to flop forward and pendulum before her face as she whooshed out a sigh.
There's a movement that's grown to prominence in Velbiscite in the past century that asserts continued separation from the rest of the world, even after we receive the second message.
Allie shared an uneasy look with Jack.
The message we're supposed to be hearing.
Whatever Reese might have to say, it seemed like the promise of it had been built up quite a bit in the intervening quiet. And dwarves with a disdain for other cultures? Sounded like Shebweir's sort of crowd. Allie could only hope that the half-dwarf wasn't as all-knowing as he had seemed, back on the night when Allie had skewered his allies' ships into Lorson's harbor.
And your mother feels otherwise?
Nelina prompted into Kelfevin's somber pause. Another nod.
Fyverin has maintained education in the languages and cultures of the rest of Deyrnas, continuing to champion eventual coexistence in the face of opposition that calls for a change in Queen Terving's vision to match the times. Nintranger, who leads the opposition, advocates so-called national pride in what we've built since the Dragon War, and wishes for us to reveal ourselves, not with the hand of friendship, but with a demonstration to show our willingness to protect ourselves. They'll not slaughter us again, is roughly how their slogan translates.
Allie rolled her eyes. She could understand the fear and anger on a basic level, but continuing to blame the rest of the world for the Infinity Grove massacre, while trying to ignore the atrocities in response committed by the dwarves during the Dragon War, seemed counterproductive. Kelfevin nodded as she caught Allie's reaction.
My Fyverin has pointed out the hypocrisy, but Nintrenga won't listen. Some decades ago, this tension came to a head, and only the intervention of Rokalig and her companions prevented all-out war. A compromise was reached that allowed Nintrenga and her followers to construct further defenses, but no weapons of war that could be unleashed on the outside world. And Fyverin surrendered her ancestral name to keep public disapproval toward her from undermining her brother, King Garkamet. She retained her position as seneschal, but only with extensive oversight from a new council, headed by Nintrenger, in the halls of Gazerabarung. They don't agree on much.
Another look passed between Allie and Jack, this one far more resigned, as even Ember seemed to groan as he flopped to the floor by his mistress's chosen slab.
We always seem to go to the most politically stable of places,
Allie thought, also reminded at the sight of Ember that they should probably stay alert, in case any of the currently snoring dwarves didn't take the existence of enormous wolves as easily in stride as their waking brothers and sisters.
I honestly forget just how unusual he is sometimes.
She half expected Kravog to weigh in on the matter, reminding her of her own, less immediately noticeable status as an anomaly. But the Thakur's presence felt withdrawn, like his focus was elsewhere. Allie had experienced similar sensations when Sharad had been the one making a home in her mind, but she found herself dreading Kravog's eventual return far less.
Everything is relative. So, when Starveg told us that Fyverin was the only person whom we needed to convince to allow our mission to proceed,
Jack said, lowering her voice. Kelfevin's eyes went wide.
He said that?
Allie folded her arms.
Yes. Why?
For the first time, the dwarf's voice fell as well.
I introduced myself to your group because I suspected you'd be seeking an audience with Fyverin. I'm not supposed to have direct contact with her, but sometimes we're able to send messages to each other. Nothing written or magical, as, well, that's also counter to the intent of severing the family line. Only second-hand words.
She swallowed.
If any of you were willing, I was hoping to request such a favor. So long as it's nothing that would start a civil war,
Allie said with a shrug. Kelfevin looked like she wanted to retreat out of sight again.
If Starveg is already so brazenly suggesting to act without the council's consent, I worry that such a time may already be upon us.
Golden, Jack sighed.
You'll forgive us, though, if we still do what we can to avoid such an outcome. What message were you wanting us to carry? Tell her,
Kelfevin said slowly, attempting a grateful smile,
that I'm well, and that it looks like she was right to send me here.
This outpost in particular? Allie pressed. Kelfevin nodded.
We've had little contact since I was a child, but she had Starveg take me under his command. The captain is loyal to your mother, then?
Asked Nelina. More nodding.
Everyone here should be. Fyveren has suspected for a while now that it was only a matter of time until Nintrenger and the council moved against her. So part of her contingency plan has been to funnel loyalists to select outer defences, of which this is a primary. She didn't want to look like she was consolidating power, but Starveg and the other captains can still use the teleportation circles to reinforce Gazerdabarum within minutes.
Couldn't the council just have the circle on that end dismantled? Said Merima, frowning. A faint smile tugged at Kelfevin's mouth as she tossed her radiant braid back over her shoulder.
That's why we have an emergency backup, only to be used in the absence of other options.
Sounds foolproof, Allie muttered, thinking of how many contingencies they'd seen go awry. Even with Starveg not seeming to make a big point of secrecy, she felt it would be good to continue keeping their apparent reason for coming to the Infinity Grove quiet.
Hopefully we'll just go hear this message tomorrow and head back to Arinak Sanctuary with more than enough time to be waiting for Veladrock.
The dragon should be carrying her own wings, if Hattie had managed to teleport them, and, with the distilled magical components from Thrilliga Allie and her friends carried, their initial mission on setting out from Dragon's Nest would be done.
And we'll finally see if Veladrock cares to continue playing nice.
Quiet descended over the group as fatigue set in, and Allie sank back onto the furs laid out on her slab, exhaling deeply. One problem at a time.
Update Tanner and Gefnar?
Jack whispered into her thoughts. Allie nodded, reaching out to the others through their group link. She barely breathed the words, but knew they would be carried.
Gef, Tanner, if you're still awake, we have a few new wrinkles to share.
Chapter 23. A Better Port. Tanner rubbed at his eyes, wishing that the dull throb in his head had proved more receptive to healing magics. Gefnar had done what he could with the warm light of Nomenkal, and the effect had been deeply soothing as always. But apparently whatever kick dwarves liked to put in their drinks was rather stubborn about sticking around and at least nudging one's brain with its toes.
"Sorry, lad,"
Starveg chuckled, patting the foxkin's shoulder. He at least seemed to be trying to keep his voice low.
"We dwarves haven't advanced much in the way of hangover cures, as, well, we almost never have cause to use them."
Opening his eyes, Tanner smiled weakly to the dwarf, taking in the men's wing of the barracks. He hadn't found the slabs that jutted out from the walls to be terribly comfortable, but his sleep had been deep regardless. And even with the lingering headache, the day felt fresh, important somehow. Hope that's a good sign. Not all their important days had been. "Ready to go, Tanner?" Gefnar asked quietly from where Tanner's legs hung over his slab on the lower level, the gnome heaving his pack over his shoulders as he looked to Tanner in sympathy. Tanner nodded, feeling his breakfast perform a lazy somersault in his belly as he stood. They'd already visited the dining hall once again, returning to retrieve their belongings. Despite trusting Starveg's word that their packs were safe, the traveling companions had long since learned that it didn't pay to let anything important out of their sight. So, Thrilliga's contributions to the Get Veladrock Her Wings Back effort had been secreted away in pockets, even for the brief time it took to down a quick breakfast. Seeing the rested, chipper smiles on the faces of Lethold and Balgi, Tanner was made to feel like the old man in the group as he and his fellow visitors trailed Starveg out into open air and toward the only domed structure rising from the perfectly shaped stone around them. The outpost seemed much the same in the daylight, though Tanner could now see eastward beyond the exterior lighting of the night before, spotting numerous paths carved through what might once have been even greater frozen waves of earth and rock than the ones the travelers had come through. Obstacles were the exception rather than the norm for a good stretch beyond the outpost, leaving any earth that still climbed upward more like the strangest, sparsest forest Tanner had ever seen. There were actual trees as well, however, grown up in the centuries since whatever immense magical impact had caused the earthen ripples, and Tanner squinted at the strange blend. It almost seemed like the fingers of dirt and rock were trying to mimic the trees around them. Maybe they remember, Tanner thought, recalling how King Shanadir of the Eaglebloods had formed an entire impromptu fort from the ground, simply by having the world around him recall what had once stood there. Then Tanner was gratefully stepping out from the glare of the morning sun into the domed stone structure. The others were already inside, apparently led once again by the same dwarf from the night before. What Tanner first took to be tapestries lined the building's interior walls, but, on closer inspection by the light that spilled in through the door, the only one they'd encountered thus far that seemed not to consider anything over the height of a tall dwarf, he saw that the stone had been shaped into subtle grooves that depicted what Tanner took to be significant figures in dwarven history, standing stoic and bold. It was all richly colored, but neither with paint nor with gemstones, Tanner realized as he leaned in closer. The vibrant pigments were infused into the stone itself, though it seemed that not all of them blended well, swirling in concert rather than morphing into, say, what blue and yellow were meant to create. Interesting artistic choice, Tanner thought, frowning. He saw striking greens patterned along the stone tapestry's borders, so he wasn't sure what else it could be. Like most art, Tanner felt that there was some deeper meaning to what was before him, but, also like most art, he couldn't quite tell what it could be. This time, though, the not quite understanding bothered him deep in his gut.
"Well, I hope you'll achieve everything you're meant to in Velobascite,"
the young trooper dwarf was saying, smiling about the gathered group. Tanner's eyes narrowed. I'm missing something there, too. Jack and Allie had filled in both him and Gefnar through their link about Kelfevin's ties to Seneschal Fyverin, but the yellow-haired woman was seeming to imply that there was even more awaiting them on the far side of the teleportation circle than they knew. Tanner shrugged internally. We have been known to end up more involved than we set out to be. He wondered if he was resigned to it at this point, or worse, excited. Maybe the world doesn't always need us to stick our noses in its problems. He stepped toward the circle carved into the floor near the small chamber's back wall, watching as its roughly 10-foot diameter lit up in similar markings to ones Tanner recalled from Hattie's tetherport machine. But Tanner blinked. The light was green. Starveg seemed to catch the wave of surprise through his younger guests. Balgi and Lethold appeared unfazed.
"Powered by metals,"
the dwarf captain said, as if that explained everything.
"Off you go." "Don't worry,"
Lethold assured Tanner and his companions, smiling as he stepped for the circle's center to be illuminated in the unwavering green light.
"It's more stable."
When he reached the center, he simply appeared to be erased from feet up in a brilliant flash that left Tanner rubbing at his eyes. Balgi chuckled as he followed.
"It's all right, youngsters. After all, if I died from using this thing, I'd know about it."
He raised a playful eyebrow.
"Wouldn't I?"
Then he was gone too. "I preferred him when he wasn't so quippy," Tanner muttered. "I blame Lethold. I hear that old friends can regress you to different points in your life." Jack smiled. "I wonder if we'll have that sort of effect on each other." She stepped forward alongside Ember, and Tanner had to fight a stab of panic when she vanished as well. "Easy. You trusted your life to Hattie's contraption, and this seems a bit more properly tested." He exhaled sharply, his feet carrying him into the circle. "I always figured I'd just count myself lucky if the rest of you ever wanted to see me again." Nothing but the first syllable of Gefnar's response reached him, as his ears were abruptly hundreds of miles away. Jack stood high above the world, far higher than she'd ever dared to fly atop Ember. The room, which held the other teleport circle in use, it seemed, sat atop a great precipice, with only a dozen or so paces beyond the circle before a wall of unyielding stone or floor-to-ceiling latticework slate windows, which appeared to have been flung open by the pair preceding Jack on the instantaneous journey. Vertigo briefly washed over Jack's senses as she appeared in the new surroundings, followed instantly by her closest friend, to look out across Kavorum as never before. Then a smile came to the huntress's face at the thought of leaping atop the wolf beside her and flinging them out to plummet down the mountainside that stretched away through the nearly corner-to-corner windows to her left and right. Reining in the impulse, Jack walked on feet that trembled with excitement and fear to the lip of the drop-off, gripping Ember's neck fur until her hands ached. The fall past her toes left the stone-shaped buildings below the size of fingernails, and the people milling between them nearly indiscernible specks. Jack's breath quickened, and she felt herself near the point of swooning as spots danced in her vision. A hand firmly took her by the arm and drew her back a pace.
"Careful. Your body hasn't had the chance to adjust to the thinner atmosphere."
She turned to blink into Lethold's friendly face as she fought to steady her breathing.
"Wouldn't want to force your wolf to catch you out of the sky, would we?"
Jack swallowed.
"No, thank you."
There was another brief, droning flash of starkly green light from the circle, and Jack supposed she must have missed the ones before it, because it looked like the others had all come through. Both Tanner and Marima were shrunk back against the solid stone at the back of the chamber, eyes wide with fear, and even Nelina stood perfectly still just outside the circle, seemingly frozen in place as her whiskers twitched at the stiff, cool breeze that filtered through the windows. Allie merely cocked her head at the sight, her eyes growing distant as though she'd been entranced. Gefnar, meanwhile, wore an almost excited smile as he looked out across the far-flung reaches of the Infinity Grove and the forests beyond.
"Imagine looking down at the world from even higher," he whispered.
Tanner visibly fought down a wave of nausea at the prospect. "No thanks. Fisherman's walkway back home is plenty high enough for me. Balgi chuckled.
Well, good and bad news, respectively. You will be getting your wish, if all goes well, Gefnar. Rhys Lansfarer's message is to be heard atop Mount Gozerda.
We're not at the top? Tanner practically snarled. Lethold shook his head.
This is merely the tallest tower of the great palace fortress, Gozerdaburung, built into the southern face of the mountain.
And we weren't expecting visitors,
a new voice interjected from atop a broad stairwell set into the floor that Jack had somehow missed before. All eyes shifted to where a dwarven woman of perhaps late middle age stood flanked by a pair of armored dwarves far more resplendent than even Staurveg. The woman, in contrast, wore only a simple traveler's robe and a thin circlet of crystalline memory stone. Her staff, which resembled a barbed javelin as much as a standard mage's focus, was planted on the floor, her deeply blue eyes locked on Lethold and Balgi. Finally, her faintly jowled features tilted into the warmest of smiles.
Fortunate for the pair of you, then, that you're family.
Orc, dwarf, and human rushed into a three-pointed embrace, descending into joyful laughter.
Bravest of dwarves,
Balgi declared, stooped and cupping the woman by the back of the head to plant a kiss on her brow.
Your company and wisdom have been sorely missed, Rockelig.
As have yours,
the dwarf sighed, drawing back to smooth her loose, graying hair, which still sported defiant locks of rich brown. She beamed up at Lethold.
And you, to have lived so close all these years, and never to have returned once.
Melancholy tried to draw the headmaster's smile downward.
I did try to warn you that distance is about far more than intervening miles.
Rockelig nodded slowly, also subdued.
So it would seem.
She turned back to Balgi.
You found the right ears, then?
The old orc gave a gentle laugh.
I certainly hope so.
Another nod, this one firm with conviction.
Then we'd best take you to see the seneschal.
She threw a cursory look about to Jack and the others before hoisting her staff and commanding,
"Come along."
Jack sent a longing glance out the south-facing window before dragging herself after the others down the stairwell. Somehow, the urge to take to the sky had never been stronger. Allie supposed she hadn't exactly been expecting a throne room. Fyverin was a seneschal, after all, not a queen. Still, the chamber into which they were led, deeper into the mountain, proved jarring after the lofty halls and mingled mechanical and magical marvels that ferried the group along bands of greenish power to skirt seas of diligently working dwarves. In the first place, the seneschal's audience chamber was empty, save for Fyverin herself, despite the thick, dark wood doors being flung open to permit any passers-by entry. Allie still wasn't sure as to the extent of the duties she'd seen the other few hundred dwarves between the party's entry point into Gozerdaburung and the seneschal fulfilling, but apparently they were all more important than any business that might be conducted with Verlabiskite's appointed leader. In the second place, Allie was immediately struck upon entering the relatively compact chamber with the feeling that she'd interrupted someone's dinner. On a second look, it was clear that there were more books, etched tablets, and various palm-sized devices that pulsed with magical energies strewn about the table than there were plates of half-eaten dwarven cuisine. But the atmosphere still felt far more informal than expected. The lone figure on the far side of the table completed the image of someone conducting paperwork at home. There was a strength to the dwarf's bearing, despite the oversized robe that seemed to swallow her in its fur-lined interior, though her rounded features and olive skin were darkened by a thin brow of purest black, creased in focus. Equally black hair was swept from her downcast face in a feather braid, further differentiating from the taut military appearance of Kelfevin, and Allie was struck that, if she hadn't been told the familial bond between the two women, she never would have guessed that Fiverin was the trooper's mother. She was a bit distracted from all this, however, by the familiar birdkin who crouched in a chair at one head of the table. "Zaja?" Tanner blurted in disbelief from Allie's side. The Phoenix Blood's head swept upward, her large eyes creasing in a birdkin's smile. "The heroes of Dragon's Nest! I thought you might be heading this way." Fiverin looked up from her work as well, stopping mid-chew on the other half of rolls she held in one hand. "Rokalig?" Stepping forward, the mage offered a faint bow. "Visitors, Seneschal. I thought it best to bring them to you directly." The words reminded Allie of the way Shala had preferred to phrase things when she'd opted to ask forgiveness rather than permission. Fiverin nodded slowly, her umber eyes taking in those who accompanied Rokalig. "Lethold, Balgi, it's been some time."
"And yet you're as steadfast as ever," the headmaster offered with a friendly smile, dipping his head.
Zaja, meanwhile, had fluttered down from her chair and waddled over to Allie and the others. "Welcome to Gozerdabarung!" Her eyes narrowed as she looked past Tanner to Merima. "Not to alarm you, my boy, but you've an enemy at your back." The dwarven guards flanking the group stiffened, but Tanner raised his hands for peace. "Whoa, not anymore, Zaja. She's better now."
"We'll see,"
thought Allie. Then, to Zaja,
"What are you doing here?"
Gefnar took a diplomatic step forward. "What she means is, don't you have a magic shop to run back in Dragon's Nest, as well as a seat on the town council now?" Zaja's beak gave a chipper clack. "The latter is precisely why I'm here." A few beats into the ensuing pregnant pause, Jack cleared her throat.
Explain?"
"Oh, well, following your encounter with the delegation from the Raven and Phoenix Bloods near the Ditical Wastes, I was dispatched by Intothica to serve as an envoy and to report on the status of the Gorlith." Jack stiffened.
"And how are they?"
"Who?"
"The Gorlith."
Allie rested a calming hand on her friend's shoulder, the role reversal from the norm feeling oddly surreal.
"I guess we all have areas where we struggle to be objective."
Zaja waved aside the concern. "Oh, they're perfectly well. The vermin throng turned south well east of the land bridge where your people are camped, Huntress." Now it was Merima's turn to stiffen.
"The vermin throng?"
"Oh, yes. I spotted some of their birdkin meeting with some of King Physix's people. When I spoke of this to the king himself, he confided that a sizable faction of malcontents have opposed his recent rule and hope to join the Phoenix Bloods to the vermin throng cause."
Merima gulped, nodding. "We'd received a message from them, but this was just as I was, able to be me again, and it didn't seem like Merima knew what to make of the offer anyway."
Zaja shrugged. "Well, whoever's taken over for you seems to have moved forward with the alliance, and both factions appear to have cut southward, scouts following your trail, with remarkable affinity, I might add, while the main force veers into the Infinity Grove." Allie's stomach twisted.
"They're coming here? Why? And how do they even know about this place?"
"I believe so, presumably in the pursuit of violence, and, I imagine it's something to do with the dreams." Zaja counted off her answers on feathered fingers, eyes drifting upward in concentration. Tanner frowned. Dreams? You mean like the ones the dwarves have been having? Each of the 4 dwarves present shifted in slightly varied reactions to the reference. Precisely, Zaja declared, jabbing an almost accusing finger at the foxkin. Birdkin of all types have begun experiencing the phenomenon as well, the images slowly coming into greater focus for us. What do you see? Gefnar asked warily. The return of Gamondel, certainly, the Phoenix Blood affirmed. But also a great choice before numerous peoples here in the Infinity Grove, with this, a secret nation of dwarves at the center of it all. Allie folded her arms. All right, but why would Birdkin be seeing this? Balgi cleared his throat.
Because their future is entwined with that of the dwarves in a way that even we seers can't fully grasp.
Tanner shuddered, and Allie had the brief impression that he was recalling the strange statues they'd encountered on the way to Arinak Sanctuary. Volwerg, she thought she heard him whisper. Allie turned to Merima, hands on her hips. Well, as the Verminthrong's former leader, you tell us. Is there any chance your old pals are on their way here just to make some new friends? Oh, no chance at all, Zaja preempted the snakeblood Demisilg, shaking her head sadly. I gather that the Phoenix Bloods, dissatisfied with King Physix's rule, have made their joining the Verminthrong contingent on, as they put it, finishing Lamathil's efforts to cleanse the surface world of the infestation from the Underkingdom. Gefnar cocked an eyebrow at Zaja. Exactly how close did you have to get to make that out? Oh, you needn't concern yourself with my safety, Sir Guardsman, the wand maker assured him, hands and wings twitching about as though swatting at flies. I never hesitate to take the proper steps to conduct my research. Nelina inclined her head, smirking. Which is how you've come to be here. Zaja's beak offered an exuberant clack. Just so! Gathering that others had also sensed something within the Infinity Grove, I set out on a fact-finding mission of my own, flying on ever deeper passes into the supposed perimeter of madness. But how would we even know if you were affected? Tanner muttered. He likely hadn't meant for Zaja to overhear, but the diminutive treesmith gave a serious nod. I'd considered that in my research as well, but if all that's transpired is simply a hallucination brought on by proximity to corrupted memory stone, it's far more vivid than any such experience I've previously encountered. She scrutinized the uneasy faces around her. And you all certainly seem real enough. Finally rising from her seat along the far length of the stone table, Fyverin sighed. Our scouts spotted your friend sweeping back and forth along the outer gates, and finally invited her to Verbiskite. Allie wondered just how many aimed crossbows had been involved in that invitation. Zaja was nodding excitedly. Which brings us to now. No, Allie sighed. It doesn't. Doesn't it? How'd you end up in this room perusing old books with the Seneschal? Fyverin took up the answer when all Zaja offered was a blank stare. Upon hearing everything she's just told you, my guards brought your friend to me under heavy guard. She offered a faint smile down to the distracted birdkin. I soon discerned that she posed no threat to us, and so I offered to aid her in her new avenue of research. What might have been foreseen in centuries past about the coming days. And when were you planning on sharing these developments with your peers? Allie watched Fyverin's face sour and seemingly age decades with fatigue at the sound of the new voice, and she found herself parting with her companions to permit another dwarf woman entry. This one stood nearly 5 feet tall, though her features and build were far too broad for Allie to think she might carry any human blood like Shebweir. By the gleaming vambraces and velvet mantle, Allie took the woman to be someone of high office, the assessment solidified by the superiority in her mud-green gaze. A handful of similarly garbed dwarves trailed the first to stand before Fyverin, each planting their feet on the stone floor as though fused into place. Many fixed the seneschal with looks far less severe than their leaders, however, and an especially pale blonde dwarf among them seemed to be more uncomfortable than anything else. Fyverin made no attempt to smile.
I planned on bringing these matters before the Surface Council when I had something beyond vague threats to report, Nintrenger.
The other woman's gaze hardened even further.
When we are conducting official business, even in the foreign tongue for the benefit of outsiders, you will address me as Administrator, Seneschal.
Rockelig conducted a slow circuit of the table to stand at Fyverin's side.
We're not to take this as a social call, then. I suppose we'll spare the good mead.
Nintrenger merely side-eyed the mage before addressing Fyverin once more.
Your birdkin pet was one thing, Seneschal, but are we to permit you to entertain high-profile representatives of the outside world and to hide potential threats to our people? The outer gates have been set on high alert, Fyverin said evenly, and Gezerdeberung is under increased security, including Chancellor offices and the Peak Tower Gate.
Slow, distrusting gazes were cast at Allie and her companions by Nintrenger and many of her apparent allies.
Though friends of your executive bootlicker are readily permitted entry, it seems.
Rockelig grip tightened on her javelin staff, prompting Lethold to sweep in with a warm smile.
Ushunasil was always the silver-tongued of us. Let us see if Norman Cal's meek honesty carries your old teacher through. Administrator Nintrenger, if I may. I'd hoped that myself and Balgi could be numbered among your friends as well. At the very least, I recall your expressing gratitude at our nomination of you toward your current position.
Allie blinked.
Why in blazes would they have done that?
And why would their recommendation have carried any weight? Nintrenger dipped her head.
The pair of you proved your lack of ambition on your previous visit, aye? And the compromise you helped us to reach helped to stave off any violent fallout of our opposing grievances. But that doesn't grant you leave to enter and exit our nation at your leisure.
She moved to claim Zeja's vacated chair, motioning for her fellows to assume the other free seats.
I hereby call this emergency session of the Surface Council to order.
Fyverin visibly in and exhaled deeply, stiffly returning to her seat while Rockelig stood at glowering attention at her shoulder.
Lethold Brighthand, the administrator continued. Balgi Darksight. Announce those you've brought with you within Velobeskite's borders and your business within the territory of King Garkamet.
Allie found herself matching Fyverin's deflated sigh. It seemed like things among the dwarves weren't promising to be quite so simple as Captain Staurveg had presented. Chapter 24 Mastery. Hands clasped behind his back, Tanner wished that he and his friends had possessed the foresight to sit at the table before Nintrenger and the rest of the council had come in. There weren't enough chairs for everyone, and now he and his fellow non-dwarves were left to cluster and listen as Lethold and Balgi took up the task of stating their purpose in the Infinity Grove, and appealing for access to some pathway up the mountain. For at least 20 minutes now, Tanner thought, wincing as he flexed his tired legs and tried to distract himself with causing his fiery clothing to billow subtly. At the latest assurance from Balgi that nothing about an apparent holy site would be disturbed, Nintrenger swiftly drew her wrists together, her vambraces issuing a magically resonant clang that drowned out the orc's words. "I'm sorry," said the administrator, sounding about as apologetic as a bird of prey biting the head off its meal. "Permitting outsiders within the Vishvriatri, and to receive the second message without divine proof, no less, would be irresponsible, even were we not facing an unprecedented threat from invaders." Tanner cleared his throat, finding his tongue spurred into motion by sheer impatience. "Just out of curiosity, what might divine proof look like? Maybe we picked it up somewhere and didn't even realize it." He still wasn't sure what this second message was supposed to mean or was supposed to do for anyone, but the sooner they heard it, the sooner they could get back to finalizing Veladrok's wings. Nintrenger's cold gaze settled on the foxkin. "If ye mock our ways—" He raised his hands before him. "No, I'm serious. We've been known to come across important items without figuring it out until later." "It's not an item," Fyverin growled out the side of her mouth as she stared sharp frustration at the administrator. "At the conclusion of the first message, Rhys Lansferrer told my Queen Terving that his next words would be spoken to those who'd mastered the four, knowing only the one." Tanner's snout twitched. "The four... what?" "Kunarish," Allie volunteered, then shrugged. "Or that's what Kravog calls them at least." Nintrenger glanced down to her right wrist in shocked disbelief, as though receiving some kind of verification of Allie's words, then shot to her feet. "You claim to have communed with the Balancer?" The blaze in her eyes seemed to dare Allie to confirm the outrageous assertion. Unsurprisingly, she did. "Yeah, on an ongoing basis, actually. He says hello." Tanner felt a pulse of raw power through their link, as he often did when Allie seemed to be having a chat with the scorpion entity. Allie snorted. "Actually, he says I should shut up, but it didn't seem like we were getting much of anywhere without name-dropping. Being a lady's taught me a few things, like how mentioning the right player can change the terms of a negotiation." Tanner held his breath as a fuming Nintrenger stalked toward Allie, glaring up into the human's face. "Have a care, heroine," she spat. "We know much of your exploits, but if you attempt to deceive us in this, no reputation will save you from our wrath." "Fine," Allie said through her tight smile. She held out her hand. Biriak manifested within it, blade downward, in a pulse of grey light. Every counselor but Nintrenger flinched as Allie nodded down to the dagger. "You'll need to hold on to my focus." Eyes twitching, Nintrenger slowly did so, curiosity breaking through her veil of fanatical anger, as her fingers closed around the hilt and Allie's hand. Recalling his own first encounter with Kravog, Tanner grimaced in expectant sympathy. "Good luck, lady. Even for a dwarf, you're about to feel awfully small." Rage instantly melted into something between rapturous wonder and abject fear on Nintrenger's face, as Allie felt a link similar to the one she shared with her friends join her mind to the dwarfs through Biriak. Kravog had informed her that this wasn't a feature typical of foci, but that it could corroborate her words through the trace of itself left within those of dwarven blood. But the Thakur hadn't been happy about Allie forcing its hand.
"I'd not have tipped the scales in your deliberations,"
Kravog informed the dwarf.
Had my champion of circumstance not invoked my name.
Allie couldn't put Nintrenger's response into words, but she seemed to be pleading for forgiveness and guidance.
I cannot determine your course,
Kravog replied.
Simply know that the choice you make will determine the place your people hold in the world for centuries to come.
Nintrenger nodded weakly, gasping as her hand fell from Biriak. She trembled, her eyes watering.
Do not attempt to wield me in such a manner again, mortal.
Kravog's voice meanwhile intoned darkly in Allie's thoughts. Swallowing, Nintrenger slowly turned to regard Fiverin, Rokalig, and her fellow council members.
We will,
she stammered, drawing herself to her full height.
Allow the outsiders to demonstrate their mastery of the Four.
Eyes wide in surprise, Fiverin inclined her head to the administrator, then turned to her equally surprised visitors.
Very well. The final forms of either shaping or consumption will qualify. Beginning with Hemaed, have any of your number managed to heal someone on the brink of cold death, or to capture a being's life echo?
Something almost fearful flashed through the group link, and Allie saw Jack lean more heavily into Ember's side. Before the huntress could voice whatever thoughts she might be having, however, Lethold reached down to rest a hand on Gefnar's shoulder and ease the gnome forward.
I'd suggest examining the temple guardsman's pendant.
Gefnar's face creased in bafflement as Nintrenger stepped forward to do so. You mean like a memory talisman? He pointed over at Allie. She has one, but she didn't make it. It was sort of passed on to her after. Nintrenger's gasp cut him off as she brushed her glowing fingers against the fiery flower of Nomenkau that dangled from the gnome's neck.
Is that a dragon?
Gefnar blinked, sharing a bewildered glance with the others.
Well, we fought one a while back, but I don't even know how to.
Allie discovered a broad smile on her face as she recalled the encounter along the besieged walls of Varbius Keep during the Dragon War. She saw Gefnar seemingly crushed, then glowing fiercely with Nomenkau's light as he scaled the beast and cut it down.
I've never seen you shine so brightly, before or since.
As though in a daze, Gefnar reached up to clutch the pendant. Tanner chuckled and stooped to clap his friend on the back.
Told you Nomenkau was with you, Gef.
Stirring from her own surprise, Fiverin quickly wrote on a page before her.
Moving on, I suppose. More neg. Have any of your number safely consumed fire in excess of their own reserves, or shaped the Cunerum from within into a stable, tangible form?
Her gaze settled pointedly on Tanner and his ever-shimmering clothes. Allie grunted.
Pretty sure he's got both of those covered. He absorbed a fire barrage big enough to take out a city, and he can sing his clothes into existence.
Tanner scuffed the floor with the toe of his boot as his eyes fell. I'm working on making other stuff. Zeja gave a fluttering hop over to the foxkin, plucking at the fiery fabric of his clothing, while Tanner resignedly let it happen.
Such impressive stitching,
the Phoenix Blood muttered.
Woven perfectly from individual threads of flame. Even mages of my own people would be envious.
Again, Nintrenger looked down to her right vambrace in amazement.
Some form of truth-sensing magics, like Thrilliga's automatons?
And she nodded at Fiverin to continue.
Skishod,
said the Seneschal, scribbling more notes.
Have any of your number correctly discerned future probabilities to within a final accuracy of 5%, or successfully tethered a past moment to your present?
From Fyverin's side, Rockelig shot Balgi a friendly smile. The old orc laughed, stepping back as though to excuse himself.
I've managed the former, but this little test is for the youngsters.
Nodding, Nintrenger studied the indicated faces, seeming to grow confused and slightly angry when no one in the group seemed to have an applicable story at the ready. Sighing, Nelina stepped forward.
I've undergone the touch of a sea dragon's mind fire, if that will suffice.
Rocklig's mouth fell open.
And you've retained your mind? Such as it is,
Jack mumbled. Nelina offered a meek shrug.
The dark power is especially treacherous in such things,
Nintrenger declared, studying the tigerkin with unchecked surprise.
To balance between past and present is no small feat.
Allie raised an eyebrow, stretching a hand out, palm upward.
Dark, as in like this?
She had to focus to make the power that manifested naturally in pulsing grays now to revert to the purplish, crackling tendrils of ink she'd wielded when bound to Shroud. At the jolt of alarm from every dwarf present, she let the thrashing nexus of magic reduce to a pinprick in her palm.
I have this courtesy of the last Thekur who rode around in my head.
Nintrenger drew back, mingled fear and respect flashing in her eyes.
Such ease, but wielded only as a destructive power.
Fyverin scowled.
Can we not still count this demonstration as mastery? The very fact that she can touch Skishod in such a way with the control to keep from destabilizing everything around her.
Allie shuddered, missing the rest of the Seneschal's appeal as she dismissed the power. She may have forgiven herself for it, but Shala's death would always be her deepest pain.
No,
Nintrenger was shaking her head.
Some skill over past or present is still required.
Tanner cleared his throat. We did all survive a trip into the past and back. The administrator's eyes narrowed.
This is how you claim to have encountered a dragon, then?
At the responding nods, she rubbed at her temples.
Impossible. Perhaps the tigerkin or the blonde one's mind could have withstood the strain. I wasn't there,
Nelina offered unhelpfully.
But the rest of you would have been driven mad by the conflicting pulls of past and present.
Rockelig whispered something, the top of her staff flashing before a smile came to her face.
Unless their minds were joined somehow.
She nodded to Allie.
Your power could then have shielded them.
Tanner gulped.
Blazing magic.
There's always something trying to wreck your brain. Jack, meanwhile, simply sent a grateful smile Allie's way.
Well, I'm glad you were present for yet another reason, then.
Gefnar bowed his head to the reluctant Nintrenger.
Our minds were joined before we set out from Dragon's Nest. One of the priestesses provided us with a concoction to allow for better communication.
Fyverin laughed softly, scratching out some more words with her strange, sleek quill.
Mastery.
Nintrenger practically threw up her hands.
Of the most peculiar variety, but yes, I can see no other explanation.
Then we come at last to Tynefell, the Seneschal announced.
Have any of your number crafted a stable pattern of the green?
Jack felt as though the stone floor at her feet had been swept away, leaving Ember to stoop under her swaying form.
What did you call it?
She felt her friends staring at her, and a crushing sense of foolishness seemed to close in. The power she'd seen strung between the great spires in Lorsin, the strange statue of greenest metal they'd encountered, even the so-called vermin races she'd come to lead. The green.
I guess some things really are that simple.
Ember's eyes came around to lock with hers.
Almost.
Fyverin, meanwhile, glanced quickly to Rockelig, who seemed unable to offer any clarity on Jack's question.
The fourth Cunerum, Tynufel, it is sometimes referred to as the green. Do you possess the aforementioned skill with it?
No, Jack said blankly.
And yet I'm supposed to unite it somehow?
A timid voice rose from near the doors.
I think I might.
Jack had almost forgotten that Marima was there, all eyes turning to the woman now as her eyes drifted closed. Her features creasing in something like self-revulsion, Marima rippled, her skin and skeletal structure reverting to that of a snake-blood. Each dwarf present recoiled, siphoning air from the room with their powerful lungs.
"Pelhood!"
Nintrenger gasped. Marima bowed her head in a convincing approximation of shame.
"Dimi silg to my people,"
she winced.
"My captor's people."
Fyverin leaned forward over her notes.
"And you retain your sanity?"
Tanner shot the snakeblood a reassuring nod, even as he shifted with discomfort at recalling his own inability to keep from colliding with his sister's soul after Okizi's waking, and when the two had still been joined. Reptilian eyelids slid shut and open as Marima visibly adjusted to speaking with her forked tongue.
"Yes, and I think it's something to do with the patterns you mentioned. When I was first trapped in this snakeblood form, that's how I envisioned separating my consciousness from that of my host, building our mirror images piece by piece in a mindscape of green threads."
Jack knew that their prisoner must be lying, but Nintrenger stroked her right vambrace, nodding along.
"Impressive. To stave off the madness of two joined souls."
She motioned with her chin toward Nelina.
"It's much like anchoring oneself in the present against the draw of the past and future with ski-shod, and equally as difficult."
Tigerkin and Snakeblood regarded each other, the former quickly offering a faint huff of dismissal. Tanner's eyes lit up. "So, that's it? We passed the test?"
"Yes,"
Fyverin said reluctantly, turning apologetically to Jack as she finished writing in her book.
"But each person who means to take the path to Vishvyatri must have achieved such mastery."
Ember's eyes shifted reprovingly back to Jack.
"Very well,"
Jack sighed internally.
"I believe that I have. The first achievement you mentioned. A few months ago, my former clan was attacked, and my little sister seemed to have fallen to an arrow."
Her voice faltered. She hated reliving this memory.
"Go on,"
Nintrenger said firmly.
"We need to hear the words." "She was dead,"
Jack bit out.
"Deyrnas was... And yet I somehow knew that it wasn't too late, that I could reach out and draw her back, return her to the fading spark left in her body."
She felt a hand on the side of her knee, her eyes finding the gnome who stood there through a hot sheen of bizarre tears.
"Jack,"
Gefnar whispered.
"We didn't know. That's incredible." "True mastery,"
Nintrenger affirmed, her head bobbing slowly.
Very well, Lethold. Balgi. You've brought us a band worthy to take the path up the mountain. She held her open hands up toward the ceiling. Let Lansfarer speak, if he deems them worthy.
Chapter 25. Uphill Struggles. Tanner drummed his foxkin claws on the patch of stone bench beside him, his gaze shifting from the large, grandiose door that sat on the opposite side of the hall to the broad windows that flanked it. They understand that we could just pop one of those open and fly up the mountain, right? From where she stood nearby, catching up on years of unshared experiences with Balgi and Lethold, Rokalig laughed.
They do, but this is rather a big moment for our people. The last message we received from the ancient king formed the basis of our entire modern society. So we're bound to have a bit of ceremony when the door to the path is opened again.
What if we just coasted down into the city? Gefnar ventured eagerly. Then, at Tanner's frown,
Come on, we've barely even seen the inside of the barung.
Is he even using that word correctly? We're not here to sightsee, Gef. He shot a hard stare at the old adventurers who'd brought them to the land of the dwarves. We hear whatever old Reese has to say, then we skip town before the vermin throng moves in, get Veladrak her wings, and see if we can't knock a Thecur out of Allie's head. Lethold's wizened eyes settled briefly on his old student.
And what leads you to believe that these goals are mutually exclusive, Master Surehammer?
Tanner decided that he didn't care for the way the headmaster used Curtis's name. Aggravatingly patient, like he's waiting for me to learn something he already knows. He could better understand Allie's problem with authority if this was the authority she'd been under before. Antothica had never felt so justifiably self-righteous. The man carries a Thecur around in his head for a few decades and thinks he has all the answers. Truthfully, however, Tanner was torn. He shared Gefnar's interest in exploring a previously unknown culture, especially one that seemed to have a far greater handle on magic than the rest of Deyrnas. But one thing at a time. They could come back someday, when their more immediate problems were dealt with. Allie, meanwhile, motioned with a thumb toward Rokalig.
They're not trying to hide Verlibiskite from us. They're trying to hide us from Verlibiskite.
Rokalig and the helmeted guards that still flanked the seated group shifted uncomfortably.
Word of you will get around, the mage allowed, but you'll cause quite a stir when it does, especially when it's learned that even Nintranger has allowed you to take the path to Vishviatri. I suspect she and the rest of the Surface Council will try to turn these events to their advantage somehow, but others would have you arrested on the spot, probably on suspicion of being involved in the Verminthrong movement toward our borders.
From her spot on the end of the bench, past a disappointed Gefnar, Zeja looked up, eyes wide and beak falling open.
Oh, but they aren't. We know that,
Rokalig assured the Phoenix Blood, barely audible over the rush of cold wind beyond the seamless, unshaking windows.
Whatever extremist who made the claim might even know that. But despite the requisite ignorance of 3 Kunerish, and a reported indication that it would, in fact, be those of other blood who received it, some dwarves have clung for centuries to the prospect that the second message would also be delivered to our kind directly.
At Zeja's continued stare of confusion, Tanner sighed. They'd lie, Zeja. Something like rapid gulps of air sounded from the Phoenix Blood's throat, her vibrant plumage flaring as she gave an indignant head waggle.
How positively fiendish!
More to the matter at hand, Jack cut in, glancing to the pair of unlikely guests in the party, Urquita having reverted to her human form. Are we really expected to have these two accompany us to hear such potentially sensitive information? Urquita hung her head. She'd gone quiet since showing Marima's snake-blood face, and Tanner could only imagine how troubling it had to be to willingly wear the form of a woman who'd held her trapped for so many years. The demi-silgue was clutching the sleeved stump of her arm, and Tanner thought hardly, for the first time, how much cold anger he'd receive from Jack if he were to ask his friend's older sister, Janissa, or the more mechanically minded Thrilliga, to see about restoring the limb. Nelina, however, simply laced her hands behind her head. I hardly think anything a dead human might have to say could interest me greatly. You are more than welcome to leave me behind. In a cell, Jack amended firmly. A minute shrug. Provided I am supplied with enough dwarven literature to keep me entertained, while deprived of your far more stimulating presence. They'll be going with you, I'm afraid, Fyverin announced as she approached with the stone-faced members of the council. Their own strains of mastery are sure to be far from coincidence. Nintrenger squared her shoulders, presenting an oversized metal key that looked to be of a different shade than Lorsen copper. They go, or no one does. Tanner wasn't sure if the ensuing growl came from Ember or Jack. What about Lethold and Balgi, then? Said the huntress, gesturing sharply to the pair. Surely they're masters in their craft. They've forfeited their right to walk freely within Gozerdaberung, said Fyverin, turning an apologetic smile to the old adventurers. Frowning, Tanner looked to the guards that had accompanied them every step of the way through the dwarven stronghold. Rockelig gaze fell to her feet as Tanner's companions seemed to grasp the truth as well. They haven't been keeping an eye on us. Again, the guards squirmed at the attention, Nintrenger stepping forward to present the key. They'll be cared for in your absence. Allie stood slowly, ignoring the key as she studied Lethold's sad smile. But they won't be leaving the Infinity Grove with us either. Shock and a profound sense of second-hand loss swept through Tanner as he shot to his feet. What? Why? They knew the conditions if they were to return, Fyverin sighed. Nintrenger stiffened. But the cause for their conditional arrest is something not to be discussed.
It's all right, youngsters,
Balgi declared.
Though, if I may make a humble request, you'll find my nephew Cardieg to have arrived back in Arinak Sanctuary when you depart. Tell him that I'm sorry for my deception, but I knew he would have insisted on accompanying me here and sharing in my punishment. I couldn't allow that. There's still much for him to see and do.
He's your apprentice, said Jack, accusation in her eyes as she eased to her feet as well. Is that why we are the ones you chose to hear this message? So that in bringing us here you could hide from your nephew's sight? Tanner felt his lip curl in a snarl. Yeah, we don't really care for being used like that. Lethold shook his head.
No. The message is for all of you. This journey was a long time coming.
And the reason you both had to make it? Allie snapped, a strange sort of pain straining her words.
Will become clear to you in time, I hope,
her old teacher informed her, glancing to the guards for permission before drawing closer and spreading his arms wide. Allie rigidly refused to match the embrace, leaving Lethold to let his arms droop to his sides.
So, that's it? You're just going to leave Arinak Sanctuary in the hands of Lighttree Yin and Cedo? Cedo?
Lethold offered a sad smile.
They'll soon realize they've been prepared for it. I hope that you'll embrace your destiny when the time comes as well.
At his student's non-committal grunt, he added,
Will you come to see us when you return from the path, before leaving?
If the passengers in our heads need to talk some more,
Allie replied with a taut shrug, striding for Nintrenger and hoisting the key from the administrator's hands. Nintrenger's face creased in a well-used frown.
You were meant to recite, "Oh, very well."
Sensing that it was time to make the climb, Tanner and the others fell in behind Allie, who jammed the key into its waiting hole at her waist height when she reached the door.
Try not to worry too much about Lethold and Balgi,
Tanner heard Rockelig whisper from behind, and he turned to see that she'd trailed them across the hall, the top of her javelin staff beginning to brighten. The dwarven mage gave a determined smile.
If all goes well, I may have a way to set them free.
Yeah? Tanner snorted. What are you going to do? Rewrite whatever dwarven law got them into this? Rockelig visibly flinched at the question, something like guilt tugging at her eyes. But then Allie was cranking the key clockwise, with Tanner now close enough to see that marble-sized orbs of brackish purple resin, pale blue memory stone, and swirling golden light were arrayed along the base. Something clunked into place deep within the stone, and, at a whispered incantation from Rockelig, magic pulsed from her focus to ease the massive slabs outward. Midday's sun filtered through sparse, tumbling snowflakes to illumine a curving trail of long, shallow steps formed into the rock of the mountain, the path seemingly free of any ice or even shallow drifts of snow. Huh. Maybe walking won't be so bad, Tanner muttered, stepping out into the biting chill. Yeesh! Or maybe we all hop on Ember the second they're not watching. His eyes meandered up the steps to where they curved out of view from the start of the crevasse where the doors of Gozerdabarung opened, almost as high as the tower they'd arrived in by the lift they'd taken. His teeth already chattering and lungs heaving with the elevation, Tanner issued a soft chant, accompanied by a flourish of his fingers about his shoulders. A long, flowing coat, brimming with warmth, manifested and draped about him like fire climbing impossibly downward. He smiled about at his companions as the climb began. Much better. Anyone else need an update to their wardrobe? It was probably close to an hour before Allie felt calm, and exhausted, enough to slow her pace up the path.
Why in blazes am I so upset anyway?
She scolded herself, gripping the lapels of the odd, fiery fabric sung into coat form for her by Tanner and fanning the frosty air of the mountain pass toward herself. She realized that, on top of being overheated, she was panting heavily, her lungs burning with the thin air.
How are you feeling?
Allie craned her neck around to regard her huntress friend, gratified that she was out of breath too. Even Ember was huffing out great clouds of vapor.
I'll answer that question if you do,
Allie replied with a grunt. Jack nodded, blowing out her reddened cheeks as Tanner, Gefnar, Nelina, and Marima closed the last few steps to the near right-angle landing where Allie had stopped.
I don't love the company. We've been made to keep, but Tanner's right. The sooner we conclude our business here, the sooner we can see about setting everything straight.
We can only hope it will prove so easy.
Loose strands of sand-blonde hair whipped about Allie's face as the wind they'd intermittently escaped along the path seemed to funnel down the pass right to her, whistling eerily. Neither unwelcome member of the party seemed to have missed Jack's words, but they also weren't surprised.
"That's not what I'm asking."
Jack saw her other friends looking to her expectantly as well, and sighed.
"As I said, Deyrnas' brush with death was some time ago, and she's seemed perfectly healthy since."
"It's still a traumatic thing to go through," Gefnar pressed, breathing into his clasped hands. "And a lot of responsibility," Tanner added, smiling. "And here we thought Gef was the best healer in the group."
"He may still be,"
said Jack, resting a hand on Ember's neck.
"I didn't accomplish what I did alone."
Tanner gave a farcically sincere nod. "You're right, and those storms you conjure are just as shabby." Jack relented with a soft laugh.
"Point made. I just hope I never have to push myself that far again."
Nelina smiled thinly.
"Well, in the interest of saving you trouble, those of us outside of your favor will be sure to suffer any mortal wounds that may be incoming."
Marima remained silent, standing still with her fire cloak wrapped tightly about her shoulders, and Jack ignored the Tigerkin's comment.
"Now you,"
she prompted Allie with a thrust of her chin. Groaning, Allie left the wind as the only sound for a few long seconds, long enough to catch her breath.
"Well, Gravog says that Lethold's location shouldn't prevent Nomencal from doing whatever she needs to do to get the so-called Shaper Thecur where and when they need to be. To get Gravog back where it needs to be."
Jack's lips puckered in amusement.
"That's not what I was asking." "I don't know,"
Allie moaned.
"I guess, even while I was away, knowing that Lethold was still at Arinak Sanctuary teaching new students, I guess it was comforting."
Tanner dipped his head, eyes creasing in apology. "It's natural to be worried about him. If Swidona's your mother figure, Lethold would be the father." A sharp but resigned anger kneaded Allie's gut.
"I guess."
"And if he's so close to Nomencal," Gefnar ventured, "this must be all her will, right?"
"Perhaps, but even Thecur must work with what is before us."
Allie folded her arms.
"Maybe. You should at least say goodbye when we return,"
Marima blurted, shrinking away from mostly sharp gazes.
"Farewells and affections left unspoken have a way of rotting your soul."
As loathed as she clearly was to concede the point from such an unlikely source of advice, Jack nodded.
"If you're unlikely to see him again, it would be best to part on amicable terms."
Allie's thoughts turned to Crexus and Delagar. She hadn't known either very long, but their absence, and especially the way she'd left things with the former steward of the McAllister estate, still gnawed at her thoughts in quiet moments. Then, strangely, she thought of Cedo, the young man now entrusted with co-heading Arinak Sanctuary. He'd earned his every scar through gross irresponsibility, in Allie's estimation, and it had taken some time for her to realize why she'd found his continued escapades to be so offensive when they'd been students together.
"Not everyone can afford to make so many mistakes."
She swallowed, feeling hot tears battle the chill wind that swept across her eyes. At least Shala would have known at the end just how much she meant to Allie.
"Why do you look down on me so much?"
Cedo had once asked of Allie when, on the boy's return from his latest receipt of discipline from Lethold, He'd received yet another slap on the wrist for what Allie felt to be an incarcerating offense at the least. Lawn cutting with sheep shears. Allie easily conjured the scarred boy's frown in her mind. On all of us.
Because you throw around magic like it's a toy, Allie had snapped. Some fun inside joke, if I ever slipped up again.
Again? Cito had cut her off. When have you ever ripped a page? You're the most careful student I know. Allie had mutely seethed. Shredding her best friend into ash wasn't a topic she cared to talk about. And apparently Lethold had never felt the need to alert the other students to the potential danger she'd posed.
All the more reason never to make a wrong move, she remembered thinking.
His gaze softening, as though sensing he'd struck a nerve, Cito had sighed. Look, I'm sure Lethold would be just as forgiving if you ever broke a window. Allie had rolled her eyes.
You blew out the whole back corner of the building.
The point stands. He'd smiled. Lethold is our teacher, and he cares about all of us. We just have to trust that he knows what he's doing, even when we might think he's just being a pushover big softy for not putting some stupid kid in the stocks.
We don't have any stocks.
And no one's more thankful for that than me. Allie's later conversation with the other current co-head of the sanctuary had gone much the same, if far less frustratingly. Sure, he's a goof, Light-Rien had allowed after another incident caused by Cito a few days later. But he's our goof, and I'm sure it hasn't escaped your notice that the only person to be hurt in any of his shenanigans is himself.
So far.
Granted, but his concern is for the safety of others. The question it all comes down to, Allie, is do you trust Lethold's judgment? The words chafed in the present as much as they did in memory, prompting Allie to snap about and continue up the path.
Come on, we should find shelter before nightfall.
And continuing to move was easier than answering bothersome questions. Chapter 26. The Second Message. Jack ran her gloved fingers along the strange metal inside the twisted, yawning doorway as she stepped out of the wind. Evening was giving way to a rosy dusk outside, causing the mountaintop basin, where the path had ended, to seemingly plummet in temperature by the moment. The low clouds that wreathed Mount Gozerda's summit had greeted the travelers with a weighty fog that swirled in the crisp breeze, but didn't dissipate. Visibility was better inside the strange, boxy ruins that greeted Jack and her companions, the odd metallic surfaces cast in the harsh but hooded glow that rose in response to the visitors' entry. Strips of something like memory stone, enchanted to illuminate, seemed to outline the bent panels, their light stuttering as Jack brushed frost away from the strange etchings her fingers had discovered beside the crumpled doorway. She didn't recognize the writing exactly, but the meaning seemed to drift to her through their mental link as Tanner drew up and read over her shoulder. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that he can understand it. Vish Vyatri, the foxkin read aloud, melted snow along his fur sizzling into steam as he brought his fiery power up to a controlled pulse. I guess this is the place.
Wasn't expecting ruins,
Allie grunted, her eyes sliding about the small, sparse chamber. Jack nodded. Or just a single building, nearly covered in snow.
I suspect this structure is larger than it may appear,
Nelina offered, stepping into a crooked hallway through a thinner interior doorway. The frame of this one looked largely intact, but there was no actual door to be seen. More light met the Tigerkin's advance. Marima hugged her arms to her chest, casting her eyes about warily to the dents and cracks in the floor and ceiling. Jack almost expected the disguised snakeblood to start flicking her tongue out to taste the air.
But what happened here? This building is battle-scarred like it was under siege, but who would assault a place atop a mountain? And why? It may have been strong once, but there aren't even any battlements.
Tanner nodded. If anything, this place was built mostly for survival in extreme cold. My question is, who'd want to live all the way up here in the first place?
Maybe they didn't have a choice,
said Allie, following Nelina deeper into the structure.
We're supposed to find a message from Rhys Lancefarer here. Maybe this is a place where humans retreated when the orcs started hunting us.
Jack pondered the question as Ember was the last to shoulder his way into the corridor.
It's possible, I suppose. Even the northern clans share the stories about the first human king personally gathering human stragglers together.
Gefnar frowned studiously at their surroundings. Not that guessing gives us any better idea about what we're actually supposed to do here. Cold silence fell as everyone slowly turned back at finding the downward slope of the passage blocked off by ice. It seemed that, though light still shone within the building, there was a distinct lack of heat, either by magic or fire. Which was how Jack found herself leading the way up a brief incline, peeking into small side chambers before stepping into perhaps the most peculiar room she'd ever encountered. As the lights came up, Jack saw that she stood at the center of an interior wall, and she had the distinct impression that she was in the back of a crowd gathered to witness something on stage. Chairs were mounted in the floor and along odd sloped surfaces that flanked the largely vacant center of the chamber. More of the oddly upholstered seating was fastened there in a slight arc, everything deliberately angled toward a sleek curved desk. But the desk was facing the wrong way. Rather than being oriented toward those who might enter, it too sported seats that faced the far wall. A wall that, so far as Jack could tell, was equally strange, if not altogether deserving of such attention. Broad, arching windows dominated much of the tilted surface, but great metal shutters seemed to be slid into place, obstructing any potential view. Curiosity spurring her steps, Jack stepped cautiously across the uneven floor, more lights rising to greet her. Tanner came up alongside, examining the unusual desk. His foxkin claws scraped a portion of the thin ice, and, scowling as if confused by his own actions, he tapped a few times with his fingertips.
Visual interface inoperable. A friendly, androgynous voice seemed to speak from the walls. Please provide neural or verbal command.
Jack, having stiffened and reached for her sword at the abrupt sound, relaxed her grip on Helfade's hilt, sensing no threat. She shared a silent, baffled look with the others, who'd clustered near the desk. Shrugging, Tanner cleared his throat. Hello? Silence. What if I don't know how to give, normal commands, and I don't know what to say?
Personnel with proper clearance should interact with this vessel intuitively via their implants, the voice informed him, seeming neither guarded nor offended. And an index of all valid verbal commands is provided in every standard database for passengers who may not have completed basic training.
Nelina looked about the chamber skeptically.
Vessel? Database,
Allie muttered. Tanner shrugged, still addressing the sourceless voice. So, can I have the index?
Personnel with proper clearance should have access to all standard procedures via their implants.
As in that normal thing again, Tenor groaned. Look, we're not normal. Is there a book?
Whereabouts of physical copy unknown.
Tanner was raking his claws through his facial fur now. Could you just...
Open the shutters, please, Jack interjected. Sometimes the obvious solution.
With a shrieking like talons raking against a sheet of tin, the faceted metal shutters on the exterior of the strange wall of windows jerkily retracted, granting the room's occupants a slightly fogged and frosted view of the depression in which the building sat, partially nestled beneath seemingly endless snow. Tanner blinked, staring out across the vast drifts and rocky outcroppings as the last of the evening's vibrant light spilled into the room. Hey, weird voice. How are you able to understand us anyway?
I've been programmed to anticipate numerous potential permutations in the dialects loaded into this vessel's database.
Marima frowned.
Programmed?
The meaning fell into place for Jack, however.
Like Thrilliga did with her automatons, a similar technology seems to be built into this structure.
Vessel, Allie corrected, arms folded as she peered through the set of slanted windows.
So, Vishvyatri? Awaiting command. You're some kind of snow ship? When fully operable, this vessel is capable of traversing atmospheric conditions including inclement weather, among other environments.
Gefnar reached up to run a hand along one of the padded arms of the central seats. But you're not fully operable.
No.
Tanner's eyes lit up. Could we fix you? There's a bit of a war going on, and another ship against the Thalassan League might be helpful.
This vessel has been deliberately disabled. Mobility would require extensive repairs and a new fission-based power source. I'm guessing that's not one of the 4 Kunerish, Jack ventured.
She could have sworn that Ember's resulting snort seemed greatly amused.
No.
Visibly deflated at the assurance that she wouldn't be captaining the fancy metal ship any time soon, Nelina waved her arms up at the ceiling.
Enough of this. We've been dispatched to receive a message from Rhys Landsfarer. Do you know how we are meant to accomplish this? This vessel possesses the message in question. The retrofit that sustains light and emergency power through use of local energy sources permits me to assess the requisite parameters to establish communications. These parameters have been met.
Jack shared a wary look with her friends.
Communications?
Then there was another person in the room with them. Gefnar leapt back from the central chair he'd been touching with a yelp when it was abruptly occupied, sword drawn when he planted his feet, matching the weapons and magics brought to bear by Jack and the others. The new figure stiffened in the chair, raising his hands before him in a show of peace. Even amid the odd shimmer that seemed to cover his body, Jack assessed that the man's skin was slightly darker than her own, his human proportions comfortably filling the seat as though it had been made for him. Blue-gray eyes sparkled above his disarming smile, wavy black hair drooping to pronounced cheekbones as he slowly gripped the lapels of his odd, form-fitting clothing, adjusting it over his athletic build.
Well,
he chuckled, his voice faintly echoing but undeniably rich.
You're all certainly jumpier than the last one.
Jack assessed that the man was perhaps a few years older than Jainaf, flecks of gray just beginning to touch his temples and full beard, edging out the natural red highlights. When no one moved or responded, the man's almost too thick brow furrowed.
You can understand me, right? Sin told me the magic was set to compensate for any language barrier. We can understand you, Jack affirmed, lowering health aid as she stepped forward. We just weren't expecting you. The man's eyes widened. Really? I'm told you should have been. I'm Rhys Narayan.
Tanner cocked his head. You mean Landsfarer? Rhys shrugged.
If you like. I think what Jack means, Allie warily added, stepping up between the other two, is that we were expecting a message, not you like this. Ah.
Rhys nodded amicably.
I gather this is special delivery, so I guess the confusion's understandable. Apparently, I'm uniquely suited to talk to folks in the future like this. Something about being born in this place 3 times over.
Another shrug.
Or that's what Sin says anyway.
Sin? Prompted Gefnar. Rhys flashed his charismatic smile once more.
Old friend of mine. First person I met here, actually. We mostly get along, though I don't think he'll ever let me live down making his people into elves.
Allie shook her head in bewilderment.
What are you talking about? Zautep made the elves. Zautep made the firstborn,
Rhys corrected gently, his eyes also narrowing in confusion.
Sin's people weren't elves until we got here. They really don't teach any of this in your history books.
Just the making of the original races, said Tanner, visibly intrigued.
Technically shaping, apparently,
Rhys replied, his frown then unfurling as if in sudden realization.
Ah, hell. If you don't know about any of this, that means... Shit. Someone must have found her notes or something.
Then, gauging the expectant faces around him.
Look, this gets a bit confusing, and I don't really understand it either. But Kiri... Another friend... She says there's a way to record events that uses all 4 Kunerish. It makes them part of the world's very identity. Thing is, and it's hard to do, you've got to match equal and opposite power exactly, or something, or there's a way to undo those records.
So the books are lost? Tanner asked, subdued. Rhys shook his head.
Worse. It's like what was recorded never happened. Accounts of it are erased everywhere, and it's ripped from living memory. Even physical evidence can be lost.
Jack shuddered at a sense of nameless dread.
Is this your message, then? A nebulous warning about things we can't hope to remember?
The supposed first king of the humans slumped slightly in his chair.
No, just something to look out for, I guess.
Allie grunted, pushing sand-blonde hair from her flushed face.
Could we get the actual message, then? We have places to be.
On the one hand, Jack was relieved to find that she wasn't the only one eager to move on from the oddly troubling topic. Even Gefnar appeared uneasy, and Tanner felt positively spooked through their link. But she caught Ember's side-eye, feeling a stab of shame at what looked and felt to be the disappointment there. But Jack couldn't help the urge to sweep Rhys's words aside. They chilled her heart with feelings of loss, doom, and irrevocable change. Oh, right. Tanner laughed uneasily, causing the fiery cloaks he'd conjured for the others to disperse with a flourish of his foxkin features. Warmer in here. Sorry. Allie nodded her gratitude, swaying her arms to cool them in the still chilly chamber. Rhys, meanwhile, looked on, scrutinizing his guests across time.
Tough crowd. All right, down to business.
He shrugged.
Apparently, I can't directly change anything anyway.
His smile returned, leveling on Tanner.
I take it you're the one who burns bright.
Tanner smiled, calling up fire to dance along his palms. I've been known to set a few fires. A gentle guffaw sounded from Rhys's abruptly sobering face.
Well, I wish I had better words for you. If you're here, I'm supposed to say that you're separate but unsevered. Your time draws to a close, but your brightest flame has yet to burn.
Shock and confusion lanced through the link, but before Tanner or anyone else could respond, Rhys raised a hand.
I'm sorry. I couldn't tell you more if I wanted to. I only know what I've been told.
He then turned a skeptical look on Allie.
You're the Duchess.
Allie snorted.
Barely. Got a vague warning for me, too? No, actually. Just some friendly advice.
A smile softened the sympathy on the man's face.
Your freedom will unleash great power for shaping, but your greatest struggle will be in letting him go.
Allie's soft gasp accompanied panic and anger as her hand shot to the pendant she carried beneath her shirt.
Crexus,
Jack thought sadly. The temple guardsman who'd initially managed to crack Allie's rough exterior still shadowed her actions.
But why would laying his memory to rest be important to an ancient king?
Jack longed to take both of her troubled friends in a comforting embrace, though Tanner also seemed oddly tranquil for someone who'd just heard it suggested that he might die soon. Almost like he'd already known somehow.
So sorry about the whole vague pronoun thing,
Rhys laughed, shifting in his seat.
But I was told you'd know who I meant. And apparently names are less than clear when sifting through future probabilities anyway.
His gaze shifted to Jack.
I'm guessing by the big wolf that you're the huntress.
He winked at Ember.
Been a long time, and longer for you, I guess. Sorry again about, well, you know.
The wolf dipped his head, and Jack once again felt profound awe at the enormity of the life her truest friend had lived.
Lives,
she reminded herself.
And it seems King Lancefarer has also encountered a member of the Turnian in his own time. For you, Huntress,
Rhys continued,
I hope I have words of comfort. Unity doesn't necessarily mean eternal harmony, but the work that you've done, and will continue to do, will bring more to the world than a clan of all bloods. It'll bring a blood of all clans.
Absurd as it was, Jack felt that she almost understood what he meant, though she couldn't hope to put it into words.
We will all become so much more than we are.
The past king's eyes fell to Gefnar, who automatically drew up to attention. Rhys grinned.
At ease, warrior. Your heart is mightier than what you carry, and when the time is right, you'll be the greatest of the four.
Gefnar's presence recoiled in the link, but when he spun about to take in Jack, Tanner, and Allie, clearly hoping for someone to find the implication as ludicrous as he did, all he found were supportive smiles. Rhys had already moved on, scanning a guarded Nelina up and down.
The captain. I was told you were a long shot.
The Tigerkin's lips puckered.
I've been told as much all my life. You've a message for me?
Rhys nodded slowly.
A weird one. Well, an especially weird one. Time is short. Remember your mother tongue.
Nelina cocked an eyebrow.
How very underwhelming.
Hey, I was hoping you'd know what it meant, Rhys defended, shrugging. All the same, maybe crack open an old textbook or something. Then, finally turning to the quiet observer Marima had become. The unshackled. The snake-blood Demisilg tripped over her own tongue for a moment. I wouldn't presume. Good, thought Jack, shooting a glare over her shoulder at her. Rhys, however, chuckled. Well, I would. Sorry to say I'm guessing your message is another downer. He leaned forward. Potentially the most important, though. You haven't beaten her. She'll return, and when the moment arrives when she would wield you again, the only path to victory will be to surrender to her goal. But the choice to enact it must be yours. Cold silence hung in the chamber for a long moment, a deep melancholy pervading the link and Jack's own heart. She'd only felt this bereft upon losing her father. If it helps, Rhys sighed, gauging the dour faces of the far future. I was also told that having all 7 of you here would mean the best chance for the future Sin envisioned. The truth finally snapped into focus in Jack's mind. Sinarmiat, she breathed in disbelief. You've been speaking of... And Kiri would be... Yeah. Rhys cut her off, his tone sharp but playful. I've got famous elf friends. Can we go back to when you were all impressed by me? His smile faded. Look, if things hadn't gone right after I spoke with Terving, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Same with you and the final message I'm supposed to give. That doesn't mean everything will always be good or happy. It just means that all of you have an important role in shaping the future. What this world was, maybe always meant to be. But the final message... Well, let's just say that all this isn't the most unpleasant thing I'll have to tell someone today. The future's that bleak? Tanner asked, eyes drawn in spreading despair. Even if we do everything right? Rhys shook his head firmly. No. It'll just need new heroes willing to make the hard choices to save it. The king's image flickered in what Jack found she'd come to think of as his throne, and his sad smile returned. The connection is failing. And, look, I don't know what stories might be told about me in your time, but just know that at least nothing you could do could screw up this world more than I have. And he was gone, leaving his words to echo in the minds of those who'd heard them from across the ages. Chapter 27 Weighted Descent. Tanner didn't mean to trudge as he slipped silently back down the mountain pass with his companions. His feet just felt especially heavy. Your time draws to a close, but your brightest flame has yet to burn. Though he'd never thought much about what words he might have wanted to hear from a great leader of the past, Tanner was pretty sure an indication that he was about to die wouldn't have made the list. And what am I supposed to do with that knowledge anyway? He thought, finding that his brow hurt from holding a frown in the biting cold winds that were now at least more so at their backs. Much of the rest of Rhys's words had felt actionable somehow, or could at least be considered a polite nudge against future actions. Tanner gulped. And does it mean that I die by Joining with the fire? Rhys hadn't mentioned Tanner's death would coincide with his brightest flame, but the possibility couldn't be ignored. The equivalent of a soft slap in his thoughts jarred Tanner from his macabre musings, and he found himself raising his eyes to the most likely source. Allie's stern look over her shoulder matched the mental slap for concerned anger.
We don't know for sure that even was Rhys Landsfarer. And even if it was, he could have been lying, misinformed, or working with someone who was.
Sinarmiat? Said Gefnar, suitably apologetic at voicing the objection. The greatest elven seer ever? Allie shrugged sharply, snapping her eyes forward again.
Also a possible imposter. And we've apparently proven rather difficult for seers to predict in the past,
Jack pointed out, though Tanner noted that her hand had never drifted from Ember's neck, as the party had drifted wordlessly from the frozen mountaintop. There hadn't seemed much point in staying up there with the automaton voice going unresponsive after Rhys vanished.
Meaning she's as troubled as the rest of us. All the same,
Allie growled over at Urquita,
maybe we don't let you out of our sight.
The other woman nodded sullenly, shrinking into the fiery cloak Tanner had reshaped for her, but her foxkin benefactor scowled, momentarily forgetting the weight in his own heart. Would you leave her alone already? If anything, what we just heard confirms that she's been telling the truth about being trapped by Marima.
And implies that her hold is still strong,
said Jack, slipping into what Tanner had come to think of as her mom voice.
Also that there will be little choice but to submit to this Nickblood's will, Nelina added.
Though it was said blandly, Tanner couldn't help the feeling that the Tigerkin was delighting, at least a little, in someone else now bearing the brunt of the core group's distrust. Tanner swept to the front of the group, almost slipping on the steps. "She'll have a choice," he snapped, spinning back around to fix Urquita with a comforting smile. "And she'll make the right one." Urquita shut her eyes, almost seeming pained at the vote of confidence.
I appreciate that, Tanner, but I haven't earned your trust.
What do you mean? We've known each other since—
You know her,
Urquita spat, then inhaled shakily.
Or at least the fake version of Marima she wanted you to see.
It wasn't all fake, Tanner insisted, well aware that he sounded like a stubborn child. I know it. What was good in her, I think most of that came from you, and that person is my friend. Urquita slowly raised her drawn eyes to his as his smile returned. You're my friend. The person I've been angry at since I got a knife in my back. That's Marima. And knowing what you told us about her, I don't even hate her anymore. He shuddered at the memory of spewing fire to scorch Iramiz, the man who'd helped hunt his kind to near extinction. Hate doesn't get us anywhere. Marima, if you can hear me, I'm sorry for everything that happened to you, and I hope that you can find happiness someday, somehow. Urquita swayed on her feet, nearly dropping to a knee as she braced herself against the stony wall of the pass with her remaining arm.
Tanner,
she gasped.
Stop, please. Don't talk to her.
Trembling, she eased back to her feet, taking Tanner's offered hand.
I think it helps her fight her way back into control.
Tanner grimaced, draping an arm about the quaking woman's shoulders. Sorry. Are you all right?
I will be,
Urquita assured him with a tight nod. Then, smiling up to him weakly,
Thank you for calling me a friend.
The others were looking on uneasily when Tanner turned over to them. He stiffened at the scrutiny they still clearly leveled at Urquita. "None of us are in a position to condemn someone for horrible things outside of their control," he said coldly. One by one, Jack, Allie, and Nelina bowed their heads, conceding the point and clearly recalling painful memories of their own. Gefnar, meanwhile, cleared his throat, shooting Tanner a reluctantly supportive smile. "I guess not." He stepped toward Urquita, offering his hand up to her. "And Reese, or whoever that was, seemed to think that it was good that you were with us. Time will tell if he was right, but I guess the least we can do is make you feel a bit more welcome." Urquita tentatively took the gnome's hand, as her eyes brimmed with what Tanner hoped were happy tears.
"Thank you."
"Fine," Allie sighed.
"We'll find a nice dwarven tavern in Verlibeskyte and have a friendly meal or something. But first things first, how much are we telling the Seneschal and her council frenemies about what we just heard?"
Jack nodded slowly, as though she'd been mulling that one over as well. Tanner snickered self-consciously. He hadn't. But none of them were just told they were dying soon. He felt a small hand on his forearm and looked down to see that Gefnar was attempting a comforting smile up at him. "We don't know for sure, all right," the gnome whispered. "Landsfarer, well, Senarmiat might have meant something else. And Jack was right. Seers have had trouble unraveling your probabilities before." Tanner gave a weak laugh. "You're just trying to weasel out of being the greatest of the four." Gefnar's response was more of a soft, uncomfortable hum than a laugh.
"No, we seem to have made a habit of overturning establishments wherever we go,"
Jack was answering Allie's question.
"But perhaps we should consider the full implications of what might otherwise be the obvious course here. Fiverin certainly seems to be in the right, especially being aligned with a friend of Lethold's in Rokaleg. But we don't know the full extent of Nintrenger and the Council's grievances. Perhaps it really is stability rather than power that they seek."
Tanner cocked his head, studying the huntress. Jack had told them much of what had happened during her time back among her clan in the Aethelvir forest, but it hadn't struck Tanner until that moment how deeply those events had shaken his friend. She still advocated for what she believed to be right without reservation, but she seemed far more hesitant about conclusions in that regard. Gone was the focused young woman who'd known in her gut before any of the rest of them of the orc Demisilg, Tagathus's duplicity on the island of Nuzaim. But I guess we've all learned that things might not always be what they first seem. Nelina dipped her head at Jack's words.
"How very nuanced of you."
It was the wrong place for the compliment to originate, especially with the Tigerkin's sincerity never quite clarified in her tone. Jack leveled a hard stare at Nelina.
"Nuance and conscience aren't the dichotomy some believe them to be."
"Now, that's not fair either, Jack," Gefnar gently scolded. "I was there that night in Lorsen when Nelina sent a Thalassen League invader back to the Doyen. She's made her stand with us. Well, we're all being a bit more merciful with Urquita. Maybe we can cut Nelina some slack, too." The Tigerkin's face creased in what looked to be genuine gratitude toward Gefnar, but what caught Tanner's attention more was the way Allie's hand drifted up to grip the pendant beneath her shirt.
"Your freedom will unleash great power for shaping," King Lansfarer's words echoed in Allie's mind. "But your greatest struggle will be in letting him go."
She'd guessed whom the message indicated even before Gefnar's mention of showing mercy. But her friend's words had somehow seemed to cause the memory talisman gifted to her by Antothica to lance pain straight into her chest. Though she hadn't known Crexus well, the noble and stoic temple guardsman had helped her to take the first steps in healing the great wounds in her heart left by her inadvertent killing of Shala. And while the talisman had been a thoughtful gift, the shadow of Crexus's essence within nudging her towards a more merciful choice in crucial moments, she'd realized upon hearing Lansfarer's message that it was a pillar of support she no longer needed. She looked about the faces of her friends as they debated the point she'd raise. They held her heart now, providing all the foundation she needed to ensure she wouldn't become that scared, vindictive girl again. And she knew where Crexus's memory talisman now belonged. Still, she suspected that Rhys Lansfarer would be proved right. Letting Crexus go, along with all that he'd come to represent, might be the hardest thing she'd ever had to do. Allie stirred, realizing that the others had stopped talking. Jack, Tanner, and Gefnar all regarded her with mingled expressions of pride, admiration, and sympathy. Jack was first to step forward, and Allie realized that the world had also gone blurry past her stinging eyes as the other woman wrapped her in a taut hug, soon followed by the foxkin and gnome.
Stupid mental link,
Allie thought, though she couldn't help a quivering smile as she felt her friends enfold her.
We'll do our best to keep you safe, Tanner,
she said shakily, clinging to the young man in what had morphed into a kneeling embrace on a wide stone step.
And I don't need some ancient king to tell me that you all still have great things ahead of you.
Same to you, Tanner chuckled hoarsely. At an encouraging nod from Tanner, both Nelina and Urquita stepped forward, each resting a hand on either of the foxkin's shoulders, and regarding each other with begrudging acceptance. A soft, warm weight pressed down atop Allie's head, and it took her a moment to realize that the comforting presence was that of Ember, resting his chin at the center of the huddle.
I can see why Jack finds his touch so reassuring,
Allie thought with a smile, savoring this moment with her family. She briefly felt Kravog's otherwise distant presence resettle in her mind, as though it were about to say something, but decided against it. Even then, clinging to the memory of all that had passed between the heroes of Dragon's Nest, Allie suspected she knew what the crux of the words would have been, but she was grateful to the Thakur for not intruding. Not even bidding farewell to Jack within the Aethelvir had prepared Allie for the peculiar weight she felt now. Whatever the future held, they'd soon never all be together like this again.
Of course, dummy, she berated herself. Did you think we were all going to keep traipsing around the world together after getting Veladrock her new wings?
With that job soon concluded, disparate lives would likely see their paths diverging.
So we make the most of the time we have left.
She shuddered, recalling Lansfarer's words for Tanner.
However short it may be.
All the same, she found herself wanting to make every allowance for the best possible outcome.
Tanner, do you think you could carry something for me?
Chapter 28 Honored Guests. Silence seemed to reverberate off the vaulted stone walls of the Surface Council chamber, to the point where Jack half expected the embroidered robes weighing down the steely-eyed Nintrenger and her fellow dwarves in their meticulously masoned chairs to billow and snap, buffeted by some inaudible but fully tangible range of sound. So, the lead counselor's voice finally echoed about the semicircle of chairs and down into the concave audience floor. Not only do you decline to share the contents of the message, but you propose to dictate our response to the impending threat of the vermin throng. Jack folded her arms, staring coolly up at Nintrenger. You're putting words in our mouths, Counselor. We simply requested more time to debate amongst ourselves how best to act upon what we've heard, and offered a suggestion that you consolidate your forces in a place suitable for defense against airborne attackers. Standing practically at the foot of Nintrenger's chair, where she'd been performing her own address to the council when Jack and her companions had entered, Seneschal Fiverin glanced between the arrayed frowns of her fellow dwarves opposite the human gnome and half-breed conviction among their visitors. "Before any further harsh words have opportunity to be said," the king's all but disowned sister interjected, "I wish to point out that, despite the current distractions presented by the long-awaited second message and the potential assault by the vermin throng, the very presence of these outsiders among us is momentous in its own right. We've heard much of these heroes of Dragon's Nest, and their arrival heralds a possible end to dwarven isolation. Would it not be best, Nintrenger, to afford our guests every reasonable request, in the interest of beginning diplomatic relations with outside nations on sure footing?" Nintrenger's scowl never wavered, as her eyes briefly found Fiverin, then slid back over to Jack and the others. "Yes," she finally said, slowly. "To that end, we should also afford them our most lavish of hospitalities. Heroes of Dragon's Nest, you are now welcome to walk the streets of Elbiskite to sample the food, festivities, and culture, and we, the keepers of Gozerbarung, are pleased to provide you with a full squadron of our greatest warriors as escort." "How very generous," Jack thought, behind a tight smile, recalling Kelfevin's less than complimentary assessment of Nintrenger's maneuverings. Allie grunted. "And exactly how long are we going to be your honored guests?"
"That depends," Nintrenger said coldly, "on how quickly our hospitality loosens your tongues."
"Seriously?" Tanner sighed. "You're going to hold us hostage until we pass on Reese's message?"
"What's wrong?" Nintrenger growled. "Aren't the famously open-minded heroes of Dragon's Nest interested in sampling what our people have to offer?"
Her glare leveled on Allie.
"Were ye not favoured by Kravog, your stay would not be so pleasant, I assure you."
Jack knew that Tanner was rather eager to explore what was essentially a lost civilization come back to life, as far as the rest of the world was concerned, but they did have other places to be.
"What if we promise to return when we feel comfortable sharing the message?"
Gefnar offered.
"It's just, we've come a long way to help a friend." "Velidrock," Nintrenger interjected. "You seek to restore the dragon her wings."
"Very well informed," Jack grimaced. To his credit, Gefnar barely faltered.
"And such a friend would be grateful if we were to be on our way to see our arrangement fulfilled."
The lead counselor's lip curled in a sneer.
"It is good that we're all meant to be on the best of terms, servant of Nomencal. Else such a statement might be misconstrued as a threat."
Gefnar blinked.
"What? No, we only—"
"Perhaps our guests should begin their tour of the city immediately," Fiverin said sharply, a warning glance shot to either side of the exchange.
"Further debate may fall more gently on ears belonging to those who are fed and rested."
Jack nodded to the woman.
"She's probably right." "Very well, but you had one other simple request, Allie."
The Lady McAllister's eye was twitching in what Jack had once known as a precursor to an explosive manifestation of her dark power. Now, however, the young woman's lips parted in a false smile.
"Fine. If we're about to be escorted out of Gozerbarung, would it be all right if I spoke with Lethold first?"
Bewildered looks and sharp murmurings passed between the half-ring of seated counselors.
"What is this?" Nintrenger spat. "Some pitiful delaying tactic. Of whom do you speak?"
A mixture of confusion and anger flared through the link Jack shared with her friends, but as Allie took a few deep breaths to steady her rising annoyance, Jack studied the dwarven faces in the chamber.
They truly don't know who Allie is talking about.
Her eyes fell to the frowning seneschal.
Not even Fiverin.
This wasn't some strange play at ignorance. Not even sure why she did so, Jack forestalled Allie's frustrated retort by resting a hand on her friend's arm.
Our mistake. We thought an associate of ours might have preceded us here, but
she chuckled affectionately to sell the lie.
It seems that the man in question is as navigationally impaired as ever. We'll just have to see about meeting up with him another time.
Looking pointedly to the others, she added,
Thank you for your offer of hospitality. We'll await our escort in the hall to return you to your private deliberations.
A few hurried bows later, the others had trailed after Jack out of the council chamber.
What in blazes was that?
Allie hissed, eyes darting to the dwarven guards at either end of the hall, just out of earshot.
Jack, why the hell were you playing along? Because I don't think it's a game,
Jack replied, fighting to keep her posture relaxed.
Nothing to see here. We're the perfect guests.
Tanner nodded slowly. You're right. Somehow, I don't think they remember Lethold at all. In a rare moment of commiseration, Nelina and the so-called Urquita shared a wary look on the periphery of Jack's sight.
This would be a friend of yours, then?
Nelina asked, what looked to be genuine curiosity in her feline gaze. Allie spun on the tigerkin.
If this is some twisted joke!
Urquita was shaking her head.
I'm sorry, but I don't think I know this Lethold either. Have you mentioned him around us before? You blazing stayed at his school,
Allie snapped.
Just a few days ago.
Gefnar's brow was furrowed in concentration as he lifted a hand to rub at his temple. Arinak Sanctuary. Yeah, he was there, wasn't he? Gef? Tanner's voice was thick with worry. Even you don't remember Lethold? No, I do. It's just everything around my memory of him feels fractured. As if everything but his indirect involvement has been ripped out, like pages in a book. Nelina snorted.
Then it seems whoever has been doing the ripping was a bit less discerning with the rest of us.
Fighting down a flutter of panic, Jack ventured.
What about Balgi? Do any of you remember him?
Again, Nelina and Urquita appeared at a loss, but Gefnar shut his eyes tight for a moment. We met him a while ago, didn't we?
On Nizame,
Allie affirmed curtly, glowering at Nelina.
Where we all went in your ship.
Nelina shrugged.
That I remember, of course, but I recall no mention of this Balgi.
What's going on? Tanner muttered, raking a hand through the fur atop his head, like a human might do with their hair.
And, more importantly, Jack whispered, who or what is causing it?
She looked over into Ember's softly glowing gaze for guidance, but the wolf simply met her stare and gave an indecipherable waggle of his shaggy head. Then the door to the council chamber was cracking open, and Seneschal Fiverin was joining them out in the hall.
My apologies for Nintrenger's terse disposition,
the dwarf sighed, attempting a smile through her obvious fatigue.
She's especially high-strung with the threat of a Varmenthrong attack, and I'm afraid that means she's ordered our teleportation circles deactivated. I couldn't help you to leave.
even if convinced it was the right choice. Jack felt her worry matched through her link with her friends. Stauraveg and Fyveren's daughter Kelfevin had claimed to be at the ready to rush to the Seneschal's aid should the council make any drastic plays for power. The circles that linked the outer gates to Gezerdeberung would be the quickest way to reach Fyveren should the need arise.
Though Kelfevin did mention an emergency backup plan.
Jack hoped that, if this entailed another teleportation circle, that Nintrenger didn't know of it.
Probably best not to mention it, to be safe.
It was, however, their first moment alone with the Seneschal.
Kelfevin sends her greetings, by the way,
Jack whispered to Fyveren.
And the message that she believes you to have made the right call in stationing her at her current post.
The Seneschal swallowed, eyes shifting around to assess if Jack had been overheard by any distant dwarves passing through the halls.
I thank you for passing this along, but I'm afraid I'm still unable to return you to the outer gates.
Jack noted a faint loosening in the dwarf's bearing, however, as though the message had left her more confident in the good intent of her guests. Though there now seemed to be a different sort of tension.
Understood. What would have prompted the council to cut off transport to the outer defenses?
Fyveren again glanced about conspiratorially at shifting guard patrols, motioning for Jack and the others to follow her. After passing a pair of guards that flanked the adjoining hall, the Seneschal drew them to a broad window, flinging it open to look out on the flickering lights of Verlebeskite far below, the dwarven city cloaked in late dusk. A soft rush of wind filled the hall before Fyveren seemed comfortable with speaking once more.
The outer gates have started falling silent, she said gravely, beginning northward and fanning east and west along the perimeter of the Infinity Grove.
Tanner gulped. You think the vermin throng has hit your defenses already?
I don't know.
Fyveren exhaled heavily, looking out across the dwarven nation she supposedly governed.
Nothing has been confirmed, but the council has superseded my wishes to use the circle on our end to dispatch scouts. Contact with the outer gates was severed so abruptly, I just don't know. Perhaps Nintrenger is right to assume that our defenses are being dismantled, but if that's the case...
Jack saw a mother's pain crease Fyveren's features.
You wish to recall your child and allies?
Fyveren flinched, regarding Jack guardedly.
Loyal dwarven warriors, you mean? Allies to all dwarves? If that's the code we're going with,
Allie grunted.
We learned some things from Stauraveg and Kelfevin at the outpost closest to Arinak Sanctuary. The captain wasn't quite so transparent, but your daughter... Please!
Fyveren cut in, raising a hand toward Allie.
Don't.
She smoothed her robes following her outburst, bracing her palms against the broad windowsill before her.
I know what many would wish for me to do, but I've been distanced from the family name. Nintrenger and her allies are only going to be galvanized by the actions of the vermin throng, calling for decisive retaliation.
She gave a tired snort.
Assuming we even survive whatever is coming. I know you must all have your reasons for withholding the contents of the second message, but it's only worsened the perception of things. One band of outsiders comes to steal what many perceive as rightfully ours, just as another sweeps past our borders, seemingly intent on violence.
A bitter laugh sounded from the dwarf.
I'll consider a victory if I manage to keep you all from being executed. Is that what's happened to Lethold and Balgi?
Allie bit out, and Jack peripherally noted with pride that none of her companions had shown fear at the vicarious threat from their hosts. Fyveren frowned.
That name again. And Balgi, was it? Your friends aren't really lost, are they? Perhaps they are, in a way, said Jack,
recalling the ominous words Rockelig had spoken before the group had set off on the path up the mountain. The dwarven mage had seemed eerily sure of herself.
What of Rockelig? She knew both of our missing friends far better than we did. Perhaps she could clear up all this confusion.
Allie shot the other woman a studious look, brow furrowing as she clearly also recalled Rockelig's assertion that she might have a way to set her old adventuring partners free. Her gaze then shifted past Jack down the hall to where the promised squad of armored dwarven escorts approached with heavy, clanking steps.
Right. Maybe our bodyguards can be persuaded to make a quick stop before starting our tour of this city.
Chapter 29. Accusations Out and Inward. The dwarven mage leapt to her feet behind her desk as Tanner and his friends pushed open the thick, dark wood doors of Rockelig's office. Awful lot of dark wood around Gozerdebarung. Maybe it's less rare in the Infinity Grove? While Fiverin turned to convince their steel-faced squad of escorts to wait in the hall. And not just steel-faced, because most of their faces are covered in helmet. The sergeant looked especially uncheery, Tanner thought, flinching at the thick-set dwarf's impatient glower.
I'll take responsibility for our guests and their conduct within Rocklig's chambers,
the seneschal informed the unblinking sergeant. The well-scarred dwarf grunted.
From what I hear, you'll be doing that regardless of where they go.
Fiverin offered only a disarming smile by way of reply, easing the chamber doors shut behind herself and the castle's visitors, while the sergeant ordered his troops to snap their spines and towering halberds to attention in a muted clanking of metal.
Not a friend of yours, I'm guessing,
Allie muttered to Fiverin. The seneschal sighed.
A trusted associate of Administrator named Trenger. You'll all be watched closely in your time here, I assure you. Bold of you to imply that we'll ever be permitted to leave,
Nelina chuckled darkly.
Well, at least if we hang around for a bit, maybe I can finally get a stable magic link to speak with Atrazar.
He'd done his best to keep his loved ones updated on his movements through the magical scrolls he shared with Curtis, but there was no substitute for seeing their faces. Or for being with them in person, for that matter. Urquita, meanwhile, self-consciously gripped the stump of the arm Nelina had removed as her eyes slid about the head mage's sanctum and the racks and shelves brimming with books, endless stacks of stone tablets, and mage implements Tanner couldn't hope to identify.
"Are you all right?" Tanner whispered, frowning as he leaned in toward Urquita's ear.
She nodded crisply.
"It's just, with the dwarves seeming to have such stores of knowledge the rest of the world doesn't, I was just wondering what my odds of finding a way to be rid of Marima might be, if we were allowed to take a look."
Face drawn in sympathy, Tanner rested a hand on her shoulder.
"I know how you feel. First with Tagathis, and then with me and Okizi. I've done a lot of research on the subject. What worked for my sister and I required both of us to be equally self-sacrificing. And, well, an extra body, so I can't guarantee your experience would be similar. Or even promise that you can separate from Marima at all. But we've met a lot of skilled people, including Rockelig. I don't know how much hope you have left to be free, but hang on to it." He smiled. "You're one of us now, and we look out for each other. If there's a way, we'll find it."
Urquita whirled and wrapped him in a tight hug, made all the more impressive with it being performed without the benefit of a full right arm.
Thank you for everything you've done already, Tanner. You've been a far better friend to me than I deserve, especially after everything I've done.
Everything Marima did, Tanner corrected, returning the hug and patting her back. If Okizi can't be held responsible for all the stupid things I've done. Laughing, Urquita pulled away, again running her thumb over the stump of her other arm as she looked slightly up to him.
Well, I can promise that I'll never stab you in the back.
Her eyes darkened.
I only wish I didn't remember doing it the first time.
Tanner offered a faux grimace. Worse, my dad remembers you doing it. We're going to have an interesting time of things if he ever sees you again. A fist slamming onto a surface drew Tanner's attention over to where the rest of the party had approached Rockelig, and he wasn't surprised to find that the fist in question belonged to Allie.
The hell you don't know who I'm talking about!
The Lady McAllister was shouting into the head mage's indignant, frowning face.
You don't just forget people like that! They were supposed to be your oldest friends, and you're saying they've just slipped your mind?
I'm saying, Rockelig retorted stonily, that I have no memory of ever knowing the individuals you describe. I came alone to Velobiscite many years ago and decided to remain. No human or orc accompanied me.
Gefnar cocked his head. Wait, you don't remember any of your old adventuring partners? Lethold and Balgis spoke of others who traveled with you. They said you'd all managed to keep a war from breaking out here before, part of which seemed to mean that you stayed with your fellow dwarves to preserve the peace. Nelina cast her eyes about the chamber.
And to indulge your interests into the advanced magics and technology of the locals. You seem to have applied yourself to the latter course with gusto.
Rockelig's eyes flashed, and for a brief instant, as he and Urquita drew near, Tanner felt as though he could nearly detect the missing piece in the pattern before them. The head mage didn't know who they were talking about, but perhaps realized that she should.
Fiverin,
Rockelig stiffly addressed her seneschal.
You know I have the utmost respect for your discernment as a ruler, but why have you brought these outsiders here to assail me with nebulous accusations?
The seneschal opened her mouth to respond, then caught her breath.
I can't explain. I simply have a sense that there is some truth in their strange claims. I no better recall Lethold, Balgi, or any others than you do, but I've long ago accepted that truth may encompass whole realms well beyond my own perception.
Rockelig's smile was deferential but strained.
Of course, Seneschal. But, as I've stated, I've no clearer picture of whatever mysteries you might be pursuing than any of you.
The room darkened, and Tanner realized it was because he was squinting at the dwarven mage. Again, it was like she was almost telling the truth. Even Fiverin regarded her friend with trust strained to the breaking point.
Of course. I'll have you left to your work then, Rockelig. As I recall, you felt you were making significant advances in your latest project?
Rockelig bobbed her head stiffly.
Yes, I believe I should be prepared to present you with a demonstration shortly.
Myself and the Surface Council, surely, Fiverin countered, scrutinizing the other dwarf's features.
Of course,
Rockelig assured, her smile wavering almost imperceptibly.
We wish to keep our dealings transparent to uphold the terms of my sponsorship here after all.
Slowly, her gaze seemingly reluctant to be dragged from Rockelig, Fiverin withdrew, motioning for Tanner and the others to follow.
Let's go. There's nothing else to be learned here at the moment, I think.
A fuming Allie stalked after the seneschal, looking as though she'd rather stick around and give Rockelig's chambers a good petty ransacking. Jack and Gefnar appeared to be mulling over the exchange, while Nelina simply smirked, her step especially lively as she fell in with the rest. Tanner suspected it was because the tigerkin felt most alive when there was some proper scheming afoot. The party's squad of dwarven escorts awaited beyond Rockhalig's door, with Fyverin gesturing for her guests to approach the scowling sergeant. "Present any further requests to Halstarg. He'll see to your collective safety and to the richness of your stay in Verlebeskite." Performing a shallow bow, the seneschal whispered as she leaned in, "I've matters in Gozerberung to examine. I'll send for you should I discover anything pertinent to your pursuits." Before anyone could form a response, Fyverin was stepping briskly past the sergeant, offering a respectful nod and disappearing down an adjacent hall. The sergeant studied his charges, giving a sharp click with his tongue somewhere in the back of his cheek. "I'd be the Halstarg in question, though the floor is not open to requests at this time." He spun on his heel, prompting his squad to form up and herd Tanner and his friends after with a deft hand signal. "We'll be heading first to a pub. I assume you have those beyond the grove. Then you'll have time for sleep in properly secured rooms." He cast his dark eyes over his shoulder. "Rooms we'll be watching very closely." Allie was surprised to find that the light rum in her mug didn't spontaneously combust with how intently she stared into it.
"Anger will not resolve the puzzle before you,"
Kravog seemed compelled to inform her, the scorpion Thakur's rumble within her brain almost drowning out the din of jovial shouts and laughter that saturated the pub around her. An involuntary snarl danced over Allie's lips.
"Where are we on getting you out of my head again?"
She expected some retort about how she excelled at the mortal pastime of misplaced anger, but Kravog appeared to have realized the counterproductivity of such statements, choosing instead to ignore her question altogether.
"As I've informed you, whatever technique had been utilized to wipe your old mentor's existence from all consciousness appears to have been thorough and extensive."
Allie sat back in her chair, giving what she knew could probably be called a huff as she folded her arms, still intently focused on her drink.
"You really don't remember Lethold and Balgi either?"
"No."
"But Nomen Cal does?"
"In a way that is difficult to explain to you mortals. She can chart an echo of sorts with your old mentor through the bond they seem to have shared, before it appears simply to vanish from existence."
Allie rubbed at her brows.
"So someone could just erase me, and not even you would be able to tell?"
"I would, of course, notice that my link to the physical realm had been severed. But as to the knowledge of what it might have once been, no."
"Then how the blazes do we remember?"
Allie hissed out aloud, drawing the attention of her companions from around the table. She could see peripherally, around her cup of course, that Jack, Tanner, Gefnar, and Urquita had been in hushed conversation for the past few minutes, grappling with the same questions she was presenting to the supposedly most powerful Thakur bumming a ride in her brain. Thankfully, none of the dwarves overfilling the tables beyond the corner booth where Sergeant Halstarg had deposited Allie and her companions appeared to overhear the outburst. It probably helped that Halstarg and his squad barred any approach to the booth, preventing any dwarves from nearing the outsiders and sating the curiosity sporadically directed their way. And the sergeant appeared to be particularly on edge, muttering from beneath his beard and squinting eyes every so often on the journey to the tavern, and whenever he glanced out the nearby window, something to the effect of,
"Yes, streets are awful crowded tonight."
sometimes even in a language his honored guests understood. Allie didn't know if there were actually any more dwarves about than usual, but there did appear to be numerous squat figures, most draped in cloaks against the night chill, milling in the streets beyond her somber little booth. A small hand came to rest on Allie's arm. "Are you doing all right?"
"I'm fine, Gefnar," Allie replied firmly. "We just need to figure this out."
She caught the gnome's wary look back to the others out of the corner of her eye.
"Allie, we're going to do our best, but you should brace yourself for the possibility that Lethold and Balgi are just gone somehow."
The way he'd said gone oddly called up for Allie the strange technique Naoni, a woman seemingly connected to Jack from the future, had used to implant herself among the Sommelier, and that Solak had used to rise to prominence alongside the Toad King Mevod, and the half-dwarf hidden-in-plain-sight leader of the ancient dwarf king Gamandel's devoted dreamers, Shebwir ed Srohigion.
"Kravog, I'm not telling you where to find Solak. Just tell me how he convinced Mevod and his toadies that they'd known him forever."
The Thakur actually seemed to ruminate on the possible connection before answering.
"It could perhaps be a similar technique, erasing rather than obscuring the memories of others. But on such a scale, it would be nothing I've encountered before."
Allie snorted.
"How would you know?"
Gefnar's hand, still on Allie's arm, gave an insistent squeeze.
"I know you have a lot of complicated feelings around Lethold right now, finding out that he'd kept so much to himself about your first encounter with Shrouds' power, and about the Thakur he's been serving so closely, but—"
Shrugging sharply out of Gefnar's touch, Allie leaned across the table to huddle with the others.
"Kravog says this might be connected to the memory techniques we've encountered before, with Naoni and Solak."
Tanner dipped his head, eyes darting sympathetically to Gefnar. "Sure, but why do only the three of us remember the old boys and Gefnar just a little bit?"
"I've been thinking about that,"
Urquita ventured, slowly looking about the booth in anticipation of being cut short.
"When Nintrenger was testing us for mastery of the different Kunerish, Rockelig mentioned that Allie's mastery of Skishod was what might have protected the rest of you when the power was used to throw you back in time at Varbia's Keep. What if something similar is at play here?"
She motioned to Allie, Jack, and Tanner.
"The three of you seem impossible for seers to plan for, especially when you're gathered together, so maybe they possess some kind of immunity against whatever power was used to selectively pluck Lethold and Balgi from the minds of everyone else."
Nelina took up with an impressed quirking of her brow.
"The echo of their presence in the guardsman's mind preventing the full effects which everyone else experienced."
Urquita braved a smile at the tigerkin.
"It would explain why, even though you and I were also atop the mountain pass, we don't seem to have any memory of the pair who've been erased."
Tanner clapped Urquita lightly on the shoulder. "Nice work. I mean, we can't know anything for sure, but that's not a bad theory, with what we have to go on."
"It does make sense,"
Allie conceded with a begrudging nod.
"The only question is, what in blazes do we do about it?" "If someone's done this on purpose," Jack reasoned, "which is far easier to believe than happenstance, then we should be even more cautious about revealing what Rhys Landsfarer shared with us in that strange room."
Nelina's eyes shifted to the great wolf curled up on the floor beside Jack at the end of the booth.
"Unless the four of you wish to squeeze on your four-legged friend and depart through the shrouded night sky."
"That'd do wonders for our reputation," Tanner muttered.
"More importantly," said Jack, scowling at Nelina, "why would you be offering a solution that would see you stranded here with with Urquita?"
The tigerkin shrugged.
I could slink away easily enough, I'm sure. She leveled her thin smile on Urquita. If I'm feeling particularly magnanimous, I may even take the snakeblood along with me. And this wouldn't be a ploy to remove yourself from our company, to execute some secret plan more freely? Jack growled. Like finally infiltrating the Wolfkin and murdering Sunblade?
Nelina motioned to Allie.
You'd still possess my armband's twin, allowing you to locate me at your leisure. Believe it or not, Huntress, I was merely attempting to offer the most pragmatic solution. I don't plan on doing anything too terribly self-sacrificing anytime soon. And there's little here in the land of surface dwarves to interest me, beyond the amusing machinations seemingly afoot in Gozerdaburung. I doubt I could even make any coin as a suitable agent of any powerful players here, since my appearance would prove rather conspicuous among the otherwise uniform presence of the stout folk.
Jack bowed her head, conceding the points as she sipped from her own cup, eyes never leaving the tigerkin.
That doesn't mean you don't have some ploy gestating. Very little could achieve that lofty feat, Huntress, said Nelina, flashing her teeth in what was mostly a smile.
I'm just surprised that you're... Tanner leaned in toward Nelina, continuing under his breath.
Mind fire didn't seem to help you keep your memories.
The tigerkin seemed to ruminate on the comment, her head bobbing slowly.
But how do we get Lethold back?
Allie blurted, slamming her hand down onto the stone table's unyielding surface. While stinging pain enveloped her palm, she felt Gefnar's hand rest on her arm again, coinciding with the soft, reproving pulse of energy from the memory talisman beneath her shirt. Her pendant of Nomenkal. She heaved out of the booth and to her feet.
"Come on,"
she hissed to her hesitant companions.
"I think... if Nomenkal still has some connection to Lethold, maybe I can sense her if we get close enough."
Jack raised her hands before her.
"That's worth pursuing, Allie, but it's not like we're free to move around Velabiskite with impunity. We have to be smart about this. And what if the longer we wait to do anything, the more likely it is Lethold is gone forever?"
Allie found herself snarling. Gefnar stood in the booth seat, bringing himself to her eye level.
"That's a possibility, Allie, but we still can't just go running around like this is Nizame."
He swallowed.
"And, more importantly, have you considered that the person Reese Lancefarer was saying you'd have to let go of might have been Lethold?"
A sharp, shallow gasp sent shivers down Allie's spine. She hadn't considered that. Her face burning with anger and embarrassment, she snatched the memory talisman from around her neck, holding it out in front of her by its snapped chain.
"You think I don't know when to let people go, Gef?"
She released the chain, the pendant bearing the flaming flower of Nomenkal plopping unceremoniously into her untouched drink, and lazily drifting to the bottom of the translucent tankard.
"I've lost enough people to know all about moving on,"
Allie spat, half expecting light daggers to erupt from her eyes as she stared down Gefnar.
"But until I know that he's really gone, I'm going to go ahead and act like there might be something I could do to get Lethold back. That all right with you?"
The gnome nodded slowly.
"Then let us help you make a plan. There's too much going on here for us to pretend that we're invincible."
His gaze drifted pointedly over to the onlooking Tanner. And Allie deflated. With all the other thoughts battling in her mind, she let herself forget the threat of the Foxkin's looming death. She sighed, fists unclenching as she drifted back to slump to a seat at the edge of the booth.
"You're right. I'm sorry, Tanner. Running blindly into things has almost gotten all of us killed before, and now isn't the time to be tempting fate."
Tanner grinned weakly. "It's all right. For all we know, staying here to plan things out could mean that a meteor drops on my head." I can't blame any of you for trying to get on with your lives when that's just what I'm trying to do. Allie offered him a grateful nod, but it was oddly Nelina's posture that drew her attention. The tigerkin was hunched over the table, her feline eyes transfixed on Allie's drink and the sunken pendant within it. Tanner followed Allie's gaze, ears twitching in unease. "Nelina, are you all right?" The tigerkin slowly swung her head back and forth.
"What in hells?"
she whispered, stubborn disbelief fading to outright horror.
"I've only gone and gotten us all killed."
Jack stiffened.
"What do you mean? And what the blazes does it have to do with my memory talisman?"
Allie wondered, wishing she didn't feel so stupid for wanting to fish the pendant from its bath of dwarven rum. Nelina hung her head, her eyes drifting closed.
"I know the meaning of Lancefarer's message to me. In conjunction with the words passed on to me from my dear aunt through you, Huntress, I fear I've only belatedly comprehended the doyen's gloating."
"No secret is buried so deep that I cannot find it," Tanner recited. "So she did find some secret of yours?" The tigerkin's nod was weak.
"When I tricked the commodores of the Mored trading empire into launching a small fleet to pursue a rumor I'd heard, there was one loose end I couldn't account for. Though I convinced the commodores that I didn't have exact coordinates, they demanded at least a basic heading before financing the expedition."
Her posture slumped more than Allie had ever seen it. Nelina meekly lifted her eyes to the group.
"The mission was successful, and I warned my new benefactor of possible further incursions, but I'd always worried. I encountered Cogatez, the doyen to all of you, afterward, and she assessed something different about me. When I proved newly resistant to her mind-affecting devices, she vowed to learn the secret behind my mindset."
"And the message means she has?" Gefnar prompted softly when Nelina trailed off.
"I believe so. Cogatez instructed me extensively in my mother tongue, and in tigerkin language, the same word which can mean buried also serves for the word
submerged," Tanner breathed, eyes widening with worry. "The doyen has the sea dragon."
"I fear so,"
Nelina groaned, wiping a hand down over her drawn features.
"All right,"
said Allie, tamping down the fear lancing through her belly.
"So that's bad. The doyen's crafty enough to somehow get the upper hand on a dragon. What are its powers? What could it do for her?"
Nelina hugged herself like a frightened child. Shame Allie had never thought the tigerkin capable of filling her words.
"It could provide her with the most powerful seer in all of Deyrnas. That's why the Thalassan League has been so well organized,"
Jack sighed.
"Why they're able to maneuver and strike at precisely the right moments, and why they've evaded notice for so long, prior to the assault on Lorsen."
"But that's not all, is it?" said Tanner, studying Nelina's face.
"No."
Her head swung back and forth as though chiming a bell of doom.
"While all of you may be cloaked from the direct sight of those who discern probabilities, the sea dragon has touched my mind. If it so chose, it could discern where I am at a moment's notice." "Meaning that the doyen has had a way to track us ever since finding out you'd fallen into our group,"
Allie growled, certain that she mirrored Jack's murderous look toward Nelina. Urquita grimaced.
"It's worse. Before my expulsion from the Vermin Throng, we'd been receiving overtures of alliance from the Thalassan League. Part of the lure was the promise of ability to hunt down the heroes of Dragon's Nest. So that's why the Vermin Throng is on its way here,"
Allie realized, her guilt mounting, despite the lukewarm reception they'd received from their hosts. The dreams that dwarves, and now birdkin, had been having may have directed them toward the Infinity Grove, but the grove was enormous, stretching hundreds of miles north to south and around double that east to west.
But now we've given them a pinpoint heading.
Tanner flopped back against the wall of the booth. So, just to make sure we're all on the same page, pretty much all of our enemies know where to look for us on account of having a damn sea dragon on a leash somehow. All of our allies are either unreachable, far away, or missing. We're basically prisoners, and... His eyes drifted about the chamber of happily carousing dwarves. We've probably brought the war to Verlobiscite. Allie's hands coiled into fists once more.
That seems to be about the size of it.
Her gaze found the somber faces of her companions.
Anyone have any bright ideas?
Even the Thakur in her mind offered no immediate answer. Chapter 30. Shrouded Enemy.
So you must see that you have to let us go,
Jack pleaded, unflinching beneath Nintrenger's sour stare.
The vermin throng is advancing because they're able to detect us, so there's still a chance that we could lead them away from the city.
The administrator looked far sterner than anyone should have been able to manage in the dark hours of the morning, Jack thought, letting her appeal ring through Nintrenger's private chambers as she and the rest of her party fell silent, awaiting the dwarf woman's response. To one side of the room, Sergeant Halstarg also looked on over folded arms, awaiting what he clearly expected to be a swift and scathing dismissal for the outsiders. That prospect had been the only thing that had allowed Jack to persuade the leader of their escort to act upon their request to secure an emergency audience with the Seneschal and Council. Messengers had been unable to locate Fyverin, however, and Nintrenger had demanded to hear the matter privately before convening the Surface Council needlessly. Dressed only in what looked to be a loose-fitting nightgown when her visitors had been permitted entry into her personal quarters, Nintrenger had quickly equipped her magic bracers, which allowed her to discern between truth and lie. But she now sat otherwise unadorned, having taken the small stone seat near the writing desk built into one corner of the room near the foot of her lavish stonework bed. What writings appeared to adorn the few shelves by the nearby window looked to have been scribed by Nintrenger herself. The signature amid the mess of runes along the volume's spines matched the completed missive resting atop the desk near Nintrenger's drumming fingers. The woman's apparently prolific pen, as well as her strained willingness to hear out the extent of the outsider's revelations, earned Nintrenger at least some respect in Jack's eyes, though it was decidedly counteracted by the ego that must be required to surround oneself only with one's own thoughts. Beyond the stone walls and shuttered windows, mountain winds continued to whirl and whistle in the waning night. Finally, Nintrenger ended the silence by taking a long sip from the earthen cup of water she'd summoned from a servant, swallowing at her leisure.
"You appear to be speaking the truth, or at least the truth as it is known to you."
Jack bowed her head, judging that some affirmation wouldn't go amiss.
"We're thankful for your patience and for your discernment, Administrator."
Nintrenger's brow furrowed.
"What I don't see is why this couldn't wait until morning. With our teleportation circles inactive, even a partially birdkin foe is far from an immediate threat."
She motioned to Nelina.
"And why no appeal for us simply to release the tigerkin? Surely you'd find that option preferable to any more drastic approach I might have my people take to removing the means of the Doyen's insight."
Jack paused just long enough to feel slightly guilty, ultimately choosing only to address Nintrenger's first point, Tanner, Allie, and Gefnar mutely concurring through their link.
How natural that has become. We believe the threat might be more imminent than perhaps the evidence at hand would indicate.
An almost inaudible hum sounded from the dwarf's right bracer, betraying that the magics assessing Jack's words had detected the truth in them. Nintrenger's posture stiffened.
And what leads you to make this assumption?
A tired look to her friends told Jack that they didn't feel any better about betraying Kelfevin's trust than she did. But it was only through Fyverin's daughter that they'd learned that an alternate means existed of infiltrating Verlibeskite.
Still, we don't have to give everything away. We made the acquaintance of a few dwarves at the outer gate that granted us entry who seemed to feel that the deactivation of the teleportation circles within Gozerdaburung would not prove a comprehensive deterrent against parties who might wish to reach the heart of dwarven surface lands quickly.
Nintrenger's active mind, it seemed, quickly filled in the rest.
So, it's true. Fyverin is set to rally her forces against the people of Verlibeskite, should the council act too desperately from her wishes.
Tanner stepped earnestly forward. Fyverin doesn't want a war any more than I think you or the council do. She's just trying to make the best of a bad situation, but there might be others who feel a little more overdue for a shake-up.
Ultimately, it matters little who would be serving as the ringleader,
Nintrenger sighed.
But, as it stands, the Seneschal doesn't appear to be available to defend herself. Even if she were, she is no longer afforded the leniency that might be shown to one of Queen Terving's line. A privilege she saw fit to forfeit on her own.
Yeah, it's not like political pressure had anything to do with it,
Allie grunted.
Do you think Terving's line would even still hold the throne if Fyverin hadn't distanced herself from King Garkamet?
Nintrenger's eyes narrowed.
Someone has been telling outsiders much about our recent history, it seems.
Then, to Jack.
Is any of this meant to relate to the missing individuals you mentioned previously?
Before Jack could reply, a tiny storm of vibrantly colored feathers burst into the room, flapping its wings wildly.
I've got it! By the nether plane, I think I've got it!
A handful of armored dwarves piled in from the hallway after Zeja, thrusting rods with looped wires on the end at the yelping, swooping phoenix blood. Jack suspected the loops were meant to cinch about a limb and grapple Zeja back to the floor. Jack and her companions all sank into combat stances, bright magics crackling and flaring to life in the hands of Allie and Tanner.
Everybody stop!
Nintrenger's voice thundered through the ancient masonry of Gozerdaburung. Dwarves froze in place, while Jack and the others all hesitantly held their defensive attacks at bay. Ember's hackles still bristled as he crouched at Jack's side, everyone but Zeja following the administrator's command. Assessing that she was no longer being hounded, Zeja fluttered to perch on one of Nintrenger's bedposts, giving herself an indignant preening.
The absolute nerve of some hosts, really! And after I've spent all this time trying to make sure Dwarven society doesn't crumble today.
Her lips puckering at the faint injection of humor into an otherwise potentially catastrophic moment, diplomatically speaking, Jack also found the capacity to feel a tad guilty. With all the other more pressing developments surrounding her time in Verlibeskite, she'd managed to forget that Zeja was here as well, following up on Verminthrong activity and the seeming involvement of numerous birdkin.
Who've also apparently started having dreams of Gamandel's return.
Preempting Nintrenger's impending demand for an explanation, Zeja swung her head about, taking in Sergeant Halstarg and the 8 imposing dwarves under his command.
They assigned a whole squad to watch you lot. I'm a touch insulted. Only a pair of guards were assigned to me.
Her beak clacked in a birdkin equivalent of a cheeky smile.
And the both of them were rather prone to sudden naps.
Zaja, you didn't hurt anyone, did you? Gefnar asked in a scolding tone. The phoenix blood gave a guttural scoff.
Of course not, Sir Guardsman. Just a touch of light magic. Well, a light touch than a much heavier one when they resisted my first attempt to render them unconscious. I don't know if any of you know this about me, but I'm quite good with wands and—
Your wands were all meant to have been confiscated,
Sergeant Halstarg bellowed. Zaja's wings shrugged along with her shoulders.
Oh, I'm sure your people searched me as best they could, but I've found that it pays to keep a few secrets tucked away, in case you need to be somewhere other than where some people might think you're supposed to be.
Stand down, Sergeant, Nintrenger sighed.
The birdkin's clearly not here to attack me. Well, Treesmith, what is it you think you've figured out?
Ah! Zaja narrowed her eyes.
It's gone all slippery. I've flown through so many doors to get here. Did you know that doing so tends to make you forget things? Not that many of you are familiar with flying.
She held up a hand to forestall any prompts.
Wait. Ah, yes.
Her chest puffed out proudly.
I believe I've determined how the Verminthrong intend to assault the city.
Jack felt her eyes go wide.
How?
I keep an ear to the air,
Zaja chuckled, then frowning.
Eye to the ground? Nose to the wall?
Nintrenger slouched, rubbing at her eyes in exasperation.
I've already received the analysis you and Rockelig provided. With such a heavy birdkin contingent, they may launch their main attack from the mountain peak, possibly even sacrificing a few phoenix bloods to destabilize the snowcap and isolate Gozerdeberung from—
No! That's just it, you see. They know that you know to expect that, so they'll do something completely different.
She held out a hand toward Nintrenger, specifically for the hooded cloak slung over the back of the dwarf's seat.
Observe.
A long silence punctuated the time it took Nintrenger to relent to the unspoken request and proffer the cloak, during which time Zaja leapt nimbly from the bedpost and folded her wings tightly against her back. With a flourish, she snatched the cloak and draped it about herself, turning her back on the rest of the room's occupants. She bowed her head beneath the hood, standing in silence for another long moment before giving a sharp caw.
Notice anything?
Jack didn't, sharing a confused look with her companions. Zaja looked like any normal birdkin hunkered down in a cloak. Zaja motioned Nintrenger closer, throwing the garment now about the administrator's shoulders and turning the aggravated dwarf to face the wall.
And now?
Cold gripped Jack's heart. Cloaked and in darkness, without a proper look at a face or other defining features, the two figures had looked almost identical.
They're not going to swoop in from the sky,
Jack breathed. Zaja tapped the tip of her beak, pointing sharply to Jack as her eyes positively beamed with pride.
Precisely! They're infiltrating on the ground!
Tanner tensed. Please tell me there's really no good reason you used the present tense there. The feathers about Zaja's eyes creased in confusion.
What?
Are you saying that the Verminthrong is already here?
Jack clarified sharply.
Oh, well, yes. I believe I've already spotted some on my brief flight to reach here.
Allie throttled the dagger in her hand.
Well,
shit. The sharp clanging of alarm bells raked at Tanner's flattened ears as he and his friends dodged bustling dwarves in robes and armor through the lofty, torchlit halls of Gozerdeberung.
Inform the militias and palace guard,
Nintrenger was shouting into the stoic face of another dwarf woman, this one bedecked in finely crafted metal plates that sported unimportant-looking insignia.
Anyone not showing their face when challenged tonight is to be arrested, and lethal force is authorized should they resist.
Tanner briefly considered pointing out that the earliest of morning light spilled through the thick glass panes that filled the expansive bank of windows on the south face of the hall, but decided against voicing the technicality. For one, it likely wouldn't do much to ingratiate him with the already prickly administrator. And for another, none of them really needed the reminder that any attack was almost certain to be launched while there was still some cover of dark. As the officer Nintranger addressed hurried off to disseminate the administrator's orders, Nintranger spun back to face the band of outsiders.
Whomever you believe yourselves to be protecting is irrelevant. I need to know how the enemy has infiltrated the city so quickly.
Tanner held up his hands. We don't know the specifics any better than you. Honest. Nintranger shot an infuriated look down to her bracer of truth detection and snarled, grabbing another passing dwarf of rank by the collar.
Rally my fellow members of the Surface Council and locate Seneschal Fiverin.
Releasing the dwarf man to execute her will, Nintranger drew her robe about her more tightly and shouted,
Does anyone know the status of Head Mage Rockelig?
No, Administrator.
A spectacled, stubble-faced dwarf replied, jostling his way toward Nintranger through the shifting currents of Gozerdaberung's frantic foot traffic.
But her students have taken up defensive positions on the towers.
This elicited a curt, seething nod from Nintranger.
Then locate her for me as well. Quickly.
Yes, Administrator.
Nintranger's hands balled into fists as she turned back to Tanner and the others.
You've all done much to exonerate yourselves by providing me with a warning, but Rocklig's friendship with the Seneschal is well known. If it comes to light that Fiverin does have anything to do with whatever the vermin throng has planned...
Sergeant Halstarg stepped forward.
The armed forces of Gozerdaberung stand with you, should this be the anticipated coup, Administrator.
Yes.
Nintranger waved the assurance aside.
But what could Fiverin be hoping to gain, bringing in outsiders to fight on her behalf? What madness will have gripped her?
She hardly sounded like someone ready to lead a revolution when last we spoke,
Jack interjected firmly.
Let alone to do so with allies of questionable intent.
Allie grunted.
Trust me, I'm the first person to suspect people of selling their souls for power, but without any evidence, it's probably best to chalk this one up to extremely bad luck for now. And the foolish oversight of a visitor,
Nelina muttered, hanging her head. Tanner reached out to give her arm a comforting squeeze. And an untimely team-up of radical elements, and some bad dreams. He paused, attempting to sort through the chaos of the moment. Was there any other element at play they were overlooking?
Yes,
Nintranger growled, staring venom at the tigerkin.
I suppose if the enemy already knows our location, it would be too late to be rid of you, to throw them off the scent.
Tanner decided that he didn't much care for the extra ice in the words, be rid of, taking a protective step in front of Nelina.
I may be able to be of some use,
Urquita spoke up.
That is, Marima, lived among the vermin throng for months, so perhaps I could offer some potential insight into their movements.
Fine. Good,
Nintranger shot back, nodding to Sergeant Halstarg.
Escort our guests down to the ground floor gate, keep them under constant guard, but offer them as resources to aid...
Administrator!
Someone yelled, and Tanner thought he recognized the voice of the spectacled dwarf Nintranger had ordered about only moments earlier, echoing from a small disc at Nintranger's belt.
Headmage Rockelig has been located. She's fled to the peak tower and caused the stairwell to crumble atop her pursuers. She's ignored calls to surrender, and a great light has begun to shine from the tower's top floor. Himayed, I think.
Nintrenker had snatched up the disc, holding it before her mouth after deftly running her thumb across its surface.
Do we have climbers in place?
Some are brave in the tower exterior, Administrator, as the stairwell is still being dug out, but Rockalegs severed a handful of grapple lines.
The Administrator offered a sharp dwarven curse.
And only our enemies can fly, she lamented.
From where she'd been watching the sunrise out the nearby window, Zaja perked up, spinning about and raising a feathery hand.
I can fly.
As can I,
added Jack, resting a hand atop Ember. Allie nodded.
Me too. Can't speak to whatever Rockalegg's doing, but even if she thinks she's doing something good, she doesn't seem too concerned about hurting people.
She shrugged.
Wouldn't be the first time I flew up to the top of a fortress at sunrise to stop someone from doing something stupid.
Nintrenker studied them in reluctantly impressed silence for a moment.
So, the stories are true. You can take passengers?
At Jack's wary nod, she turned to Sergeant Halstarg.
Accompany them.
Yes, Administrator,
came the reply, Halstarg clearly gulping down his terror at the prospect of hurtling through the air at dizzying heights. Jack bit her lip.
That leaves room for only one other with me atop Ember.
Tanner quickly placed the source of her unease as her eyes flitted over in his direction, and a flash of dread spiked through the group link. Both Allie and Gefnar seemed to stiffen as well.
They don't want to let me out of their sight, but it could also end up being more dangerous up there.
And with the necessity for a quick decision, everyone seemed frozen in analysis as the threat of Tanner's death loomed. And they'd all witnessed how easily, with just the smallest burst of magic, a dazed Crexus had been hurled to his death from a far shorter fall.
Whatever happens, it has to be me that makes the call.
If anything did happen to him, he couldn't put the burden of guilt on any of his friends.
I'll go with Orkita down to the gate,
Tanner said firmly, feeling somehow that it was the right choice.
Like it's where I'm supposed to be.
Jack, Allie, and Gefnar all looked to him with uncertain, slightly fearful expressions, but none challenged the decision.
Nelina cleared her throat. Then I would ride with you, Huntress.
For once, she actually withered slightly beneath Jack's reflexive, withering glare.
Jack, whatever your opinion of me, I'll be of more use harrying Rockaleg than I'd be trying to help anticipate a foe who already has me thoroughly outfoxed.
She smirked briefly to Tanner before adding,
Please allow me to help make this right, Jack.
The withering glare softened almost imperceptibly.
I don't know if that's the first sincere thing you've ever said to me, Nelina, but it's the first time I've believed it.
She swung atop Ember.
Get on. You too, Halstarg.
While the dwarf tentatively clambered up after the nimble tigerkin, Allie stepped forward and stooped to take Gefnar's hands from behind. Translucent gray power, tinted ever so slightly purple, began to cyclone at her feet. Tanner grinned, inexplicable tears coming to his eyes as he took in the determined looks of his friends. Jack even sent a respectful nod over her shoulder to Nelina, while Allie and Gefnar almost looked like they could be sharing a tender embrace as they lifted from the floor, hovering in a rush of magics. And Tanner was so very proud of them all. He felt this sudden urge to tell them as much, to let them know how greatly he valued the time they'd shared. Then Zaja was throwing open the large window, wings flourishing to full extension as her taloned feet clacked on the stony sill in anticipation. The phoenix blood threw a glance over her shoulder at Nintrenker, winking as she fished a feathered hand down her gullet and withdrew a small cluster of intricately carved wands coated in viscous liquid.
I'll be sure to cough up any further personal belongings for confiscation upon return, should you wish.
With a joyous cackle, Zaja dived out into the mountain winds, letting the air currents sweep her away. Jack swiftly directed Ember after, the wolf's own furry wings flaring out to hold him and his passengers aloft, following a powerful leap off the windowsill. Allie, meanwhile, paused long enough to send a smile and nod toward Tanner.
"Stay safe, huh, fox boy?"
He chuckled. "Same to you."
"And keep your eyes open,"
Gefnar added, having to raise his voice over the low roar of power that carried him and Allie toward the window.
"I think there's still more to all of this than we've guessed."
Glad someone else seems to think so too. "Count on it," Tanner called. But his friends were already gone. He knew they'd still have heard him through their link, as he was reaching out to them in his mind, just as he knew they could continue speaking to each other if needed. The distance their link would carry their words was more than a match for the height of the mountain now. But Tanner was still left with a profound feeling of loss, a great pit in his stomach, as though something he loved had just ended, and no one had had the decency to warn him.
"You're Halstark's second?"
Nintrenger was addressing another member of the squad assigned to guard the outsiders.
"Then take these two down to the main gate. Keep them well back from any potential fighting, but pass along any insight the Pellhood provides that could prove useful."
Then Tanner was trotting the long path of grand stairwells back to the ground floor, finding that Urquita's hand was firmly clasped in his. He didn't know who'd initiated the contact, but at the moment, he didn't care. He was suddenly bone-tired, ready for a good long rest. Chapter 31. What Might Be Lost. Allie's hands ached from the white-knuckled grip shared between her and Gefnar as they shot up past the dark, rocky exterior of Gozerdeberung, drawing shouts of alarm from the dwarven defenders along the mountain palace's pre-dawn battlements. Thankfully, Nintrenger seemed to have had the foresight to alert her soldiers, all understandably a bit on edge with the warning bells still clanging from Gozerdeberung's towers, through their communication disk devices, much like the ones Veladrock's agents appeared to use. The heads-up had likely prevented the rather strange aerial procession of a lone phoenix blood, heavily laden flying wolf, and bizarre circus act of a human woman and the dangling gnome from her hands, riding a sourceless wave of energy, from being greeted with a torrent of spells, crossbow bolts, and the odd, gritty boulders Allie had spotted filling the palace's catapults. Allie blinked, shocked at the efficacy of her own senses, even as she single-mindedly hurtled herself and Gefnar up after the different kind of storm churned into being by Ember's pounding wings and paws. Then she swiftly understood. The bond between her own mind and those of her friends was potent enough now that the heightened awareness Jack drew from her connection with Ember now spilled out to everyone in the group link.
"It's something, isn't it?"
Gefnar's whisper carried to Allie only through the link, otherwise lost to the buffeting winds of Mount Gozerda.
"Touching the mind of something that ancient and powerful?"
As though summoned by the indirect mention, Kravog's presence loomed to prominence in Allie's brain.
"Look to your destination."
Allie did so, her gaze lifting past the tiered ramparts of Gozerdeberung to Peak Tower, the point where she and her companions had first entered the mountainside citadel. Brilliant blue light shone from the flung-open doors of the top floor, reminding Allie of the lighthouses that flanked the inlet of Beryl Bay and the Lorsen Harbor, or, more recently, her own experience atop the Tower of Memories. She swallowed, hair whipping about her face as she continued to climb.
Really hope that doesn't mean I'm about to drop a mountain on Verlibuscite or anything. Your previous feat of hurling structures through ships was accomplished only with my direct power, and I'd advise that we not attempt anything like that again, for both our sakes. No, this ritual is something else, centering on the power of Himayed, as that dwarf surmised. Memory stone to your mind.
Allie grunted.
But you don't have any idea what Rockelig is trying to do?
There was prolonged hesitation, during which Allie and Gefnar closed the bulk of the remaining distance to Peak Tower's summit, and the speck that was Zaja gave a final downbeat of her wings to alight on the stone floor of the chamber.
No, though I feel as though I should.
Suspicion and dread crept into Allie's gut as she considered the implications.
I'm guessing we just pieced together who's responsible for making Lethold and Balgi disappear.
As the power rocketing her aloft crackled to a low thrum, depositing Allie and Gefnar atop Peak Tower next to Zaja, as well as Ember and his passengers, she resolved to have a word with Rockelig about that matter. Ember's paws touched down on the cold, wind-swept floor of the chamber, the wolf's great, furry wings retracting as he gave a sharp, snorting pant. His head was bowed against the whipping winds that seemed to intensify as they'd drawn near, almost buffeting him off course. Zaja had been hurled about for a handful of seconds before managing to alight in the chamber, though her response to the development had been to cackle with glee. The short flight hadn't been nearly as unpleasant as Jack had feared, having Nelina at her back, arms wrapped around Jack's middle. There'd been no snide comments or even playful threats, such as perhaps referencing Jack's willingness to offer Nelina a place behind her, even after witnessing what she did to those who turned their back on her. All that had passed between them was a whispered, "Thank you," from the Tigerkin into Jack's ear upon assuming their seats, and a dutifully quiet passage since.
Not that I expect everything coming our way to go as well.
Sergeant Halstarg was eagerly heaving himself from the saddle and dropping to his booted feet with a heavy clanging of armor as Jack took in the scene before her. The room itself was largely unchanged from the moment of Jack's first arrival in Gozerdaburung, save for the gaping ring in the floor where the perimeter of the otherwise untouched teleportation circle had once been.
Presumably the essential piece in connecting this circle with those of the outer defenses.
Now, however, brilliantly illumined in the nexus of swirling blue energy at the heart of the chamber, large stacks of stone tablets, identical to the ones that had filled numerous shelves of Rockelig's chamber to overflowing, now were gathered to serve as a tiered platform beneath Rockelig's feet, at the inert teleportation circle's center. A metal platform peeked around the edges of the clustered towers of tablets, telling Jack how the woman had moved the slabs of stone so quickly. The disk resembled the lifts used throughout Gozerdaburung and in the Tower of Memories, as well as the mobile platforms utilized by birdkin to ferry supplies and those without wings. Jack briefly had the absurd notion that Rockelig was attempting to transport the tablets somewhere far away, but that made little sense. She knew from talks with Hattie that relocating people and objects was an incredibly delicate process, inviting grave and potentially gruesome risk if great care wasn't given to precision.
And a precarious gathering of stone tablets should be no substitute for the delicate symmetrical markings of a teleportation circle's exterior.
Atop her wobbly dais, Rockelig herself held her arms out to her sides, her face twisted in concentration and... was that pain? It was hard to tell where the natural air currents of Mount Gozerda began, and the harsh winds stirred up by Rockhalig's inaudible incantations began, all billowing in the dwarf mage's embroidered robes.
"Rockhalig!"
Jack shouted, hunching low over Ember's neck against the gale. She wasn't sure the woman could even hear her through the blinding storm of air and light, but Jack felt the need to grant the head mage a chance to surrender. People had been hurt. Any justifications could be attempted later. Rockhalig's eyes, spilling over with a fierce cyan glow, seemed to shift from a faraway stare to the sudden new arrivals, her enchantment stuttering to a halt.
The alarm, she called back. I thought I'd have more time, but I can still fix this. It has to be now.
Fix what?
Allie hollered, Biriak in hand but held low for the moment, as she fanned out with Gefnar, Nelina, Halstarg, and Zaja from Jack's position.
What are you trying to erase this time?
The accuracy of Allie's words fell into place for Jack in time with Rockhalig's features twisting in guilt and determination.
I am sorry, Allie. I didn't know. You were meant to forget along with the rest of us.
Well, I didn't,
Allie snapped, brandishing her dagger at the stack of tablets beneath Rockhalig's feet.
So just think about what that means for a second. Whatever you're working on now, it could be just as imperfect. More by the looks of the escalation.
The first attempt only had to be on a small scale,
Rockhalig asserted, shaking her head.
Lethold and Balgi had only interacted with a few people before Nintrenger had them locked away, so the radius could be kept small.
The tip of Allie's dagger twitched.
So you do remember them?
No, the magic affected me as well, but after you all barged in on me, I consulted a secret place where I'd meant to leave special notes for myself, should a test prove more successful than I'd anticipated.
Jack tipped her head, beginning to understand, she thought.
The ritual erases even normal writing about whatever was erased.
That explained the lack of even written reports of Lethold and Balgi having existed.
How do your special notes differ?
Rockhalig was growing ever more agitated at her stalled ritual, but she seemed to realize that failing to answer her visitors would cause them to prevent her from continuing.
In order to maintain cohesion within the ritual's effect, any trace of what's been erased must be preserved within a unity of the other three Kunarish, counteracting the energies of Hemayed.
Allie met Jack's studious gaze. Was their apparent mastery of the other aspects, along with their shared memories of Lethold and Balgi, solidified in their mental link, the reason they'd proved immune to Rockhalig's first ritual?
And why Gefnar was only partially affected? So, it's just every memory and trace of a person you erase?
Allie pressed, menace in her words.
Lethold and Balgi are still alive?
The dwarven mage looked like she wanted to shrug, but feared lowering her arms in the static but still thundering maelstrom of bluish magics.
I don't know what became of them. From the notes I left myself, though, they seemed fully capable of extricating themselves from Gozerda Barung.
Gefnar's features were creased with pity.
You really don't remember them? They were your friends, Rockhalig. How could you just make yourself forget them? I must have had a very good reason,
Rockhalig practically yelped.
It would have been for our own good.
And now?
Jack challenged.
What good do you think you'll be doing with this new ritual? What makes you willing to hurt your own people to complete it? What are you hoping to erase, Rockhalig?
Us,
the dwarf snarled.
Since first emerging to the surface of the world, we dwarves have been mistrusted, reviled, and slaughtered. Here again, outsiders come to destroy us in the Infinity Grove, and the cycle of violence and hopeless rebuilding will begin again. I'm the only one willing to enact a final solution, one that permits both sides to live on in peace.
Sergeant Halstarg spoke up for the first time since dismounting Ember, disgust shining in his eyes.
You'd erase our heritage, head mage, our culture, all that we've learned.
That's a loss from which we can recover, Rockelig insisted. We can rebuild, rediscover who we are, but we dwarves will be lost forever if we begin another war against the surface. Do you really think they'll leave any of us alive this time? They'll eradicate us, down to the last child.
Halstarg hefted his axe.
They are welcome to try.
Rockelig scoffed, as though deflecting the petulance of a small boy.
The dragons are gone, Sergeant. Without their strength to bolster our own, we'll be outmatched by whatever alliance will form against us.
You're wrong,
Halstarg growled, casting sidelong glances to Jack and the others.
The surface is about to be reminded who we are, and how fiercely we fight to take what is ours in a big way.
The head mage's scowl faltered, morphing into cold realization.
You stand with Shebwir.
Jack tensed, shifting her guard to angle toward the sergeant. Halstarg's chin jutted out proudly.
I do. The Lord of the Dragons returns alongside Gamondel, our warrior king, and they will lead us to our final victory.
From her position near to the sergeant, Zeja blinked, backing a few steps away from Halstarg.
Oh my! That doesn't sound at all friendly.
Or practical, Nelina scoffed, barely audible above the dull rush of power that spilled out into the wan light of morning. The Tigerkin's glinting eyes shifted to Jack and Allie for direction as she angled her own stance toward Halstarg.
And there's no telling how much chaos this ritual could cause across Deyrnas.
Allie's barbed whisper reached only the ears of Jack and Gefnar. Gefnar nodded.
Something this powerful and acted so carelessly? Antiochus says magic should only ever be used with proper planning and intent.
Jack's gaze settled back on Rockelig.
It seems we'll have to prevent what you're doing as well.
Then to Halstarg.
Both of you.
For a long moment, no one spoke, sizing up each other and their irreconcilable motives.
No!
Rockelig screamed.
The Dragon War is ended, and I won't see another, regardless of who might win.
Her face lifted to the roof of the chamber, and her incantations continued, causing the light swirling about her to intensify once more. In the same instant, Halstarg charged, brandishing his axe as he prepared to leap and cleave his fellow dwarf in two, while Jack, Ember, Allie, Nelina, and Zeja all rushed to converge. From somewhere far below, Jack thought she could hear a mournful avian cry pierce the Infinity Grove, along with the first rays of true sunrise. A day of hatred, bloodshed, and terror had dawned. Chapter 32 Glimpses. Tanner didn't so much run down the grandiose stairwell that led to Gezerdeberung's towering darkwood gates, so much as he fell and only just managed to keep his feet under him the whole time. He'd already been tired before arriving in the land of the surface dwarves, and the emotional turmoil he'd experienced since then, not to mention it now being morning after a night of no sleep, had left him truly exhausted. He found Urquita's single arm wrapping through his as they crossed the immense stone tiles of the gaping entry to the palace, propping him up on the last leg of their journey.
"Are you all right?"
the woman whispered worriedly in his ear, helping him to keep pace with the dwarves that protectively flanked their approach toward the sloping vista of Verlebeskite.
"Fine,"
Tanner panted.
"Just don't see why the dwarves in all their wisdom can't have a lift that goes all the way down."
Urquita gave a muted shrug.
"Probably a security risk or something."
Tanner was about to point out that she could choose to sympathize rather than opt to be so reasonable, but a piercing birdkin cry swept through the yawning gateway of Gezerdeberung.
"We've got one!" a dwarf shout followed. "Phoenix blood, just as the administrator said!" As Tanner and Urquita stumbled out into the ranks of dwarven warriors set like short, spiky walls beyond the gate, an especially broad one, his pauldrons practically stacked with raised rank insignia, called from atop an adjacent platform, "On your guard! Other birdkin may be afoot as well, and they may take to the sky now that they know we're hunting them."
Urquita grunted as she abruptly yanked Tanner in the officer's direction.
"Sir, if I may?"
The dwarf's gaze instantly shot toward her.
"What is this? Why is one of our outsider guests here and addressing me?"
Scrambling to catch up to Tanner and Urquita's longer strides, the young woman who'd assumed command of Halstarg's squad in his absence raised a foot onto the lowest step of the platform, bowing deferentially to her superior.
"Administrator Intrangar has dispatched them to offer insight into enemy movements, General Stradast."
Tanner half expected the general to bellow something about how he didn't need any help, especially from outsiders. But he simply nodded, gray eyes sizing up his strange new advisors from over a voluminous but well-trimmed beard.
"Well, Snakeblood, you have some insight to offer then, I take it?"
Urquita nodded, performing her own hesitant bow as Tanner caught his breath.
"The Vermin Throng will have done extensive scouting of your defenses, and I don't think they'll consider an aerial assault to be worthwhile, not even to soften you up before sending in ground forces."
Tanner was trying to focus on the increasingly chaotic scene around him, with dwarven companies pushing deeper into Verlibeskite and many wailing dwarven civilians rushing toward Gezerdeberung for refuge. But he was distracted by the sensations filtering to him from above through the link he shared with Jack, Allie, and Gefnar. His friends felt confused, conflicted. They were acting swiftly, but with somehow divided attentions.
"A young Shorehammer,"
someone spoke up from behind Tanner, and he spun to find a dwarf man he felt he should recognize standing there. He was dressed in robes rather than armor, but the runes embroidered along the garment's hem and the sash about his shoulders denoted him as a member of the aristocracy rather than a mage. At the realization, Tanner placed him quickly.
"You're one of the surface counselors."
He tried not to feel too bad about blanking on the man's name. Short blonde hair, near white, faded into an equally bright beard, deftly shaped about a mouth now taut with urgency.
"Yes, I would speak with you privately."
Though he didn't sense any direct threat from the dwarf or his invitation, Tanner couldn't help recalling Rhys Lansfarer's warning that his time was short. He'd already split from the bulk of his companions. Did he really want to leave the safety of Urquita and his guardian's squad? Seeing his hesitation, the dwarf shifted on his feet, both at his proximity to potential frontline fighting, Tanner assessed, as well as his reluctance to risk his next words being overheard. He motioned Tanner down to his level and whispered,
"The Seneschal would speak with you privately."
Tanner imagined that his brain wished to forcefully apply his palm to his face at his subsequent wind-up to hurl caution to the wind.
"And there's an awful lot of wind around here."
"Take me to her." It was a simple matter to slip from view unchecked, with Urquita continuing to debate strategy with General Stradast, and with the squad serving as the outsider's protective detail directing their attention to any external threats. A few steps back through the gate brought Tanner and his guide into a small windowless room that reminded Tanner of a big closet. Spotting the scattered grooming implements and other personal effects, however, he assessed that it was more like a place for the palace's staff to retreat and conduct some self-care throughout the workday. There were no servants in the low-lit oblong hallway, however, nor were the shadowy assassins Tanner's imagination had conjured there to leap out and pincushion him with daggers once he was alone. Seneschal Fyverin waited within as promised. as did a pair of figures Tanner had wondered if he should be giving up for dead. His mouth fell open, his defensive posture drooping. "Lethold? Balgi?" The headmaster of Arinak Sanctuary smiled, though the expression was steeped in regret and sadness.
"Hello, Tanner. Apologies for our tardiness, but things grow rather complicated when the people keeping you under house arrest suddenly forget that you exist."
Tanner's tired brain was tripping over its own limbs. "Vyveren? You—" "Retrieved them, yes," the seneschal snickered dryly. "It was simple to request the guards to leave when they'd forgotten why they were even at their post." She nodded aside to the dwarf by Tanner. "Thank you for doing this, Gessleriv." A fond smile emerged by way of reply. "And Balgi, you can remember Lethold?" Nod. "And Lethold?" "Yes." Tanner turned to the other dwarf, the surface counselor. "And you—"
"Support the seneschal."
He looked to Vyveren with adoration.
"With all my heart."
"Hold on." Tanner waved for everyone to stop talking, his eyes squinting in focus. And he saw it all. Though it had likely happened well before he was born, and was meant to have been erased from all evidence and thought, the events of Lethold and Balgi's first visit to Verlibeskite played in Tanner's mind, as though he were plucking the patterns from his surroundings, the collective consciousness about him. He saw the dwarf man next to him, Gessleriv, and Vyveren wedding in secret, split by family loyalties when the seneschal's husband was bullied by the fellow remaining blood relatives of Gamendel into standing with the growing opposition to Queen Terving's enduring dynasty. He saw a younger Lethold and Balgi arriving in Verlibeskite with Rockelig, and others he didn't recognize, inadvertently uncovering the connection between Vyveren and Gessleriv, while Nintrenger was present. Rockelig, in desperation to repair the widening schism that threatened to lead to war as it came to light that the child Vyveren carried, Kelfevin, was fathered by a supposed rival, conducting a flawed ritual to remove that knowledge from reality. "Rockelig's first ritual was only a partial success," Tanner whispered aloud, scanning the faces about him to assess if he'd guessed wrong. By their expressions, he hadn't. The fuse Nintrenger needed to remove Vyveren's corruption was lit. Only the match had been snuffed. He tried not to feel self-conscious about resorting to a fire metaphor. Both King Garkamet and Nintrenger sensed something off about Vyveren's child, so Vyveren distanced herself from the throne and any non-dwarven outsiders. Tanner's expression shifted sympathetically as he studied Lethold and Balgi. Even if they'd helped to negotiate the terms of her joint rule with the Surface Council.
"We provided a necessary objectivity to the proceedings by Garkamet's ruling,"
Balgi sighed.
"But Nintrenger was eager to see the backs of us, threatening imprisonment should we ever return. Even Rockelig was seen as an interloper."
Tanner was still struggling to catch up. "So, how did you all learn the truth about what Rockelig had done?"
"We all helped to piece together the clues,"
Lethold recalled sadly.
"Even Rockelig. When we realized what she'd done, no one was more upset than she was. We'd left Vyveren negotiating treacherous seas with a broken compass. And Rockelig quickly promised never to utilize such magics again without proper oversight and study."
Tired resignation settled on Tanner's face. "But she changed her mind."
"She changed her mind,"
Balgi affirmed, glancing to Lethold.
"I don't know how much progress she's made in her studies, but by Vyveren's reckoning, we seem to have been truly erased."
"And Rockelig couldn't shield her own mind somehow?" Tanner pressed. Lethold shook his head.
Given what appears to be happening up in Peak Tower, she didn't want to.
The words baffled Tanner for a moment. Why in blazes would someone want to wipe their closest friends from their own mind? Then his eyes widened as realization struck. Whatever she's doing, it could hurt a lot of people, and you two were probably the only ones who could have talked her out of it. Balgi dipped his head.
If she remembered us, yes. And we believe she's attempting to erase all knowledge of dwarven kind from the world before the city is attacked.
But they're already here.
So it would seem,
Gessleriv muttered from Tanner's side as further shouts and birdkin caws filtered into the room from beyond the palace's gate. Tanner wrung his hands, conflicted about the greater clarity this granted him to the emotions he was feeling from his friends through their link. I can't fly. I can't get up there.
We know,
said Fyverin. I don't understand. What are you telling me all this for, then? What am I supposed to do?
You're right where you need to be,
Balgi assured him, and Tanner detected deep sorrow and pity in the words. Tanner gulped, realizing what the old orc seer was telling him. Oh. How does it happen? There was coldness, now that the moment was so close, but there was also a marked absence of fear and dread. Like I've somehow already made peace with it.
I'm afraid I don't know,
said Balgi, resting a heavy hand on Tanner's shoulder.
Not even what's most likely. The relationship you and your friends share in rebuffing the attempts of seers to assess probabilities leaves me tracing further points back to this spot.
But I don't exist in anything you've seen after tonight. Balgi hesitated, but Tanner felt no comfort in the delayed.
No. We can't save you,
Lethold declared somberly.
But we can attempt to bring you peace.
He reached out and brushed his glowing fingers against Tanner's forehead, causing warmth and energy to spill through the foxkin's haggard body. It was a greater rush of vigor and focus, but one much like what Gefnar had been able to provide on occasion when the gnome's healing energies had been spent. Lethold regarded Tanner with a warm smile as the younger man took a few sharp breaths at the abrupt shift in his state of fatigue.
Whatever awaits, Nomenkal's light will be with you.
Tanner gave a shaky laugh. Well, now I feel pretty ungrateful for never really worshipping him, her, properly. Lethold clapped him on his free shoulder.
It's never too late to begin, my friend. And besides, you've served the light in your own way, just as Nomenkal does. And there's something else we might try,
said Balgi, producing a small, rough-hewn fragment of hardened resin. Tanner's heartbeat quickened as he recognized the familiar inky blackness of it.
What's hidden from me may not be from you at the center of events.
He placed the resin almost reverently in Tanner's palm.
Burn it.
Tanner suspected that, in monetary terms, he'd just been instructed to perform the equivalent of torching Allie's new estate. But he nodded, clasping the fragment in his fist and letting fire envelop his fingers. And Tanner saw. As fire consumed the resin, crackling purple energy joined the trailing smoke and danced about his closed hand. Looking somehow through the entwined dance of power, Tanner witnessed the impending moment when his life ended. And he smiled. Chapter 33 Slipping Away. Allie focused the might of a small tsunami into the shuddering metal of her dagger, leveling Biriak at the glowing storm Rockelig had become at the center of the open chamber, only to hiss in frustration as the spherical blue cyclone about the dwarven mage scattered her potent beam into wobbling threads that shot off at all angles, dispersing harmlessly as though dissolved into the power already drenching the chamber.
Counteracted. The ritual is too far along.
"It's no good," she shouted over the pummeling rush of the magic-infused tornado. "I can't hit her with blasts or projectiles, and I can't get close enough to use Biriak in hand." Despite her protestations, she still fought to side-climb against the whirlwind, feeling her feet slide back against the stone floor, regardless of her attempts to root herself in place. The greater worry, however, was that the force of the winds was only increasing, and she'd used so much of her power to fly this high, as well as in her attempts to breach Rockelig's defenses. She felt confident that she could still catch herself at least, were the rising storm to hurl her back out over Gozerdaberung. But what if Ember didn't manage to catch everyone else without wings? Allie had no idea if Rockelig could hear her admission of powerlessness at the heart of the glowing storm, the dwarf mage's lips still moving with incantations as her eyes spilled over with bluish light.
Is that anything how I looked in the Tower of Memories that night?
But the words would have reached Jack and Gefnar at least, through their link.
They do have other things on their minds at the moment, though.
Across the chamber, their own footwork shifting as they fought to stay upright, Allie's friends had intercepted Sergeant Halstarg, the only one of them who seemed to have any chance of still reaching Rockelig. Thickset and weighted down by his armor, Halstarg appeared to root himself to the stone at his feet better than Allie or her fellow outsiders, his steps sure as he combated Jack, Ember, Gefnar, and Nelina all at once. Ordinarily, Allie knew that the dwarf would have been quickly overwhelmed, but the circumstances of the fight shifted things back toward a stalemate. While Jack was far more skilled with her bow than her sleek elven sword, she'd left the weapon unstrung upon gauging the unpredictable air currents that billowed in her cloak, opting to draw Healthfade instead. Still, while Halstarg was clearly skilled with his axe, Allie suspected that, on equal footing, either Gefnar or Nelina would have been a match for the dwarf. But Gefnar had begun the fight having his diminutive form be mercilessly pushed about by the winds, and now looked as though he was constantly in danger of being flung off his feet, wobbling precariously at every gust. The prospect caused the moment of Crexus's death to spring icily to mind. Nelina, meanwhile, was lithe and agile, despite her greater height, and had attempted to fold the winds about her already flowy style of combat. It hadn't worked. Allie had never seen the Tigerkin, or any cat-blood, look so ungraceful, constantly forced to shift her stance to keep from sprawling to the floor. And Ember, who might have presented the greatest threat to Halstarg on solid ground, was left scrabbling ineffectually with his mighty claws at the smooth stone, unable to re-manifest his wings for fear of being even more susceptible to the chaotic air currents. The mingled setbacks, combined with the inherent danger of mutual interference in a 4-on-1 combat, left any swipes or lunges toward Halstarg shaky, hampered, and easily deflected by the dwarf's scything axe. Halstarg had taken some minor cuts through the slits in his armor, but if anything it seemed like Allie's companions had taken the worse beating thus far. It was such a ridiculous sight, having the unquestioned competence of Halstarg's opponents so thoroughly undercut, that Allie couldn't help a bitter laugh.
After all our victories, we're stymied by a single dwarf because of a little wind and a lack of proper traction.
"No blasty, no flamey,"
Allie heard the phoenix blood mutter in aggravation from her other side.
"How about zappy?"
From a few paces distant came a focused column of searing lightning that rushed for Rockelig, the latest in a series of varied attacks from the handful of wands in Sage's feathered grasp. But the lightning, too, fractured into wire-thin fingers of electricity that bloomed in all directions, striking indiscriminately at floor, ceiling, sky, and bodies. Allie dodged the worst of it, but was still struck in the thigh, her leg spasming and dropping her to one knee. She braced herself with a hand against the floor, looking worriedly back to her friends. Gefnar's armor plates had drawn a small torrent toward him, it seemed, the once shining center of his chest-piece, blackened by the discharged electricity that also appeared to have tossed him back against one of the room's corner pillars. The gnome sat there, dazed, as though barely believing his luck at not abruptly facing a fatal drop through one of the open walls. Also decked in metal, Halstarg appeared to have been struck multiple times as well, though he bore the punishment just as well as he did the churning winds, it seemed. Jostled, pained, but still stubbornly upright, and swinging away with his axe. A flickering barrier dissolved from around Jack, which appeared to have spared her the worst of the lightning's ferocity, if not its momentum. She'd been knocked a few steps back by Allie's reckoning. And Ember appeared to be sneezing at a particularly vicious bug in his nose, fur fluffed out and crackling in a display that, were the situation less dire, Allie might have found comical. In a way, it was Nelina who'd suffered the most at this sudden development, as Allie looked over just in time to see the tigerkin's sword skitter the last foot or so to the edge of the floor and topple from sight. Granted a moment of reprieve from 3 points of attack, Halstarg had quadrupled his efforts against a now defenseless Nelina, already outmaneuvering his unbalanced opponent as the tigerkin staggered from her own shock. And, as Allie pushed back to her feet, Halstarg's axe hit home. It was odd, Allie reflected as she heaved herself toward the sight, feeling so raw and gutted at witnessing a blade buried so deeply in Nelina's belly. A year earlier, the prospect would have elicited little more than a grunt. You could grow comfortable just having someone around, she supposed. Nelina swayed as the axe was sharply removed, clutching confusedly at the straight, seeping wound that had opened across her midsection. Then she sank back to her rear, seemingly annoyed at how much the impact hurt. Zaja screamed, dropping to all fours in Allie's peripheral vision and scuttling frantically in Nelina's direction.
"Hold on, Stripey One! I have a wand for this!"
Which was good, Allie supposed, letting fury fuel her slow, leaning drive for Halstarg. Gefnar still hadn't regained his feet, having had the wind, ironically, Allie thought, when there was currently such an abundance of it, knocked out of him. And Jack was soon nearly overwhelmed by a fresh flurry of blows from the dwarf sergeant, Ember desperately nipping and swiping for the invigorated Halstarg to buy his mistress some space to maneuver. Allie did have some minor skill with healing, but the damage to Nelina's internal organs would be extensive.
And I'm not carrying around our healing wand anymore.
Which left Zaja as Nelina's best hope, and Allie the option to continue her useless attacks against the untouchable Rockalig, or to help her friends bring down Halstarg. She gritted her teeth and hoisted Biriak as she pressed on for the dwarf man's back.
One problem at a time.
Dawn had truly broken by the time Tanner stepped back out of Gozerdeberung's main gate, a faraway smile on his face. He supposed this might have been in bad taste, given the way things appeared to have developed in his short absence. Although he hadn't heard anyone exhibit the decency to call out any threats or ultimatums from within tidy formations, something resembling a battle had begun. Apparently having assessed that their disguises were now of little use, Phoenix Bloods and other birdkin swooped low over the city's dwarven defenders, harrying those who'd been dispatched to root out the Verminthrong infiltrators, with weapons that Tanner recognized from the brief fight against the Wolfkin in Katasan. In nearly every Phoenix Blood hand, of which there seemed to be 200 or 300 airborne sets, was a dual-barbed sort of half-crossbow device that seemed to focus and spew the innate fire of the vibrant birdkin as blinding oblong projectiles that splashed with sizzling impact against flesh, armor, and stone before sublimating into nothingness. Being on this end of things left Tanner with the impression of exceptionally bad weather. Arrows and bolts contributed to the illusion of deadly precipitation, though they both rained from the sky, fired by birdkin without innate magical weaponry who performed lofty sidelong lopes, and shot up from the earthbound defenders. Any birdkin not currently caught up in the feathery dance overhead were huddled behind makeshift barricades of stolen barrels, carts, and furniture that had been pushed forward to aid in the advance of further half-breeds, orcs, and goblins. Ferocity and ancient vengeance contorted faces on both sides of the fighting. Few dwarven bodies littered the ground, and the forces gathered before the gate, who held the line to maintain a path of retreat for their advanced troops, appeared capable of sustaining a near-flawless phalanx, presenting a wall of shields both outward and upward. But not many Verminthrong attackers appeared to have fallen either, presenting such unusual targets to the proud but ill-prepared protectors of Verlabiskite. A single smoldering flame beyond the dwarven formation caught Tanner's eye, and he recognized the dwindling blazes of a fallen phoenix blood. The sight made him sad in a way that he found hard to describe, almost invigorating. "Tanner!" The familiar voice jarred him from his musings, drawing his gaze over to where General Stradast still stood atop his platform, bellowing orders into the chaos. A robed dwarf with a staff stood to either side of their military leader, one lashing out with offensive magics, while the other glanced aside any incoming blast or projectile that ventured near. Beside the red-faced, steely-eyed Stradast was Urkita, flinching at occasional near misses between whispered words to the general, still offering her expertise on potential Verminthrong tactics. Urkita waved eagerly over to Tanner, apparently feeling, despite her yelp as another phoenix blood attempted to melt her, that the defense in close proximity to Stradast would provide the safest place for Tanner. Tanner smiled at her concern, trotting over to the platform. She was right. It wouldn't matter, but she was right. "The Verminthrong got tired of being sneaky, I take it?" Tanner grunted as he walked to Urkita's side. He found his eyes drifting skyward. This close to the base of Gozerdaberung, there was no clear visual to be had of its highest point. But was that a glow shining up top like a halo? He shrugged. His friends would have it under control soon. Urkita was nodding when he turned back to her, the demi-silg pointing out into the heightening colors of morning. "There!" she hissed to General Stradast. "The orcs and larger crockbloods will take a different approach, but it will be a distraction from the more subtle goblin, snakeblood, and small crockblood advance." Stradast nodded, his own keen sight picking up on the first of the orcs coming into view from around one of the closest buildings a few hundred paces off, the warband hoisting their spiked shields and clubs with toothy battle cries as they eyed the uncluttered path to the palace gates. Tanner frowned, attempting to reconcile the scene before him with the cold promise he'd just witnessed as his fire had consumed Balgi's dark resin shard. "Hold on," he whispered. "There's something—" As he spoke, a band of perhaps 100 armored dwarves stumbled into view from deeper in the city of Verlabiskite, skidding to a halt as they came upon the frenzied orcs. Instantly spotting the dwarves, the orcs shifted the focus of their assault, bellowing their bloodlust as they fell in on their new enemy. Outmatched and already routed by another unseen force, the dwarves gave no thought to holding their ground, diverting their own course straight for the open mouth of Gozerdaberung. Stradast growled a dwarven curse, throwing a hand out before the gate's defenders. "Hold your fire! We're as likely to hit our own as the orcs at this angle." Tanner saw that the general was right. The orcs may have ordinarily towered over their prey, but even in the rush of promised battle, they had the presence of mind to use the faint slope of the ground to their advantage, hunching low behind their shields. Then Stradast was shouting into a communication disc. "Archers at higher station, take only clear shots. We'll cover Vref Company's retreat and then seal the gates." Swiping the disc inert, he muttered to himself,
"And pray to Cravog that the city's people have managed to seal themselves in the warrens."
Urquita was grabbing Tanner by the shoulder then.
"I've done all I can here, Tanner. We should get you back inside before the fighting reaches the gates."
But Tanner held his ground as Urquita's push grew more insistent. Time didn't slow so much as his understanding of it shifted, his surroundings abruptly seeming to adopt a greenish geometric haze that sharpened edges and clarified niggling doubts. And he understood how the moment he'd witnessed would come to be. Still gonna try to stop it, though. Fire blossomed about Tanner's hands as he gestured. "They're dead, General!" Stradast's head snapped in Tanner's direction. "What?" 12 seconds. "Vref Company, your people are already dead." He held the dwarf's gaze, speaking quickly but clearly, hoping it was evident just how much he was not joking. There were small, scattered bloodstains across the armor and mail of the oncoming wall of dwarves. Bloodstains that indicated fatal injury. Never mind that there was no way that birdkin of similar size could have donned the dwarven armor of their victims. What little was visible as far as bodily features among the faux Vref Company clearly marked them as dwarves. They were just the wrong dwarves. And there was no time to explain. 8 seconds. "You have to open fire, General, on everyone." Even as Tanner made his desperate appeal, he could tell from the indignant hesitation in Stradast's eyes that the General wasn't about to obey. And who could blame him? Some outsider had just told him to shoot his own people. Tanner sighed inwardly. Which means he's probably not going to like me much after this. Flame shot from Tanner's splayed fingers into the heart of the farcically retreating dwarves, striking one full in the face and throwing the target onto his rear, screaming as he fumbled to remove his helmet and smother the bonfire that his beard had become. 3 more plumes flew into the knot of disguised invaders, causing some of them to falter in confusion and others to abandon all pretense. With growling shouts, a handful of them brandished their weapons along the last few paces to the startled gate defenders, allowing many the chance to protect themselves from such a jarring attack. Thus alerted, the Göserdeberung forces began to adjust their ranks to account for a suddenly doubled assault. Tanner couldn't bring himself to smile, though. General Stradast's rounded nightmare of an axe was already falling. The blade caught him in the side at a lethal angle, slicing rib, organ, and pseudo-fire cloth with equal disdain. Feeling as though his right side had collapsed, Tanner folded to the ground in what he decided was a rather unhealthy pose. While shock and cold darkness overwhelmed his senses, Tanner thought he could make out Urquita's scream, leaving him to wonder if it was callous of him to think simply, I wonder how I survived this one, before losing all perception of the physical world in a depthless sea of swimming dark. It did feel like the wind was picking up, though. Chapter 34. To Stand and Fall. Jack swayed on her feet, her muscles protesting the endless brace into what had risen to be gale-force winds. Every inch her boots slid on the slick stone floor threatened to send her spiraling out at last to plummet down the mountainside, or to be impaled on Göserdeberung's many points. She'd managed at least to draw Halstarg away from the fallen Nelina, granting Zaja the room she needed to crawl over to the tigerkin and fumble with her healing wand. Amid the focus of keeping Hellfade up to glance aside Halstarg's unrelenting assault, Jack was surprised to find that she genuinely wished the Phoenix Blood Wandsmith luck in reviving Nelina. And maybe not entirely just because it would help shift the odds back in Jack's favor. Allie and Gefnar staggered in to join the combat from either of Halstarg's flanks, weapons raised even as Allie sent out a desperate cluster of light daggers for the dwarf that were almost instantly dissolved by the storm of magic about them. The strange thing was that, as much as Jack was clearly focused on the fact that the storm was a problem and had to be stopped, she found that she could no longer recall who had caused it, or what its purpose was. She felt as though she should be troubled by this. Halstarg's latest swipe carved the air in front of Jack, sheared off course by the buffeting winds and the dwarf's shift in stance to compensate for the sudden presence of Ember's snapping jaws. The axe twisted sideways to meet the wolf's snout, with the spike atop its head, opposing velocity driving the point deep into Ember's nostril. "Ember!" Jack knew she'd shouted, but it was like a whisper, even to her own ears. A deep but still pup-like yowl sounded from Ember's frothy mouth, and he flailed backward, padded paws barely catching him against the wind that sought to topple him from the chamber's edge. His flailing threw Gefnar off balance in his own approach, the gasping gnome forced to drop sideways to a knee, which was soon swiped out from under him by a low follow-up swing from Halstarg. Bringing his axe up to guard against the joint front of Jack and Allie, Halstarg stepped back toward the gnome, planting his foot against Gefnar's shoulder and shoving. Gefnar yelped as he once again skidded across the floor. Ember snatched frantically for the gnome with now blood-slick jaws. Allie screamed as Gefnar, eyes wide with terror, was carried out over the precipice and dropped from view. Allie felt like she'd fallen into a nightmare, the type where you were either fleeing or running toward something as though through murky water. The more she fought against the shifting whirlwind, teeth gritted to the point where she could taste bone and iron in her drive to reach the vanished Gefnar, the more her feet skidded and left her progress agonizingly slow. But Gefnar was out of time. Even if, with his arcing trajectory, he somehow missed the lower towers around Gezerdeberung's peak, he'd fall for only seconds, starting 2 seconds ago. So Allie did the only thing she could think of. She became her own storm. The air shuddered as she was abruptly caught up in a cone of gray, droning power, highlighted in crackling tendrils of purple. And, finding a young upstart in its belly, backdrafting against its unstoppable currents, the greater storm spat her out. She was distantly aware of Kravog voicing its rather scathing incredulity at the maneuver. Tanner groaned, and he supposed that was a good sign. Although, hadn't he heard some story about dead people groaning if there was air still trapped inside them? Dead people probably don't remember swapping grotesque stories with the other kids by the temple steps, though. "Tanner!" Someone was shouting, and he had the brief impulse to spin around and snarl. But he felt like some of the gravity of the maneuver might be undercut by the fact that this would see him face down in some rocky turf. Groaning again, Tanner opened his eyes. "Oh, hey, Orkita. I don't suppose we've saved the day yet?" A relieved blurt of laughter escaped Urkita's contorted features, flinging a bit of spittle into Tanner's eyes. "Well, hardly the worst of my current woes." He shifted on his back, inhaling sharply through his nose at the creak of grinding rib fragments on his right side. Freezing mid-grimace, he motioned minutely to the wand in Urkita's hand, finding that he had to raise his voice to ask, "Any spark left in that thing?" Urkita offered a bewildered shrug, shoving the wand into Tanner's hand. "I don't know. I'm not even sure I really used it right." It was awfully loud, come to think of it. Tanner waved aside the modesty like he was petting an especially skittish squirrel.
You did fine. Just glad you found it in my robe.
He looked down at his conjured attire.
Glad I still have a robe.
He'd always morbidly wondered how quickly it would dissolve if he died.
Gotta defer that research for a bit,
he thought, willing the wand to life and tapping at his bloody side. The pain diminished, but he still felt his bones sliding about where they weren't welcome. What had Gefnar told him once? Magically mending tissue was one thing, but bone fractures tended to require far greater time and focus. Still, Tanner felt like he could stand, and if he could stand, he could still help. He heaved to his feet, one arm slung limply over Urquita's shoulders, and finally surveyed the battlefield. It didn't do much for his mood. Urquita must have drawn Tanner back through the gate while he was unconscious, and of the dwarves who'd stood in defense of the gate, only a dozen or so remained, knotted up in a phalanx at the center of the great doorway, barely barring its breadth. Even as Tanner watched, the last of the brave defenders were being cut down by an unstoppable tide of orc, dwarf, and half-breed invaders. Thus far, any birdkin who'd taken flight to pass overhead through the gate appeared to have been brought down by the bombardment of bolts and magics from the upper battlements. But there were only seconds left until the palace was breached by sheer force of numbers. Tanner gripped his healing wand tightly, sending a mute thank you to Allie and her bull-headedness in forcing him to carry it. He wasn't sure she received the sentiment. His friends all seemed equally as distracted.
Reinforcements won't get here in time, he told Urquita sidelong. Find a way to close the gate. I don't know anything about dwarven machinery, she hissed, grabbing his wrist. And anyway, you can't. I can. He felt fire boiling like magma behind his eyes as he turned to her. For long enough, anyway.
Aerial cover, someone shouted from beyond the gate. Remember to keep low, and Phoenix blood should fall into their defenses if struck. Tanner's cheeks flapped in a shaky exhale. He knew that voice. And the last time he'd seen Sheb Wir Ed Zrohigian, the half-dwarven leader of those eager for King Gamandel's return, hadn't seemed too taken with a certain foxkin. Hey, he whispered to Urquita, patting the hand still cinched about his wrist. Remember the day we met? She flinched as if struck. Tanner, don't! Marima could... You said you were making me a deal on the silver I needed. He smiled. Best deal I was gonna get, you said. Tanner. Well, now I'm making you a bargain, Marima. Best one you're gonna get. He leaned in, his words sharpening. She's stronger than you, so you'll only have one chance. Urquita's face was a mask of torment and focused will. Tears began to flow from her red-rimmed eyes that flashed erratically between rounded and slitted pupils. Please, she choked out. Don't make me. I can't make you do anything, Urquita, Tanner soothed, taking her in a quick, unstable hug. No one can. It's gotta be your choice. Your reasons. He drew back, swallowing unsuccessfully at the lead in the back of his throat. But I think you know all the good you could do. Besides, he held out his hands in resignation as he retreated backward from her within the frame of the bloodied morning sky. I'm already a dead man walking. A rag-dressed eagle-blood was diving through the yawning gateway as Tanner slowly turned from Urquita's reddened, tear-streaked face, and he almost casually raised a hand toward the birdkin, unleashing a blinding gout of flame that charred his swooping target mid-flight. The light thud of the eagle-blood's impact on the floor behind was soon repeated as more birdkin fell to his scorching, deadly accurate assault. Tanner walked, unhurried, back to the mouth of the gate, sorry that he couldn't save the last of the dwarven defenders, and self-disgusted at the cold realization that he'd be far more effective without worrying about them getting in the way. He'd have called for them to retreat if he'd thought it would do any good, but they were following the final orders of the fallen general. Spotting the bloody, vacant-eyed form of Shrouds underfoot of the battle-crazed orcs leading the vermin-throng charge, Tanner felt a pang of sympathy. A soldier to the end, fighting for his home, even if it had entailed chopping Tanner down like a bothersome tree from the other man's perspective. Then, with the last of Gezerdeberung's immediate forces cut down, the dwarven invaders and their vermin-throng allies were granted a clear pathway to Tanner, and Tanner to them. Not breaking stride, Tanner drew deep from the hot, pulsing core of his being, forming a bright, swirling knot of fire before him the size of an especially bloated gourd. Then he hurled it at his charging foes. The handful of orcs at the center of the expanding geyser weren't so much burned as they were incinerated. Flesh, bone, metal, and armor indiscriminately reduced to ash as Tanner advanced. Those on the periphery of the fiery torrent were hurled back from the impact. Some lay still and smoldering, while others, who were shielded from the worst of the flames by their comrades, howled and writhed on the ground, desperate to smother their unnatural burning. 3 invaders, an orc, a goblin, and a dwarf, skirted the blast altogether, swooping in on Tanner from his sides. One bolt of fire seared straight through the orc's heart, and the dwarf was soon screaming as his superheated armor betrayed him to a horrifically entombed end. But the goblin darted forward, baring its ghastly crooked teeth in a triumphant snarl as the metal shard atop its polearm sank deep into Tanner's belly. Blood and bile rose in Tanner's esophagus as his ruptured insides failed to respect each other's barriers, and he doubled over instinctively, even as he palmed the goblin's head and was soon left holding a sizzling husk. Spitting bright red, he yanked the goblin's weapon from his gut with one hand, the other shakily channeling the fading light of his healing wand back through his entire body. And he began to glow. Chapter 35. Hasty Compromise. Something was horribly wrong. Jack couldn't begin to articulate what it was, or how she knew it, but her mind was beginning to play deadly tricks on her. She was locked in deadly combat with someone. He was short, stout, and decked from head to toe in finely crafted metal plates, armor that reminded Jack for some reason of great halls of stone. Below ground, perhaps? But that was preposterous. Who would have the patience and skill to craft such marvels? Certainly no one Jack was aware of. Lie! Jack's subconscious seemed determined to scream at her. She shook herself, keeping her footwork swift but sure as she retreated from her bizarre opponent through the ceaseless roaring wind. Whoever he was far better in close-quarters combat than she was, and it wouldn't pay to sort out her crumbling thoughts, only to find herself bifurcated by the figure's scything axe. All right, so what did she know? She was high up, though where exactly she couldn't say. Glimpses of a great mountainside flashed in her peripheral vision as she shifted back and back, But who would have built a place like this? She knew she'd come here deliberately, and on a mission of great importance. With Ember. He was there, desperately harrying her opponent from the rear, but his footing was even less stable than Jack's. Only a handful of his wild swipes with paw or blood-slick muzzle posed any threat to the armored figure. They'd flown here with others. Nelina and Zeja were over there on the floor, the phoenix blood loosing a despairing wail at the continued failure in her efforts to revive the tigerkin. The armored figure had done that to Nelina. He'd attacked her because they'd surprised him.
Lie!
No, they'd all arrived together. But it was as though Jack's opponent was being erased from her thoughts by the second, leaving her constantly disoriented and off balance with the realization that she was still locked in combat. It was like constantly waking from a dream, only to find that it was still all too real, and all too deadly. But why did the armored figure keep glancing furtively toward the chamber's center, the apparent heart of the storm?
He wants to stop it,
Jack recognized, wondering how many times she'd come to that understanding already.
I want to stop it too,
Jack felt. That was important, perhaps more important than anything else. Only the methods Jack somehow understood her opponent would use left her feeling sad, ashamed. Yet he was still somehow better suited to the task. Still, the storm was growing worse, and if a momentary truce with her opponent could stop it, maybe Jack would be granted a moment to collect her thoughts, to remember. Planting her feet, she swung out two-handed at the armored figure with a swipe that would force him to halt his advance. Unfortunately, it would also leave her open to the inevitable quick counter-assault. Letting one hand fall from her sword hilt, Jack brought her arm back down from her swing, exerting her will to drain a blinding bolt of lightning the width of her thumb from the abruptly shimmering blade. The blast was aimed for the armored figure's midsection, but the cauldron of the storm diverted it to his feet. Almost just as Jack had intended. She hadn't meant to get so close to Ember. Her goal was achieved, however, as the armored figure grunted and leapt to one side, hoisting his axe for another attack.
All right,
Jack hollered, holding her free hand out for Ember to stand down. Both the wolf and the armored figure froze. Jack bowed her head to the dark eyes beneath the helmet, still shouting to be heard.
You win!
She motioned with her head toward the heart of the storm. The armored figure hesitated only for half a second, lunging past Jack and Ember toward the blinding center of the chamber. Eyes watering as the winds continued to pummel her hair, clothing, and face, Jack held up an arm to shield her gaze, monitoring the armored figure's progress. Was that another person within the storm? As the armored figure neared the storm's bright, pulsing center, even he was forced to slow, bracing against the ceaseless wave of air and magic. Feet shifting half the distance back for every step forward now, he closed on what looked to be a short tower of stone slabs, heaving his axe around with what must have been a lung-emptying yell, but which Jack only heard as a muted whisper. Blue-white light erupted from the impact, and Jack thought she saw stone fracture and scatter, destabilizing the obscure monument. Heartbroken screams filtered to Jack through the crescendo of chaos, causing Jack to feel a stab of sympathy for
Rockelig.
No sooner had the haze begun to lift from Jack's memories than the dwarven mage toppled from her crumbling pulpit and onto Halstarg's awaiting axe. Its components severed at a crucial moment, the ritual shattered. Violently. The contained, if chaotic energy swirling about Rockelig erupted in a shockwave that left Jack's ears ringing and eyes overwhelmed with radiance. She felt gravity invert as her feet left the floor, Hellfade flying from her grasp. Her impact with what could have just as easily been the floor or ceiling shortly thereafter brought a darkness to envelop all the light, and she was almost grateful. Allie groaned, which proved to be a resounding mistake. Any tensing of her muscles whatsoever seemed to cause her very cells to throw spiky, individual tantrums.
"Hey, hold still,"
Gefnar soothed under his breath from somewhere above her. Not too far above her, of course. She was glad she didn't much feel like laughing at her own mental joke. Grunting, more like minutely exhaling, really, her acknowledgement of Gefnar's command, she kept perfectly still, feeling the warmth of the gnome's healing magics bathe her like a soul-drenching salve.
"That was brave,"
Gefnar's voice came again.
"Was it?"
Allie wondered, letting her most recent conscious moments drift to prominence in her mind.
"Given that bravery is how mortals seem to refer to risking self-harm for something other than oneself, I suppose he is right. From a certain perspective."
Allie recalled letting herself be caught up in her own power and the resulting slap she'd been dealt by Rockaleg's magic storm. Flailing as she'd fought to regain control of her trajectory, plummeting down after the speck that was Gefnar, knowing she'd never reach him before he was smashed apart on the battlement below. Reaching him anyway. She remembered thinking in the moment before impact, when she'd desperately attempted to cushion their collision against the proud grey stone of Gozerdebarung with an opposing rush of power, of Rhys Lansfarer's words to her from across the ages.
"Your greatest struggle will be in letting him go."
She couldn't help a weak, smug smile as she thought of once again seemingly achieving the impossible.
"Yes, congratulations on sticking it to a dead man."
Allie hadn't heard the typically even-toned Thekur sound so flippant before.
"But I don't suppose that you realized that your last little stunt has left you completely drained."
Allie had noticed. She had that same gaping pit of a sensation at her core, despite Gefnar's ministrations, that she'd last felt in the Aethelvir forest, after using the last of her magical strength to render Tiraki invisible. Feeling bodily rejuvenated at least, after a few more seconds of basking in Nomenkal's light, Allie heaved up to an elbow, then pressed down through her hand. To a rising stream of objections from Gefnar. Sticky blood matted her hair to the side of her face, but she didn't even have the minimal energy required to magic it away. "Stop moving!" Gefnar snapped, cradling the side of her face with a glowing armored hand. His own features were bloodied as well, with his seeping nose bent at an odd angle, but his brow was knitted in focus as he tended to Allie. His eyes found hers, seeming to search for further signs of trauma rather than connection. "You still have a concussion, and I'm pretty sure your skull is fractured." She grunted again.
"Good thing I don't use what's in there too much."
"That's not funny."
"I mean it,"
she moaned, her free hand drifting up to rest on his.
"I can be a real idiot."
Allie left it at that, but she saw from the flicker of realization in his gaze that he understood everything left unsaid. She was grateful for the complete lack of self-satisfaction in the expression, and for the simple nod he gave her in return that somehow encapsulated whatever he could have replied, bolstered as it was through their link. His eyes drifted upward as he continued to spill vibrant golden light over her body. "We're not getting back up there."
"No."
Allie almost shook her head before thinking better of it. Then she realized that something was missing from the open walls of Peak Tower. There wasn't a magic hurricane engulfing it.
"Jack!"
Allie blurted, reaching out to their friend in her thoughts. But Gefnar shook his head.
"Lucky?"
"She's not answering. I can sense her, but only faintly." He gulped. "Tanner's in trouble too." Allie heaved pointlessly against Gefnar's sudden firm grip on her shoulder.
"Let go of me! We have to help them!"
"Which one?" Gefnar's voice choked on the question. "And how? You can't even stand, and I'm using the last of my strength just making sure you're not going to drop dead from internal bleeding." Allie saw the light radiating from his hands begin to dim even as he spoke.
"The blazes I can't stand!"
Allie snarled, lunging feebly to push him away. Gefnar caught her when she inevitably sprawled back to the brief stretch of battlement between two metal-plated doors, gently catching her newly throbbing head. Sighing, he helped to heave her to a sitting position at least, against the crenellations. "Hold still! I don't even have any clue where my weapons are, and you—" Allie's lip curled in defiance as she summoned Biriak to her grasp from wherever it had fallen. It felt heavier than she would ever admit.
"You think you don't use your brain enough?"
Gefnar sighed, allowing Allie to catch his own exhaustion for the first time. "Then use it now. You could kill yourself just by moving too much. You can't get to them." A cough racked Allie's body and made her feel like her alleged skull fracture was about to crack her open like a walnut.
"Fine."
She thrust the hilt of the dagger into Gefnar's hand.
"But you can."
He weakly clutched the pommel, already shaking his head. "No, Allie. Don't ask me to leave."
"I'm asking you."
Allie fought to wrangle her voice back from what might have been a sob.
"To keep fighting."
Gefnar briefly closed his eyes, and Allie saw that they were brimmed with tears when he opened them again.
"All right,"
he said with a nod, settling Biriak in his grip as he gave a faint smile. "It's just a small sword, right?" Again, more like a heavy exhale than a laugh.
"Right."
Reaching for her hand to give it a final squeeze, Gefnar stood, looking to either doorway nearby as Allie wondered if the distant shouts and clangs of combat had sounded so muffled a second ago.
"Just have to find my way down,"
the gnome muttered. He set off for the door to Allie's left on shaky legs, seeming almost disappointed when he tried the handle and found it unlocked. He sent a final look over his shoulder, cutting a rather dashing figure, Allie decided, even with his blonde hair a tangled, sweat-darkened mess and smeared haphazardly with blood, his own and Allie's. Allie wondered if he could sense her thoughts in that moment. She found herself hoping that he could, even if it meant he'd refuse to leave. Then he was gone, disappearing down the waiting stairwell. It was with grim satisfaction that Allie settled back into her bloody, stony seat. Did Gefnar know the truth that she'd felt ever since that initial groan? That his efforts hadn't been anywhere near enough? That she would soon drown in her own blood?
"He suspects, at least."
"Yeah."
"For what it's worth, regardless of how it affects my own plans, I am sorry that your life is concluding like this."
And here I thought compassion was Nomen Cal's turf.
Then, with a painful swallow.
Thanks for not leaving me to die alone.
Kravog didn't seem to know quite how to respond, and Allie's smug smile returned with the satisfaction of having stumped a Thakur one last time.
You gonna tell me if there's an afterlife?
Of a kind, but perhaps not in the way you mean.
Sure, be cryptic. What do I care?
Allie found that she wasn't caring about much of anything at this point. Not even the fact that the opposite door to the battlement had creaked open, or that her vision had gone too blurry to see if it was Gefnar who'd returned.
Or gotten lost.
She chuckled at the thought, or at least she meant to. But no, that wasn't Gefnar. An orc had come to finish her off, it seemed.
Well, screw you,
she thought as she faded from the world, feeling the cold breezes of Gozerdeberung flop more bloody hair into her face.
You're too late.
Chapter 36. The Fire Within the Gates. Tanner hadn't meant to start singing in the lyrical tongue of the Thakur. Neither had he really meant to snatch up the morning star of a fallen dwarf and fuse it with the wand he'd been holding, but he seemed to have done both things. The runes that had once etched the wand's slender surface now pulsed along the haft of his new weapon, which also shone torch-like in Tanner's grasp, its spiked head swimming in fires of deepest red. Other strange things were happening too. Those green geometric patterns were draped over everything as far as Tanner could see, shifting like a thin layer of viridian ice fractals as Tanner spun and lashed out, dealing destruction on a truly sickening scale. The brief glimpses he caught of his own forearms showed that the base of the markings which had emerged in the wake of Jotukan's death, the unique physical manifestation of his former bond with Okizi's soul, sported that same green light, before folding into the fire-tongue upper half of the markings, which trailed dazzling yellow. It was all a pretty effective distraction from the dozen or so arrows lodged in Tanner's body. Tanner wasn't sure that he even breathed anymore, but if he did, he imagined it would be ragged and gurgled. Whatever was left of his insides was being churned about with every move he made, and the healing magics that coursed through him from his inadvertent wand weapon had long since stopped stitching him back together fast enough. Annoyed more than discouraged at the hampering of his movements by the barbs about his burning form, Tanner spared a thought to send a muted wave of fire back along their flammable shafts. This ostensibly left the metal barbed tips still floating through his organs, but with his core temperatures steadily rising, well beyond the realm of his control now, said metal was quickly starting to melt. He tried not to think about what that kind of heat might be doing for the rest of him. This task was made easier by his other distractions, namely the unending onslaught of dwarves, orcs, goblins, and half-breeds who swarmed his position at the center of Gozerdeberung's gateway. Tendrils, gouts, and waves of flame fled him with the ease of ordinary movement and song. The death he dealt might have brought tears to his eyes, but he couldn't even make out the vapor the fallen would have become through the shifting veils of pattern and fire. He sang of violence and the fracturing of souls. Then a moment fell when all the dwarf shapes seemed to grow disoriented, the reaction preempting what Tanner took to be any sign of the cause. A rippling wave of blue light that left everyone shaking their heads in a daze. For Tanner's part, he experienced a strange sort of relief that he couldn't name. Some vague assurance that he wasn't standing on this spot, burning through his own flesh and bone, for nothing.
"Everyone rush the gates at once!"
Shebweir called from somewhere back in a dwarven formation.
"We are Gamondale's legion. This boy can't stop us all. And whatever's happening inside, our infiltrators will need our help."
Well, that explains why I still haven't gotten any backup from Gazerdabarung forces. They had their own, more immediate problems back inside the palace, Tanner supposed, cocking his head at the peculiar sight of a new arrow being seared to ash, as it closed within a few inches of his expanding blood-red aura. Not that the lack of fresh fighters made a whole lot of difference to him personally. Like he'd told Urquita, he was already a dead man walking. Maybe he had been for a while. But I guess we all are, really. Then the vermin throng and their dwarven allies, seemingly spurred into fresh motion by the call of the commander, funneled in on the gate in their hundreds, many tripping over themselves to converge on Tanner's position. The person who finally managed to bring him down would surely be heralded as the day's, the war's, the cause's champion, wouldn't they? Tanner sure hoped so. As the frenzied horde descended on Tanner, he offered a subdued exhale. Shebweir was wrong. He could stop them all. Drawing his arms in on his body like a poorly timed self-hug, Tanner willed every drop of whatever soup he might actually be now into a single point at the center of his being, then spreading his arms as though for a dive outward. He sang of bursting stars. The effect was witnessed from some place outside of himself, both in space and time. Sound followed sight in the violent expulsion of flame, the shockwave shaking the rock at his feet, where they had been and where they would be. Fire engulfed the gateway, obliterating the would-be invaders and lapping at the towering dark wood doors. And it was in the smoldering of those doors that Tanner glimpsed the barest scrap of eternity, a glimpse which threatened to liquefy him as surely as the fire he wielded. Times well beyond his own, as though through a shimmering window. It reminded him of the veil through which he'd once witnessed Kravog's true form. This time, however, what he saw was his own world, as it was and as it would be. Beings alighted on Deyrnas, or the formless point in space that would become Deyrnas, shaped by a number of the Thakur. But these people were as nebulous as their world, not adhering to any consistent physical body. Such an existence didn't stop them from gathering with like beings and growing societies, for whatever that means to persons of such unfathomable existence. But Tanner thought he did understand. A little. He was seeing his world as the Thakur had perceived it, a true reflection of their own plane. Then, seemingly conducted by forces outside of Thakur will, shape as Tanner perceived it began to manifest, drifting to a 0 point in time and space, the balance point in a cosmic equation. The arrival of beings from another realm beyond. Imbalance shook the newly tangible foundations of Deyrnas, and it was Kravog who was deemed the culprit. Eventually, managing to cage their sibling in the space between physical and ephemeral, the remaining Thakur sought to continue the world's shaping, each as they saw fit, and true imbalance took hold. Wars, the fall of the elves, and now this, a new tipping point, the moment fast approaching on which the whole of the world's future hinged. It was a future of which Tanner could only catch fleeting traces in his moment of expanded consciousness, as though it had perhaps not yet fully solidified. But what he did see left him awestruck with wonder. Vessels of earth, sea, and sky beyond his imagining. Magic and machine humming in harmony. New heroes with forms similar to those Tanner knew, but changed. True oneness with Deyrnas, in concert with its fourfold essence, its threefold heart. Strife would still emerge, and even this new reality would be threatened, perhaps even lost. But the future, from where Tanner was standing, was bright. And he sang of heroes past, present, and future. It was perhaps a second or so after Tanner realized that he had knees again that they decided to buckle. He stooped there for a moment, sunk to his knees and surrounded by smoldering soot, the eye of a fated, fiery storm, a rapturous grin on his face.
"Thank you."
He wasn't quite sure to whom he was addressing the sentiment, but he hoped that they heard him regardless. Then, in and exhaling as deep a breath as his stuttering lungs could manage, Tanner lifted his head. The great dark wood doors that served as his stoic sentinels weren't ablaze so much as they sported white pockmarks of ash like low burning logs, the occasional translucent tongue of flame dancing in and out of view. Tanner recalled hearing once that it was nearly impossible to burn dark wood.
Good thing I've only achieved the nearly impossible. I might feel pandered to otherwise.
Ash faded to smoky remains in an expanding circle out from him, and Tanner saw that even a couple of phoenix bloods hadn't been able to withstand the wall of fire. Beyond the twisted, charred flesh and armor, bodies more easily identifiable still smoldered, and further still, living invaders who groaned and attempted to regain their feet from where they'd been thrown. Tanner's gaze found Shebweir among them, the half-dwarf's deceptively benign features twitching in barely restrained fury.
Well, that should make it easier to sell what comes next.
Tanner found that he was granted one last miracle as he willed himself to his feet. His body responded. Sluggishly and with gasp-inducing stabs of pain, but it responded. Feeling like his spine would fold in on itself at any moment, Tanner straightened, glad he hadn't tried to get this far while gripping the morning star that had clattered to his feet. The glow of the healing runes had faded anyway, and an ordinary weapon wouldn't do him any good now. "Shebweir!" Tanner called, almost startled to silence at the sound of his own voice. He sounded strong, commanding,
like Curtis.
The half-dwarf had climbed to his own feet, standing warily well back from Tanner. Not beyond the reach of Tanner's usual fire blast.
But I won't be managing even one of those any time soon.
Tanner had to admit, the one-time summoner, one-time advisor to King Mevod, all-time Neo-Dragon War fanatic, presented a rather regal and imposing figure. Gone was the slouch the broad-shouldered man had cloaked himself in while in Mevod's service, as were the loose robes that had disguised his muscular frame. Now Shebweir was dressed like a proper dwarf, decked in burnished plate armor and hoisting a great sword in one hand that would have proved difficult for most orcs to wield in two. Steely eyes studied Tanner from beneath a brow tamed to soft hyphens by Shebweir's human blood. "You've put on an impressive display, boy." His voice easily outmatched the low crackle of fire and the distance between them. "But not even you can hold us back forever." Tanner adopted what he hoped resembled a sneer of contempt.
"Gotta make this look good."
Drawing on his last scraps of strength, he brought a soft flame to his palms, hoping that his enemies were too far off to see him sway at the exertion. I've got nothing but time, Shebweir. This is a courtesy. Retreat. Go back to your doyen or whatever rock you think Gamondel's buried under. I don't blazing care. He bared his teeth in a low growl. I'm giving you your lives. I suggest you take them. There was hesitation among many of the vermin throng, dwarves, and even in the eyes of Shebweir himself. But Tanner's brief flicker of hope that his offer would be accepted quickly evaporated. The potential victory before the invaders was too promising, and it all lay just beyond Gozerdeberung's yawning gate, past a lone blacksmith's son from the edge of the world. Tanner saw Shebweir's grip on his sword tighten, the man's resolve begin its implacable return. A tear spilled from Tanner's eye as he considered the life he might have continued to share with the people he loved.
It's all right,
he whispered, trying to move his mouth as little as possible. He sighed.
Do it.
Cold metal slid almost comfortably into his back, cutting smoothly through scar tissue, as though it somehow remembered the path of an old wound. Then up and past, sharp steel piercing his heart. Tanner let go, allowing his ruptured body to finally surrender to the pull of darkness, and time once again slipped his grasp. He'd fallen to his side, head lolling upward to take in the familiar sight of the one-armed snake-blood who stood over him, fangs bared and a blood-slick knife in her hand. He almost laughed at the overwhelming sense of déjà vu, but he supposed no one else would have gotten the joke, and he hated to laugh alone. He saw private tears glisten in his killer's eyes, and heard her choked, rasping hiss that could only have reached his ears.
I'm so sorry, Tanner.
Then, stiffening as she closed her eyes,
You got what you wanted, but this was my choice. Goodbye, Marima.
Tanner hoped Urquita could somehow sense the proud smile he was too far gone to give. He saw Nelina standing over Jack with a bloody sword. He saw Allie, still as death in Balgi's arms. He saw a bruised and battered Gefnar fighting for life with a familiar dagger. And that was only the now. The windows opened through time by Gozerdeberung's burning doors seemed to fall inward, as though the great slabs of Darkwood themselves were toppling to enfold him. He saw Curtis, flanked by his sons and leading others of all bloods into battle. He saw Atrisar, radiant and powerful as he'd always seen her, and without a touch of magic. He saw Drogul and Bozina, proudly guiding their kind into a new era. He saw his sister, brave, kind-hearted Okizi, who would now burn for the both of them. And, tired beyond measure, content to a depth beyond the hearts of the living, Tanner drifted into a time of purest sleep. Chapter 37. Short-Term Memory. There were footsteps, heavy and clunking, and they were getting closer. Feeling as though she were heaving her way back up a rocky slope, Jack forced the physical world into focus. Just in time to witness Halstarg's triumphant snarl as he swung his bloodied axe high overhead. Ember launched himself at the dwarf from somewhere behind Jack, wings shooting out from his sides in the eerie calm that had descended on the open chamber, both to obscure Halstarg's blow and to give a fierce downward thrust that left the great wolf as a blur in Jack's recovering vision. Claws screeched against metal armor, but before Ember's jaws could clamp down onto the dwarf's head or shoulders, Halstarg directed his axe toward the base of the wolf's right wing, knocking the lunge off balance. Yowling at the bizarre phantom pains that Jack could sense were racking his body, Ember toppled ungracefully to the floor, legs splayed as he fought to regain his footing. But Halstarg had already spun back around, continuing his scything arc to bury his weapon deep in Jack's sternum. Still on her back, and feeling like the distant alarm bells of Gozerdeberung pummeled her into the stone with every clang, Jack threw a weak kick at the dwarf, dredging up the will in her unresponsive body to roll away from the attack. The kick missed. Jack gritted her teeth, knowing that she wouldn't dodge in time. A blast of crackling blue power collided with Halstarg, coursing down his axe as though it were a lightning rod. But, though the force of the impact bought Jack another reprieve, the dwarf merely snarled, whirling on the source of the bolt as Jack heard Zeja caw.
"Oh, that doesn't appear to have done the trick at all."
There was a clatter and something tubular rolled across the floor in Jack's peripheral vision.
"One moment, I've other wands."
There was already a throwing knife in Halstarg's hand. The dwarf drew back to launch it, and, to Jack's frustration, she found she couldn't even shout a warning. Her mouth was full of something warm and viscous. Then Jack's sword was erupting through a seam in the armpit of Halstarg's scorched, blood-spattered armor. Jack blinked, raising a hand to her forehead. Both palm and face somehow felt cold to each other, as, in a bizarre moment of disassociation, Jack wondered how she'd managed to stab Halstarg from behind, while she was also lying on the floor in front of him. The dwarf toppled with a head-splitting clatter, and the tigerkin looming behind the dwarf drew into focus, a familiar elven blade in her hand, and recently used. Jack rolled to her side, feeling a thick globule of blood, along with a piece of her tongue, spill from behind her teeth. Spluttering coughs racked her body, and Jack had the distinct impression that more was about to spew from her than crimson droplets. A cold, wet nose nuzzled into her cheek then, and the soothing touch of the forest's light seeped through her, salving her wounds inside and out. Inhaling deeply after a long, rasping wheeze, Jack pushed up from the floor, one arm drawing Ember against her neck in silent gratitude, as her eyes lifted to the grim-faced Nelina. The tigerkin glowered at Halstarg's unmoving form. Helfade drooped at her side as she traced a finger across the bloody tear in her clothes across her midsection.
"I trust you don't mind my stabbing this one in the back."
Jack drew up some saliva, swished, and gave a final spit. Mostly just to purge the last of the blood from her mouth before clearing her throat.
"You've earned my thanks, Nelina."
She held out a hand, which was distractedly taken, the tigerkin helping to haul her upright. Jack smiled faintly, feeling dried blood tug at her cheek.
"Again, thank you. But what I wanted was my sword back."
Nelina stirred, chuckled, and nodded, deftly shifting her grip on Helfade to offer the hilt toward the other woman.
"And your trust, Huntress? Have I earned that?" "Provided it doesn't mean that we have to like each other." "But of course. Your self-righteousness is uniquely despisable. I'd feel incomplete should I be deprived the pleasure of responding appropriately. As would I should I be kept from loathing your self-centeredness."
Neither was smiling now, but the understanding in the eyes of both told of how much bite was absent from what the accusations might once have held.
"Such is the price of increased mutual empathy."
Jack's gaze drifted over to the quizzical Zeja, who'd closed to within a few paces.
"My thanks to you as well."
The phoenix blood waved aside the gratitude.
"Think nothing of it. Truth be told, that final blast was meant to be far more flesh-eaty than zappy."
Leaning against Ember for support, Jack found herself next taking in the cracked, scattered tablets and still bloody form of Rockalig at the room's center. The dwarf toppled from her strange pedestal.
I suppose we should...
The sentiment was left unfinished, as a horrible vacancy was left in Jack's soul, evaporating any residual fog on her mind.
Tanner!
She gasped, instinctually swinging onto Ember's back.
What is it?
Nelina demanded, casting her eyes about for another weapon, only to have Zaja tentatively offer one of her wands in the absence of anything more mundane, save for Halstarg's fallen axe. The Tigerkin snatched up the dwarven weapon, looking oddly undersized in comparison to Halstarg's stout build as she hefted it.
What's happened to...
Ember was already leaping out into the dizzying drop and crisp morning breeze beyond the chamber, and Jack distantly hoped that she would have protested the action had Halstarg severed one of his wings for good. Both furry wings reappeared, however, as Jack shot out over Gezerdeberung, reaching out through her link to the gate far below. The place where Tanner had just died.
She's coming around.
Yes, I can see that, Balgi.
She'll be upset.
I'm aware of that, Balgi. Are you certain that she can reopen?
Yes.
You recall, of course, that your habit of answering questions before I'm done asking them?
Yes.
A brief silence.
This isn't going to stop me from missing you.
I'm aware.
You've seen it?
I don't have to.
Allie stirred, not so much feeling that she opened her eyes this time, but rather was just finishing a very long blink. She didn't recognize where she was, but it looked a second-hand sort of familiar, with the stone and metal artworks along the wall of the rectangular chamber reminiscent of the ones in the teleport room she and her companions had come through on the edge of the Infinity Grove. Where the former chamber had been whole and pristine, however, this one was deliberately, and by the look of it, recently vandalized. Deep gouges carved into the rune-etched stonework that formed the lightless teleportation circle on the floor. Lethald and Balgi were crouched over where Allie lay on the cold floor, peering down into her face.
I'm not dead,
Allie said flatly, ending with a sharp hack at the dryness in her throat.
Something's wrong, though.
She could feel an indecipherable jumble of pain and distress through her link with her friends.
No,
Lethald replied with a drawn smile, offering her a hand up.
I'm hoping we've managed to delay that for a while yet.
By the time Allie had resumed her feet, she remembered how annoyed she was, which explained why her fist was jabbing into her old instructor's kidney. Lethald winced at the impact, but Allie was annoyed, not murderous.
Still not a gracious response to being restored from the brink of death, to my understanding.
She folded her arms as Lethald retreated a pace, registering the fresh but hardy tissue within her.
And I've probably looked better being all caked in blood still. Where have you been?
She snarled, glancing over to the smirking orc.
Both of you!
Breaking out of prison, offering last-minute guidance, sneaking through Gezerdeberung to get you out.
Balgi counted off on his gnarled green fingers. Allie scowled.
Why just me? Where are the others? What's been happening? You're uniquely suited to the task at hand,
Lethald informed her gently.
The others are back in Gezerdeberung, and I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you're about to lose someone very important to you. You?
Allie grunted.
Planning to disappear again?
Allie,
Balgi sighed, any humor fading as empathy swelled in his eyes.
I can clearly see Tanner's influence beyond today, but as for your friend himself—"
Allie's feet were already carrying her for the chamber's slab of a door.
"We'll see about that."
"Stop!"
3 voices struck her at once, one from inside her head.
"You don't reach him, Allie,"
the orc seer intoned with conviction.
"But I don't believe that he dies alone."
"Your task is to make his sacrifice worth it," Lethold added, a cold weight to his words. "To help save the people of this city, and to continue leading us into the future. And I can't help to save you again. Your own power is still spent and facing whatever force that overwhelmed the boy alone, and in your current state is foolish." Allie froze with her hand on the door handle, experiencing the all-too-familiar sensation that far too much hung in the balance of the decision before her. "If I go," she said quietly, "the vermin throng kill everyone?"
"Yourself included,"
Balgi affirmed.
"Gefnar? Jack?"
"Yes."
Her gaze shifted over her shoulder, eyes red and burning with unspent tears.
"And if I stay?"
She thought she made out an encouraging smile on the orc's face.
"You can continue to give us hope."
Allie's eyes drifted closed, and she reached out to Tanner through their link, finding him fading but at peace.
"Damn it. What do I do?"
Before she was truly ready for her question to be answered, Balgi was laying out a hasty explanation.
"You've made the acquaintance of King Shanadir, yes? He's a uniquely gifted individual, possessing both the powers of a seer and an accomplished mage. As dwarves would understand it, a mastery of both Kunarish of Skishard and Himayed."
Allie was turned about but leaning heavily back against the door.
"And you think I do too?"
"Perhaps the former, more volatile energy in a greater capacity, but your ability to shroud yourself from sight indicates a touch on the minds of others as well."
Lethold nodded. "Whereas Balgi and myself are masters of either, what the task at hand requires is both, within a single person." Allie's eyes fell to the slashed and rent stonework of the teleportation circle behind the other 2.
"You want me to fix that?"
she said, motioning with her chin.
"You'll have seen Shanadir perform a similar feat in Kadison,"
said Balgi, growing more agitated, if not more terse, by the second.
"when he commanded an old fortress to rise and provide defense for the nascent One-Blood Alliance."
Allie pursed her lips, easily recalling the impressive display from the Eagle-Blood King in causing the land itself to remember the walls and gates that had long since been demolished, reforming them from the very earth.
"I have no idea how to do that."
"I'll guide you," Lethold assured her, reaching for her shoulder. Allie told herself she just didn't have the strength to shrug it away. "As well as provide the raw power you'll need in your depleted state."
"Which leaves only one task to me still,"
Balgi sighed, his hand drifting to the hilt of an undersized dwarven sword at his hip. Lethold closed his eyes, his brow creasing in anguish before he spun and wrapped the orc in a tight hug. "And here I always thought Rockelig would be the last one standing."
"Oh, my bravest of dwarfs,"
Balgi groaned.
"We've all made our choices, Lethold. Try to remember the vast majority of hers which were made nobly and without fear."
Then, both men seeming to grasp that time wasn't on their side, they drew reluctantly apart, Balgi sending a final encouraging smile to Allie before making for the door.
"Where are you going now?"
Allie ventured, hoping the words didn't sound as barbed as they felt.
"To stand guard," the orc informed her with something like a jaunty smirk. "The bulk of the invaders may be focused on the assault of Gozerdabarung, but a few are bound to notice what you're about to do."
You mean what I'm about to attempt? Allie corrected internally. Aloud, she simply whispered to Lethold. And he can hold them off? It was Balgi who responded, chuckling as he threw a final look back from the cracked open door.
"I may be a weakling of a seer, Lady McAllister."
His eyes darkened over his smile, and Allie felt a brief stab of fear as he added,
"But I'm still an orc."
Hoisting his dwarven blade, Balgi slipped from view. Lethold held his hands out for Allie's then, conviction battling the cold loss in his eyes.
"We have to hurry."
She nodded, taking in the scarred, broken stone of the teleportation circle as she let his large, rough fingers enfold hers. Fine. What am I supposed to do exactly?
"Much the opposite of the feat you performed recently in Lorsen. Draw on the power I provide to shape rather than consume."
Predictably oversimplified coming from a mouthpiece of Nomenkal, but I'll provide what guidance I can. Allie breathed deeply for a few seconds, trying to still the storm of emotions raging sympathetically in her mind through the link with her friends. Tell me we're not just blindly hoping that we have allies waiting to come through? Warm, soothing energy seemed to course through Lethold's touch.
"This hope is far from blind."
Focus on what was. Since this circle was dismantled only recently, the ski-shod energies should prove manageable for one inexperienced in shaping, and should exact only a minor toll on one inexperienced with temporal dispersal. Allie wavered as her eyes drifted shut. Toll? Then she was swimming in a great pulsing web with strands of deepest purples and inky blacks. Each seemed to hiss, balloon, and sever wherever Allie directed her attention, lashing wildly before either resuming its previous connection in the endless knot or forging a new one with another orphaned strand.
"Think of all that you've helped to create,"
Lethold instructed over the harsh crackling of the energy storm, though Allie wasn't sure he could either see or hear it.
"You've reduced your surroundings to ash before by unleashing concentrated energies of decay. Balance. Explore entropy's counterpart. Time may flow backward as easily as forward when aided by memory."
What is lost may never truly be recovered. Not as it was. And nothing with thought and soul may cheat death by stealing time, but matter.
"Matter is merely the arrangement of particles, and just as organic material may recall its previous form, or even the form of its progenitors, so too is there memory in mineral."
History in the inert. Allie shifted her consciousness through the threads of purple, instinctually feeling the deceptively erratic flow of the ever-shifting three-dimensional web. She began to sever with purpose, closing currents of rich color from clawed tendrils of black, crafting a small but potent tangle of purple. Shaping. It felt good. Like distilling the purest water from the darkness and muck that had sullied to some degree her every use of her innate power to date. A deep, vindicating gratitude filled her soul. The connection she'd found, the compassion she'd learned for herself during her time with friends who'd patiently broken down her barriers, had granted her the ability to use her gifts to create, rather than simply to destroy. She didn't need to know precisely how the teleportation circle had been before the invaders' arrival. She only had to help the stone and its glinting green runes to Remember.
The sluggish shifting of stones reached her ears, a harsh drone and soft hum striking up in bone-rumbling harmony as Allie, somehow seeing with greater clarity having her eyes half closed, drew her small knot of purple threads down into the floor. Rather than a shifting, crackling web, the threads now formed a near-perfect sphere, which Allie expanded to encase the broken teleportation circle in pulsing hemispheres above and below. Only the circle wasn't nearly so broken any longer. Cracks had refused, sutured by fine dust that spilled into the seams. Runes shone with restored enchantment as vengeful scrapes slid away in reverse. And a pale, luminous silhouette already shimmered in the air. Allie shook herself, her eyes shooting open fully as she withdrew from the power's touch. Had she meant to?
The delicate art of ski-shod shaping, as difficult to perform as it is dangerous to master.
With a cold spike of dread, Allie realized that Lethold's hand was no longer in hers. Already knowing what she would see, her eyes fell to where her old teacher had stood beside her, and where he now lay weakly gasping on the floor, deepened wrinkles about his eyes.
"Lethold!"
she screamed, dropping to a knee beside the man. She'd never so easily thought of him as old before. His eyes were bloodshot and ringed dark with fatigue, his lips dry and cracked as he wheezed against his parched throat. There was also a sudden gauntness to his features, his gray hair and beard taking on traces of true white in their scruffy, wild strands. Allie immediately drew her water pouch, bringing its uncorked opening to Lethold's quivering mouth.
"Why didn't you tell me the cost?"
she snarled under her breath. But the answer in the headmaster's eyes would have been clear, even without Kravog's commentary.
"Because you'd never have gone through with it."
A heavy pounding erupted against the stone door of the chamber, and Allie swiped frustrated tears from her eyes as she lifted her gaze. Had there been the sound of clanging steel seconds earlier? The growls of a lone orc in pitched battle? Then silence.
"It's Allie, isn't it?"
A voice intruded on Allie's brief, wordless mourning for Balgi. She spun about in her crouch, finding that she looked up into the face of another orc. Way up. It took her a second in her raw, emotional state to grasp that this was because the orc sat astride a great furry beast, one that sported a broad saddle on the thick hide of its back, and gray-white stripes in an otherwise spiny sea of coarse black fur. Great jaws of needled yellow teeth hung low to the floor as a large, wet nose eagerly sniffed for prey. Allie had seen such creatures before, though not for some time.
"A dire badger?"
she whispered aloud in disbelief. If not exactly the last thing she'd expected to see, it was decidedly low on the list. "Yeah, I finally figured out how to speak their language," declared Cedo, emerging from behind the orc's back atop his own unusual mount. "So to, well, speak." The interim co-head of Arinak Sanctuary gave a satisfied, if sheepish, chuckle. Then his eyes fell to the shivering Lethold, growing wide.
"Ah, blazes."
Lytri Yen, the other student Lethold had left in charge, had already emerged from around the orc's other side by the time Cedo had slipped from his saddle, stooping to continue Allie's ministrations for the headmaster.
"He needs water, food, and rest, and I suspect in that order."
"All well and good,"
a fresh voice cut in after a muted rush of energy from the teleportation circle.
"But I'm afraid we can't be letting that hold up our welcome home parade."
Allie instantly recognized the face of Captain Staurveg, as well as that of the next of the Badger cavalry to emerge as she peered around the orc's mount. Kelfevin nodded to her superior, slapping the rump of her dire badger with the flat of her axe to spur it over to the door.
Sure sounds as though the locals are excited to welcome us back, sir.
Allie,
the orc snapped, drawing her attention back up to him.
My uncle. Where is he?
And only then, with all the insanity she'd experienced that day, did Allie place the young, drawn features before her. Karyeg.
Balgi's nephew.
She swallowed, glancing back over toward the door just as another shuddering impact collided with the barrier from the other side.
I'm sorry. I think...
Karyeg had already slumped in his saddle when Allie turned back to him, his knuckles paling as he gripped his reins.
Damned fool,
he hissed, eyes creasing shut.
He should have... I could have been here.
Allie stood, her own fingers flexing over a spare dagger's hilt.
That's the thing about mentors.
Her gaze fell back to where Sido and Lightrien saw to the newly frail Lethold.
It's their job to put their student first.
The door buckled at a fresh impact, the deep crack that split the stone echoing through the chamber as more badger riders filled it. Then the broken slab was flung outward, and the shouts and snarls drowned out any other sound. Chapter 38. Descent and Distraction. It took all of Jack's strength just to stay atop Ember as the two of them leapt out into the vast nothingness above the Infinity Grove's fractured landscape. With silent gratitude toward King Shanadir, Jack hunkered low over the wolf's saddled back, gripping with her knees and arms as she looped her feet deep into the stirrups. Even distracted by self-preservation and the drive to reach Tanner, however, she found the presence of mind to be awestruck by the suspended moment of weightlessness as she hung poised to plummet from the highest point of Gozerdeberung. The wind seemed to still, granting her a cold moment of tranquil clarity, much like she experienced after a lengthy run in the colder months of the year. On nearly every side there was stillness, nothing but air. Day was breaking spectacularly on the horizon to her left, seeming to paint the sky with especially audacious hues. Stripes of gold, green, and lavender clawed against the dismal gray of night, causing Jack to feel like a tiny winged speck against the vastness that was this bizarrely refracted portrait of the world. Then the sun's crest spilled into view, and the sky was alight with purest flame, as though bidding a respectful farewell to the one being who might have outmatched it. Stubbornness flared within Jack in response, and, as gravity took hold of her and Ember, she determined that the sun wouldn't lose its rival.
Not today.
Jack's stomach lurched into her throat as she plunged between turrets and skimmed battlements in a sheer dive for the front gate of Gozerdeberung. Ember's wings extended only just enough to slope their descent in avoidance of any obstacles. But even in the smooth, unchallenged course, Jack gained a new appreciation for the term terminal velocity. In seconds, she and Ember met and exceeded the point from which she felt there could be no recovery for beings of flesh and blood. Luckily, that didn't appear to be cause for concern any longer. Steeped in the light of the forest, Jack glowed a radiant white. She held her form, but blinding power coursed along it, through both her and the ancient being of Deyrnas who bore her. Jack had no need to summon lightning. She was lightning itself. With blinding speed and ferocity, wolf and rider struck the ground before Gozerdeberung, with light and sound to match a dozen bolts combined. At the angle of impact, rock and earth, rent by the blast of touchdown, were flung up and outward across the ranks of the vermin throng and dwarves arrayed before the gate, who cowered before the bludgeoning downpour. But Jack barely heard their startled shouts or saw their looks of hatred. As her physical form seemed to reassert itself, unscathed by her meteor-like arrival, she swung off Ember's back and dropped to a knee beside the still form that lay in something like contented repose, even splayed onto its side.
"Oh, Tanner,"
she whispered, quickly assessing his broken body and cold, vacant stare. Jack had brought her sister, Deyrnas, back from the brink of death before, but Deyrnas hadn't been this far gone. Shoving such thoughts aside, Jack trusted in Ember to watch her back and called upon all her remaining power, placing one hand to Tanner's forehead and slipping the other over the bloody stab wound in his back. She hadn't stopped glowing in the seconds since her arrival, but even if she hadn't been accustomed to closing her eyes in focus, she would have done so now at the sheer radiance that erupted from her touch. Reaching for her friend, both in mind and body, she willed him to fight, to hold on, to come back to those who needed him. She felt the familiar warmth of his consciousness, Tanner's very burning life force. And, with a uniquely hollow sense of dread and helplessness, she realized that it was beyond her reach. Jack still fought for her friend. She couldn't do otherwise. She filled his body and mind with the light of the forest until his form shone in a dazzling translucent display, binding torn tissue, cajoling warmth into his blood. But he simply wasn't there any longer. A choked, rattling sob racked her own body as she sensed Tanner's presence dim and drift, departing beyond the touch of her mind. And she slumped down to rest her forehead against Tanner's chest.
"Deyrnas' light,"
she breathed, tears spilling unchecked down her face.
"No."
After all they'd been through together, all they'd endured, fought for, and accomplished, to have his journey in here, like this, seemed the pinnacle of injustice.
"And what am I meant to tell Atrisar? Curtis?"
Her heart seemed to rupture anew with sorrow as Ember gave a curt snarl to alert her. The enemy, it seemed, planned to slay at least one more hero of Dragon's Nest before the day was out. Jack lifted her gaze past Tanner's body to his murderer, feeling fury evaporate her grief. Still holding the bloody knife in a trembling hand, Marima stood fully in her snake-blood form, eagerly studying Jack's features. She looked almost hopeful, as though she'd been wishing for Jack to succeed in restoring the life she'd just taken. Remorseful, as though barely able to comprehend what she'd just done. Any doubts Jack might have had about Marima's motives were shattered, however, when the snake-blood looked out to the gathered invaders and raised her reeking blade to the sky.
"The Foxkin is dead at last, beyond even the help of his fellow heroes."
Jack attempted a lunge for Marima as a riotous cheer rose like a wall of despicable malice at her back, but she staggered after the draining effort of attempted resurrection, fumbling with Helfade's hilt and swinging messily. She was bewildered by what happened next. Marima marked the weapon's approach, her reptilian reflexes drawing her effortlessly out of its path, only to stutter in her movement and lash out clumsily as though to block the sword with her knife, allowing Helfade to score a shallow cut along her forearm. The snake-blood hissed, staggering back from the blow as though she'd nearly lost another limb. Snarls and cries for blood closed in behind Jack, but Marima waved her knife toward the invaders in a halting gesture.
"Hold your ground! I command it!"
Whether out of habit or respect for what she'd just achieved, Jack's ears seemed to indicate that Marima had been obeyed. Tanner's murderer squared off with Jack, forked tongue dancing before bared fangs.
I killed the foxkin by gaining his trust, getting close enough to drive my knife home. But you...
She leveled her knife at Jack as the huntress assumed her unsteady feet.
I think I will simply best, alone, unaided.
Marima flashed a snake-blood smile at the sea of vermin.
So that all will know that the so-called heroes of the major races, city dwellers, and their sympathizers can fall to a single, one-armed, true child of Deyrnas.
A flurry of supportive cries sprang up from the invaders, dwarf and vermin alike, and Jack took in peripherally that Marima's supporters had formed a semicircle outside the gate, seemingly no longer in a rush to breach the mountain palace.
"What say you, huntress?"
Marima hissed, shifting her stance guardedly as a pair of figures tumbled gracelessly from the sky to fall in a crumpled heap by Ember.
"I told you I wasn't accustomed to carrying passengers,"
Jack heard Zaja's indignant voice, following a pained, indecipherable snarl from Nelina.
"Will you face me in single combat?"
Marima continued, unfazed.
"Will you order your pet and companions to grant us the field?"
Jack let the tip of her elven sword rest on the ground, shuddering at Zaja's wail of despair upon seeing Tanner's body, swallowing at Nelina's sharp curse of,
Blazing hells. "And why should I?"
Jack snarled. She could sense Helfade's eagerness to spill more of Marima's blood as her hand gripped the sword's hilt.
"Even if I win, your people will kill us all."
Marima's hissing laughter filled the vast doorway that framed them.
"They'll kill you immediately if you refuse. Awfully bold rushing in as you have. But I see that your efforts have weakened you. A single volley of spells and arrows could decide this instantly. But I think under all that wilderling serenity, you want the chance to avenge your fallen friend. To be the one to strike down his killer, even if the victory is short-lived."
Jack drew deep, ragged breaths, winded as though from a long day of keeping pace with Ember. There was no question that she was far better with her bow than her sword, and a part of her was tempted to quick-draw and fire to remove all doubt of avenging Tanner. But she caught a strange glint in Marima's eye as they squared off. Beneath the snakeblood's veneer of taunts and gloating, Jack was close enough to make out the frantic uncertainty, the fearful tightness in the scaly features. Marima was making this up as she went. She was stalling. Whatever the woman's motivations, Jack was happy to comply. She caught sight of an oversized dwarf in the corner of her eye, a man decked in the glinting regalia of leadership at the front of the invading underfolk formation.
"Shebweir,"
Jack guessed, noting that he seemed far more eager to be about ransacking Gozerdeberung, which was also fine. A part of Jack was rather eager to be about killing the man responsible for bringing about the belated death fated for her father. Of course, Jack had another loved one's death to avenge at the moment, and she couldn't do that if she rushed to be killed herself. So, circling with Marima in the yawning gate, Jack motioned for Nelina and Zaja to hang back and leveled her sword at the snakeblood. Jack held the longer weapon. She could draw out the coming bout with twirling feints, preventing Merima from getting close enough to use her knife.
You want to stall? Let's stall.
Ember dipped his head low at the mental command, backing a few paces off to stand with Nelina and Zeja.
I should have finished you that night in the forest.
Nelina spat toward Merima, easing Tanner's body away from the fight with Zeja's help. Goading triumph shone in the snakeblood's gaze.
You'd have been forced to leave the foxkin to die, and I'd still at least have had the satisfaction of knowing I'd outlasted the coward. Enough,
Jack growled, subtly shifting her stance.
Why do you hate him so much? Why?
The retort sounded oddly forced to Jack's ears.
He hid his true face among the city dwellers.
Jack struck. A fresh chorus of bloodthirsty yowls sprang up from the onlookers as Jack executed a trio of testing swings at the snakeblood's defenses, her eyes narrowing as Merima coolly dodged the first, glanced the second aside with the sweep of her knife, and slithered well beyond the reach of the third as the lower half of her body morphed into a thick, serpentine tail. More susurrant laughter slid from Merima's wide mouth, but before she could ridicule Jack and her friends further, an impatient shout rose from the stone-faced half-dwarf, tall enough to pass for human, as he reportedly had for years.
Stop toying with your prey, Merima. We've agents inside awaiting our aid.
Merima's slitted eyes darted briefly to Shebweir.
Have some faith in your agents, mutt. Thelapiskite's fall is inevitable. It is the heroes of Dragon's Nest who—
General Shebweir,
a voice called out through the agitated murmuring of vermin and dwarf.
Someone is attempting to restore one of the teleports.
I suppose that's what I'm stalling for.
Jack lunged again for Merima.
Time to put on a distracting performance.
She fell into tight but showy slashes, forcing her opponent into retreat before shifting about to march her back across the gateway. She'd spotted Nelina attempting to assess if it was possible to close the smoldering dark wood doors, but the bridled annoyance in the tigerkin's eyes had told Jack that this would be a tall order. With her own eyes, she'd marked that the mechanisms to swing the great barrier into place were jammed and fractured by weaponry. Her attention split, Jack almost allowed Merima to gain the upper hand before recovering with space-purchasing swipes trained into muscle memory by her father.
Another loved one gone.
Merima countered by slithering low and striking high, her fangs spearing for Jack's thigh. Jack spun beyond the reach of the dripping poison, bringing Hellfade down for the snakeblood's neck, but Merima's tail struck her other leg off balance, allowing the one-armed woman plenty of time to swoop away from the sluggish counterstrike. The lethal dance continued, even as more and more shouts seemed to be directed away from the duel. And then Jack heard the oncoming rush of deep, snuffling growls. At a momentary reprieve from Merima's assault, Jack stepped back, glancing out over the city in time to see a handful of mutilated dwarven invaders be flung through the air to crash into their own ranks. Jack frowned. She'd seen no blasts of magic, or heard the thud of heavy impact. What could have— Thick-furred, barrel-chested mammals the height of horses thundered into view through Shebweir's ranks, their gnarled, weasel-like muzzles slickly stained a familiar shade of red. Bony spikes speckled their dark, striped pelts, and an armored dwarf sat atop each, a few of whom Jack recognized.
Starvek, Kelfevin.
Then a dozen mounted humans, gnomes, and half-breeds joined the fray, many wielding some kind of spell focus from which vibrant magics lanced into Gozerdeberung's imposter protectors. Perhaps 100 of the fearsome beasts smashed into the invading ranks, with allied infantry charging in behind. But the vermin throng was reacting quickly, shoring up Shebweir's forces and halting the gruesome trampling advance.
They're still outmatched,
Jack thought with morose fury.
We still need...
The air was rent with a sound Jack knew well, and she instinctively braced to flee a storm of incoming arrows. It was the vermin who began to fall, though, dozens quickly dropping from precision shots to their necks, sides, and any other weak points in their armor.
"Forward!"
A clear, strong voice rang out.
"Their flank is weakened!"
Jack thought she must have misheard. But no, it was indeed Captain Luridin who appeared from around the corner of a shaped dwarven building in the middle distance, the gleam of his summoneer armor unmistakable in the radiant morning light. Behind him came a full company of his Gworlith trainees, among them a steely-eyed Janissa and a wild-maned Bafan. All attention was flung from the gate and Jack's bout with Marima as Shebweir bellowed,
"To me! We must reform our ranks!"
Movement on the edge of Jack's sight caused her to swivel and face Marima, sword at the ready. But the snakeblood was already darting for the doubly assailed vermin throng, casting a final look over her shoulder. Where Jack had expected vitriol and malice, however, she only saw deep sadness drawn over Marima's scaly features now.
Nomen Cal's grace.
The waver of devastation in Gefnar's voice broke Jack's own heart anew, as she finally lowered Helfade and turned from Marima as the snakeblood disappeared among her kind. Gefnar knelt over where Nelina and Zeja had drawn Tanner's body, tears pattering against the stone beneath the gnome's bowed head. The dwarf who now rested a hand on his shoulder was also known to Jack, she realized, though it was jarring to see her in armor rather than the robes of office.
He held the gate.
Fyverin Nem Skimmerverg's subdued voice somehow seemed to fill the vast doorway.
Granted us time to rally against Shebweir's infiltrators.
She turned back to the bloodied forces of Gozerdeberung, who trickled down to the ground floor and formed up protectively around their seneschal. Fyverin hefted a clean but dented hand-axe.
"To battle! Assist our loyal defenders!"
Deftly erecting a fresh shield wall, Fyverin's reinforcements pressed the attack, adding their battle cries to the deafening sea of them beyond the gate. Hanging back with her bodyguards, Fyverin gave a whooshing exhale as she surveyed the scene.
We haven't won yet, but where we might have had a slaughter, this is a battle.
As Ember moved in to prop up Jack's swaying body, the huntress watched the last of the forces collide. Those who stood against the vermin throng and their dwarven allies still equaled perhaps only a third of the invading force.
Outnumbered,
Jack thought, bracing for a continued fight.
But only time will tell if we're outmatched.
Chapter 39. Lines to be Drawn. Allie heaved out into the harsh morning daylight that intermittently blinded her between Verlibeskite's blocky buildings.
"Gefnar!"
she gasped, drained from the intense skirmish at the entrance to the structure that housed the teleportation circle.
"Jack? Is Tanner... I can't sense him."
"He's dead," came Gefnar's flat, broken reply. "We were too late." Allie's fist slammed into the doorframe that held her up, her gaze falling to the bodies arrayed before the threshold. Among them was Balgi, though the old orc had been hauled back to sit propped up against the structure he'd died defending. Karyeg still knelt over where he'd dragged his uncle, muttering either a final private farewell to his mentor or administering some form of ritual, Allie wasn't sure. But she suspected she'd see more familiar faces, slack and empty-eyed, before the day was out. She spun back around, marking where Cedo and Lightry Yin still tended to Lethold's curled, quivering form.
"Which of your badgers am I taking?"
A quick look passed between the two interim leaders of Arinak Sanctuary.
"Which leaves who now actually in charge back home?"
With Lightry Yin being the one to offer Allie a deferential nod.
"I should stay with Lethold as the better healer. You two go."
Cedo gave something between a sigh and a moan, hoisting himself upright and taking up his idle mount's reins.
"I suppose we'd better join the fight then. It's why we came."
Feeling rather ill-equipped to give a pep talk at the moment, Allie was already slinging herself onto the back of Lightry Yin's badger, snapping the reins like she would for a horse. Nothing. An angry application of heels followed. Nothing. She leaned forward as low as she dared over the bristling spines.
"Are you blazing broken or something? Move!"
"The most important thing I've learned about dire badgers,"
Cedo offered tentatively, drawing up alongside her,
"is that you can't out-stubborn them."
"Well, not in the time allotted, at least." "So, what then?"
Allie snapped. Cedo indicated a small valve at his thumb, with tubing that ran from the saddle horn of his dire badger to its bridle, hooked into the corner of its mouth.
"Honey."
"Excuse me?"
"Judicious doses of honey. I've trained them to be incentivized by it. Makes them more open to direction with the promise of more."
Allie opened her mouth to express just how ludicrous she found the concept before reminding herself that her friends were still in danger.
"Fine,"
she muttered, jamming her thumb against the mounted nozzle lever on her own saddle, and raising a spare dagger to jab into the thick hide of the dire badger's rump. The oversized weasel immediately perked up.
"Oh, careful not to give too much at a time now,"
Cedo belatedly warned.
"Their training was quantity sensitive, so—"
Allie's mount had shot through the chamber's open door in a breath-stealing blur before she could hear the rest. She hoped the sight would have made Tanner laugh. With Helfade clutched firmly in both hands, Jack stood flanked by Gefnar, Nelina, and Zeja amid Seneschal Fyveren's bodyguards. The battle continued to rage beyond Gozerdeberung's gate, with Shebweir's dwarves and the vermin throng pincered in a triangle between the palace's remaining defenders, recovered after defeating those who'd infiltrated the heart of their city, the badger riding reinforcements under the command of Captain Staurveg, and the inexplicable arrival of the Gworlith. With Luridin still spearheading their infantry, Jainaf and Tiraki ducked in and out of sight through Velabiskite's streets, continuing to rain arrows and deadly magics on the Verminthrong flank. Her heart twisting in fear for her sister, Jack saw that Janissa at least hung back from the thickest of the melee, putting her recent sword training to use where applicable, but largely devoting her focus to conjuring thorny or hindering plant growth among her enemies, her already considerable affinity for such things seemingly bolstered by the enchantments distilled into her wooden prosthetic arm by Thrilliga.
"The perfect spell focus for someone of her abilities."
Though Jack knew that she and her companions were exhausted, she couldn't staunch the deep wellspring of guilt within her at hanging back from the worst of the fighting. Even any lone stragglers foolhardy enough to attempt a rush or desperate shot for Fyveren were soon cut down or struck from afar by the deadly axes and arrows of Gozerdeberung's elite, any ill-advised strike intercepted on broad dwarven shields. Ember sat upright behind Jack, his whooshing breaths billowing in the huntress's fraying braid. Sensing the wolf's fatigue made Jack's limbs waver even more. They would all fight if it came to it, but they were in no state to press the attack. Gefnar's teary gaze kept drifting back to Tanner's unmoving form.
"Were you with him?"
he whispered, barely loud enough to be heard, even through their link.
"When was he alone?"
Jack swallowed, one hand drifting down to the gnome's shoulder.
"I was too late to save him, but I felt him fade. And I think he knew I was there, somehow."
A shaky nod was Gefnar's only reply.
"I've not been able to catch sight of Merima again,"
Nelina muttered stonily. Zaja alighted from her latest fluttering hop to better take in the battle.
"Well, give a mighty caw if you do. I've a handful of wands with some chards left, primed to express our displeasure with the duplicitous scaly one."
Fyverin sighed, but held her confident posture.
"I spoke with your friend shortly before his final stand. He knew what was coming, but he was at peace."
Jack felt her teeth bare in a lupine snarl.
"Well, if he'd known that it would be Merima to deal the final blow, I suspect things would have gone differently."
The seneschal said nothing, but Jack caught her fractional turn away, the slight guardedness that pulled at her features. Preempting however Jack might have pursued the matter, a strong, commanding voice arose from the ranks of invaders as Gozerdeburung's battlements erupted anew with crossbow bolts.
"Don't let them keep us out in the open like this,"
Shebweir bellowed, leveling the tip of a gleaming sword back toward the palace.
"Resume the push for the gate."
Response from Vermin and Dwarf was immediate, as Fyverin's rallied forces soon found themselves driven back and back for Gozerdeburung's yawning doorway.
"Well, this will be it then,"
Nelina droned, a ferocious glint entering her feline eyes.
"I always knew you lot would be the death of me, but I'd hoped that the end would feel a tad less ignoble."
The ground began to shake as the unstoppable wave of invaders advanced, dwarf and half-dwarf matching the defenders as Vermin plowed through or swarmed over shield walls, to be met with axes in insufficient number.
"No,"
Jack realized, cold dread succumbing to confusion as she realized something absurd. Whatever footsteps were causing the earth to quake would have to be far, far heavier, even accounting for the attackers in their thousands. She spotted the oversized feat in question shortly thereafter. From over the nearest jagged ripple in the terrain that ringed in the sprawling city of Verlibeskite, a handful of towering figures launched into view, vaulting over the meters-high barrier the way a human youth might hop a low garden wall. Sporting skin of rough gray and mops of inky black hair that brought tangles of ivy to mind, thick-set humanoids perhaps 4 to 5 times Jack's own height, hefted great tree-trunk clubs with split geode rocks affixed to the ends. Stone plating that reminded Jack of armadillo scales shifted smoothly along the creature's enormous arms, legs, and torsos, somehow accentuating the flowing movement of their bodies as, hardly breaking stride with their leaps, these fresh forces thundered into battle. They were unspeaking, but with attentive, unblinking eyes of striking grayish lavender and set stony jaws, those of masculine variety beneath dense wild thickets of facial hair.
"Giants,"
Jack breathed in disbelief, the battle lines drawing to a sudden standstill as everyone froze in shared incredulity. To Jack's knowledge, none but their own kind had seen a giant up close since the children of Eyrnat had gone to their rest with the closing of the Age of Birth. And now here were 4, 8, a dozen of the Thakur's largest creation, all barreling straight for Jack. Luridin, Shebwir, and Staurveg all sent up rallying cries. Gworlith, Dwarven, and Vermin forces all hastily reorienting their battle lines toward this new potential threat, with Jack's people initiating a brief retreat to remove themselves from the unerring path of the lumbering giants. The foremost of their number, a thick-muscled but surprisingly shapely female, rumbled to a skidding halt on the packed dirt and rock, just as Fiverin called for Gozertabarung's archers to "Halt! No volleys are to be made against the—" She gulped. "The giants, until their intentions are made clear." As her fellow giants plodded into formation on their leader's flank, the giant woman sketched a shallow bow toward the dwarven seneschal.
"Then permit me to clarify the reason for our abrupt arrival,"
she boomed in a voice like an ancient tree bending to a mighty wind. Her faintly oblong but striking features settled languidly into the creases of a smile.
"I am Inkvorel, bulwark of my people, and we have come to help prevent a great blow to the future of our world."
Ankvorel's great bulk performed a swaying about-face, the giant's gaze clearly settling on the calculating visage of Shebwir.
"You are the champion of King Gamandel on this field of battle?"
"I am," Shebwir replied coolly. "General Gamandel's legion. Are you here to stand in the way of my destiny, the glorious inheritance of all dwarves?" An earthy, pitying gust swept from Inkvorel's nostrils.
"You are as much human as you are dwarf, young one."
"I claim no part of that heritage," Shebwir spat. "One of unchecked greed, entitlement, and baseless claims to the land of Deyrnas."
"And yet you proudly proclaim your intent to bring a new age of petty violence, to restore a king whose sense of compassion has long since been swept away in a flood of vengeance and hatred."
Allie stared, stupefied, at the imposing wall of giant bodies, mouth agape from where she'd managed to rein in her dire badger mount a few hundred paces off. In her beleaguered state, she could only vaguely sense how small Jack and Gefnar must be feeling, huddled practically at the leader, Inkvorel's feet. "Deyrnas is as much our birthright as it is that of elves, gnomes, and giants," Shebwir cried, his voice thick with cold indignation. "But we've been shown time and time again that our fellow children of the Thakur would rather welcome strangers into our world than to show we who were made below ground any kindness. Any place we seek to claim must be taken by force, and Gamandel's return will finally see justice restored. All who've belittled or stood against our kind will answer for keeping us from our true potential." Inkvorel's brow knotted in sorrow, her purple eyes shimmering as her head gave a slow, rocking shake.
"And so you would strike here, against your own people?"
"Any who turn from our master's call are the enemy," Shebwir retorted, though not without at least a show of remorse, Allie noted. "And we've had trusted agents placed here for months, hoping to find any spark of resistance, the will to claim the whole of the surface world. But even their so-called radicals, ill-functioning leaders like Councillor Nintrenger, at most only wish to defend their own borders. Were Gamandel's return not so imminent, we might have made further attempts to gather more brothers and sisters to our side, but we recruited who we were able to in the time permitted." "Like Sergeant Helstarg," Allie thought darkly. Unless he'd simply been an outsider who'd risen through the ranks somehow. Inkvorel spread her arms, letting her club drop to her side.
We agree on one thing at least, Shebwir Edzrohigion. Dwarves should stand united, but the way of Gamendel will only lead you to destruction.
Lay down your weapons, Shebwir, Fyverin took up from behind the giant. Our people will be stronger together. Let us try to find a way to reach a compromise. The half-dwarf man stared cold spite up at Inkvorel, ignoring the seneschal's plea. Giants would oppose us yet again, Bulwark.
If you intend to fight for a world with room only for your own kind, and those willing to serve.
Inkvorel offered a throaty sigh.
Yes.
Shebwir slid his gaze along the ranks of tense dwarves and vermin under his sway. We still have the strength in numbers. We could storm Gozerdabarung and kill you all. Inkvorel gave a rolling shrug.
Perhaps. But you'd take heavy losses of your own.
We're not afraid to die.
But would your other allies in the Thalassan League still wish to align themselves with such a reduced force? Would your position as equal of the Doyen still be secure?
From her vantage point along the invader's flank, surprisingly high up atop her dire badger, Allie marked the storm of twitching micro-expressions in Shebwir's stoic profile from afar. It wasn't the half-dwarf, however, who answered above the murmurings that sifted through allies and enemies alike.
There will be other battles to fight, Shebwir,
a familiar, slithering voice remarked as Merima appeared at the man's side.
These fools underestimate the might we have gathered. Vermin, dwarf, and scoundrel will inherit this world yet.
Shebwir turned a sidelong frown on the snakeblood before giving a slow nod. No use forcing the issue prematurely, I suppose. Gamendel will soon see that we have not been idle in his absence, at least. His eyes, laced with bridled fury, lifted back to Inkvorel. He will break any who've managed to oppose us. With that, the enemy ranks folded inward on the twin points of Merima and Shebwir, the former briefly catching Allie's eye, and averting her gaze in shame. Which was when Allie somehow knew who had killed Tanner.
Patience,
Kravog urged, and Allie belatedly realized that she'd tightened her grip on the reins of her mount, prepared to flick the honey release valve to full.
There is much to assess today.
Not everything may be as it appears.
Allie slumped in her saddle, no will left even to follow the invader's guarded retreat. Her eyes found the knot of her friends in a shallow, rocky crater, and the still form behind their feet. The great dark wood doors of the palace smoldered, trailing inky smoke to the discordantly vibrant sunrise. Gozerdabarung had held, but only just.
And at way too high a price.
Chapter 40 Journeys to be Made. Nintrenger hunched forward in her seat, all the superiority previously held in her posture dissolved in the wake of the morning's events. The counselor cradled her mouth in her hand, staring blankly at the floor, while the others of the Surface Council looked to each other in unease. Jack gathered that it was Nintrenger's duty to call meetings such as this one to order. The suspicion was all but confirmed as Fyverin cleared her throat and stepped to the center of the room, eliciting hushed gasps from the raised semicircle of seated dwarves.
"There are painful facts we all must face,"
declared the seneschal, turning slowly to take in her audience. Jack sat with her remaining friends among the stone chairs carried into the council chambers by surviving dwarven defenders, the setup bringing to Jack's mind a similar gathering not so long ago within the Tower of Memories. Though, with how tired she felt, that now seemed like a wholly different lifetime. Jainaf sat nearby, granting Jack silent support alongside a somber Tiraki. Yetroith, Deyrnas, and Janissa were seen to Tanner's body, cleansing and preserving it for its final journey, home to Dragon's Nest. Jack brushed a fresh tear from her eye. It all still felt so surreal, not the least of which because of the sudden appearance of the Gworlith. Once the radicals among King Physix's people had set out to join the vermin throng, Captain Luridin had quickly explained when a dazed Jack had inquired. We were able to persuade Kings Physix and Sanlar both to let us pursue, with your Ravenblood friend volunteering the use of a few aerial platforms, much like the one that ferried myself, Desikin, and Rithbane to you within the Aethelveer. We set down well out of sight and approached the remaining distance on foot, with scouts soon reporting news of the attack. The valiant Samaneer had bowed his head, taking in Tanner and the other fallen. I only wish we'd been able to arrive sooner. Jack decided that she knew the feeling well. Luridin was now coordinating with Captain Staurveg's dwarven soldiers, shoring up against any potential surprise return by the enemy. Ankvorel's squadron of giants, meanwhile, stood silent watch before Gozerdeberung's compromised main gate, their bulwark having stooped low through many doorways to position herself cross-legged within the chambers of the Surface Council. Fyverin had offered to accommodate the giant by conducting the meeting in a more accessible location, but Ankvorel had patiently assured the seneschal that traditions should be upheld as far as possible in such times of great upheaval, adding in hushed tones even Jack had been hard-pressed to overhear,
We wouldn't want ancient foes turning up and making any unreasonable demands, would we?
Fyverin had nodded her understanding and painstakingly escorted the giant up through the levels of the palace. Oddly, however, the bulwark didn't seem to be the individual present to feel the most out of place, even towering as she did over all others on her level of the chamber as she did while seated on the floor. That honor belonged to the scar-faced, skittish individual past the giant in the chair next to the solemn-faced Laitri Yen. Especially beside his calmer counterpart in the leadership of Arinak Sanctuary, Cedo appeared troubled and ashen. Jack had seen Lethold's current state when the headmaster had been moved into Gozerdeberung, to more comfortable accommodations than the floor of the secret teleportation chamber. But while Laitri-Yen's soft features were unlined with worry, Cedo's appeared to be holding himself back from the precipice of despair. His eyes looked to quiver in their sockets as Jack watched, and only an affirming, commiserating touch of his hand from Laitri-Yen seemed to grant him some of the woman's serenity. Jack could detect in Laitri-Yen's tight-lipped smile to her co-leader, however, that she was likely as troubled as Cedo by recent events.
We all simply have different ways of coping.
As though to reinforce the point, Jack looked over to her friends, taking in the various manifestations of grief that had settled into their faces and bodies toward midday. Nelina's drawn eyes looked almost quizzical as she regarded the world around her with detachment. Whether this was from confusion that everyone else was so emotional, or because she was genuinely baffled at how deeply she herself was hurting in Tanner's absence, Jack couldn't say. But she was at least more inclined than she would have been a day earlier to give the Tigerkin the benefit of the doubt toward the latter option. Gefnar still looked broken. Blank eyes that had recently run out of tears stared at the floor, his posture hunched and defeated. Yes, he may have special feelings for Allie, but he and Tanner had been the closest of friends. As for the Lady McAllister, her face continued to curl and contort, her gaze darting about, as though eager for someone to blame for the fresh hole in her heart. Her posture stiff, she clenched and unclenched her fists, seeming to miss the weight of her daggers and the relative ease of combat.
And me? Jack wondered. How must I look to the others gathered here?
Flopped on the floor before her seat, Ember raised his shaggy head to nuzzle against Jack's knee, and she drew a deep breath, consciously breathing out the tension from her limbs as Fiverin continued to address the Surface Council and their guests.
The dutiful but misguided Rocalig is dead, as is her killer, one of many agents of Shebwir who used our internal squabbles as cover for their efforts to spread the poison of Gamondel. Many of our outer gates have fallen, while others remain cut off from Velobiscite.
The Seneschal directed a grateful smile at those not of dwarven blood within the chamber.
Gazerdeberung stands, however, and casualties within the city could have been far greater. We owe any victory today to the timely intervention of outsiders, giant, half-breed, human, and gnome. Even orc and goblin have come to our aid, signaling a time of unprecedented acceptance and cooperation across Kavorim. Do any among us still wish to hold ourselves apart? To turn away the hand of friendship and allow our more violent, embittered brothers and sisters to visit further atrocities on the world in the name of justice?
Not a single counselor spoke for a long moment, many exchanging shamed glances at their peers. Finally, it was Nintrenger who stirred, pushing up from her seat as though from a bed of treacle.
We thought to show the outside world our strength,
she declared, scanning those before her with dry, dark-rimmed eyes.
Today, we have done so. They have seen our strength and grasped what we have refused to accept for generations. That, despite our supposed greater understanding of the gifts of the Thakur and our lofty defences, we are no more immune to residual battles of the last age than any other people. However improbably or fleetingly, our enemies stand united, and in this at least they have demonstrated greater wisdom than we have done.
Still leaning on her armrest for support, Nintrenger dipped her head toward Enkvorel, then to Jainaf and Tiraki, Lytrien and Sido, and lastly, Jack and her companions.
If you and your fellow leaders would have us, I would gladly appeal to King Arkamet to forge diplomatic channels with your peoples at last.
Enkvorel's great bulk swayed forward from the waist in response, the giant turning her palms up in what Jack took to be a gesture of peace.
We who have slumbered are still fractured, but strong in number. A great balance point of our world approaches, and we will gladly stand with those who safeguarded the world in our absence.
Lytrien and Sido exchanged prompting looks, with Lytrien relenting and softly clearing her throat.
Lethold is still officially the headmaster of Arinak Sanctuary, but we've been directed to inform everyone here that any students able to join the fight will be invited to do so. The goal of the school has always been to prepare students to provide what help we can to the world, and the time has come to graduate those who might have lingered too long.
The Gworlith are also ready and able to provide our expertise in the growing alliance, Jainaf declared after a pause.
Tiraki nodded.
We hope our efforts will provide a counterbalance for the actions of the Vermin Throng, demonstrating that many of us wish to work with our fellow inhabitants of Kovorum and all of Deyrnas.
And we... Jack's voice failed her. Should she be speaking for the others anymore? With the mission Veladrok had sent them on ending as soon as they rendezvoused with the dragon, and after the recent loss they'd all suffered, maybe Allie and Gefnar would want to be getting on with their lives, away from Jack. And Veladrok was near. The reminder sent Jack's thoughts down another dismal road. Cedo and Lytrien had quietly informed them that the dragon had, in fact, reached Arinak Sanctuary before the two interim leaders had left for Verlibeskite, with a handful of more capable students. But the dragon's size had prevented her from utilizing the teleportation circles from Captain Staurveg's outpost. She'd set out across the vast stretch of jagged landscape for Verlibeskite, well before Allie had restored the secret circle within the city. But not even Veladrok's great speed had gotten her there in time. A dark smile pulled at Jack's mouth.
If we'd only managed to restore her wings first.
Time was rarely on their side, it seemed. Jack shook her head, pushing weakly to her feet. Jainaf's face creased in a supportive smile, while Tiraki offered an encouraging nod.
For now, my duty is to return a friend to the home he loved.
She turned to take in her companions. Gefnar simply bobbed his head in affirmation. Nelina gave a soft sigh and performed a far more subtle form of the gesture.
And after,
Jack added, trailing off as Allie assumed her feet.
After, we put a stop to whatever ship we're, Marima, and the Doyen are planning. Ancient Dwarven King or no.
The other woman's voice was cold, even, and brimming with determination as her bloodshot eyes swept the room, settling on Jack.
We get Kravog out of my head and back where it belongs. We make a home for the Gworlith, and we protect the people of Kovorum.
Jack swallowed.
For Tanner, and for everyone else who's given their lives to make the world a better place.
Gefnar finally raised his head.
For blood.
Tanner looked good, lying there on a stone slab, laced with blocky dwarven designs, unmarred by wounds and cleaned of any blood or filth. He honestly looked more comfortable than Allie felt, tucked as she was in a loose group hug with Jack and her family. Of course, Jack had insisted that Jainaf, Janissa, and Deyrnas were all Allie's siblings now as well, and Yetroith, a mother. Allie fought back a wave of self-loathing at her own ingratitude, as well as her insensitivity for the presence of the dead. But Tanner's unmoving body felt so surreal to her still that she found herself able to imagine that it wasn't the real Tanner who lay there, still draped in his softly glowing garments. But no, an illusion couldn't capture him so perfectly. His wiry frame and features familiar with a dauntless smile. And there was the truncated fingertip Irimis, the man who'd hunted foxkin to near, if now not total, extinction, had severed in Katasan.
His manner often irritated you, and yet you cared for him deeply. Yes.
Allie tried not to squirm within Yetroith's loose maternal embrace as Staurveg, Kelfevin, and other dwarves who'd met Tanner filed into the small stone chamber to silently pay their respects.
well beyond the simple tolerance of having to work together.
Allie grunted, noting that Kelfevin retreated to speak in hushed, affectionate tones with Fiverin and one of the other council members beyond the chamber door.
Eventually. Not really sure when it happened. The bonds you mortals form intrigue me. I'm not even able to have such connection with my own brothers and sisters. Because you have to keep them in check? Yes.
Smiling at how her past self might rankle at her own current assessment of keeping all others at a distance, Allie thought.
Sounds lonely. I suppose it is.
Gefnar knelt by Tanner's resting place, clutching his pendant of Nomenkal and whispering prayers to his chosen Thekur.
She does hear him, you know,
Lethold whispered from the floating chair that had carried him into the room. Allie gently extricated herself from the physical commiseration of Jack's family to stand beside her former teacher. Lightry Yin seemed to believe that the headmaster would walk again, once his body had recovered from the shock of the power he'd helped Allie to channel. But Allie couldn't help but think that the frail man Lethold had prematurely become would be as chairbound for the rest of his life as Commander Parganach of the Lorsen Guard.
You're still connected to Nomenkal? She's not mad at you for fiddling with powers that aren't hers or something?
Lethold gave a soft chuckle that left him clutching at his chest. His smile was the same, but the sag of his skin and wispiness of his hair still left Allie feeling strangely robbed.
No, Allie. She knows I attempted to act to the best of my ability.
He looked morosely up into Allie's face, with eyes more clouded than they'd been a day earlier.
I'm so sorry about your friend.
Biting back her residual bitterness toward the man who'd inadvertently brought about the death of her parents, Allie sighed.
Gotta try to have some compassion here. I'm sorry, too. About your friends.
The headmaster nodded, seeming to shrink down even further in his chair.
Whatever her failings, I'll remember Rockelig as a powerful mage who stood selflessly for what was right. And Balgi, seers aren't supposed to do it, you know. But he'd told us at our last parting that the next time we came together would be the last.
Allie frowned.
He knew he was going to die here? Today? All those years ago?
Strange, isn't it? To think of seeing one's life in such clear, finite terms. The rest of us are so accustomed to thinking of death as a nebulous appointment, even those of us who are quickly running out of alternatives.
To her own surprise, Allie found her hand resting on Lethold's shoulder.
You'll survive.
Perhaps.
She thought the twitch she felt might have been a shrug.
But can you really say that I'm fit to continue teaching? Or even to travel beyond my own garden?
Lightrian and Cedo can still use your guidance.
But they will come to rely on it less and less.
He bowed his head.
As it should be. They will do well.
His breathing grew more sluggish, and it took Allie a moment to grasp that he'd drifted off to sleep. She drew her hand away and stepped forward to kneel at Gefnar's side. As she did so, she saw that he was holding a palm up toward her. She initially recoiled, thinking that he was asking to hold her hand, and feeling rather unsure about whether she wanted to. Then she saw that he was holding something. It was Crexus's memory talisman. With everything else that had happened, she'd completely forgotten to retrieve it from the mug she'd dropped it in, back in the Dwarven Tavern. Gefnar offered no comment or rebuke as she took it, though. He'd even cleaned it for her at some point.
Of course he did. You should eat something,
she informed the gnome, perplexed that she found it easier to look at Tanner's body than Gefnar's scrunched-up profile.
I know,
said Gefnar, pausing in his mumblings.
I just want to make sure that that whatever piece of him might be recovered for Curtis to keep doesn't. That Tanner's not just
gone.
Gefnar breathed out shakily, wiping pointlessly at his raw eyes.
Like your parents?
Allie wanted to ask, but held back, simply draping an arm about Gefnar's trembling shoulders.
But I can't sense anything,
the temple guardsman choked out.
I feel like I should, but his mind... It's like there was nothing ever even there.
Then we hang on to him in our minds.
And when those are gone?
Allie sighed.
I don't know. But maybe the point isn't to be remembered forever. Maybe it's enough just to have lived. To have helped people make things even just the smallest fraction less awful for someone else.
She drew Gefnar gently against her side.
We're all a part of something bigger than us. We can't help it. I, for one, am happy to leave the bigger purpose of it all to bigger minds.
Kravog said nothing, but Allie could sense its appreciation of her humility. A humility she would have been shocked to find that it seemed to share, had there not been more pressing matters on her mind. She rested her head atop Gefnar's, simply commiserating in the moment of loss. A finite and fleeting mind hers may be, but she planned to put it to the problem of Verminthrongs, the Lassen Leagues, and Gamondel's Legion soon. For now, they preserved Tanner together in their thoughts. Chapter 41 Tether and Echo. Okizi stirred, her eyes drifting open to regard the knotted eaves of Hattie's workshop by the overlapping moonlight that spilled through her loft window, the cracked, peeling paint and plaster. For a man who kept his inventions pristine and well-serviced, the rest of his existence was clutter and disrepair. The chaotic state of what had become Okizi's home, however, had lessened in recent months, with the craftsmen making concerted efforts to straighten things up in between jobs undertaken for the Queen and King. Okizi felt warm and safe as the kind, weathered faces of Gwytherin and Njolar flashed through her mind. But it didn't help her sleep. She'd felt strange all day, as though something precious had been taken from her. Or perhaps a great weight had settled in her chest. The feeling had only heightened when, in the early afternoon, she'd paused in her play with the half-dwarven royal children upon seeing that Papa Hattie had entered the royal chambers, exchanging quick, strained words with Gwytherin and Njolar before Atrisar had been summoned. Whatever the nice, adopted big sister of the royal children had seen in the serious faces of the other three had made her eyes go wide, and brought a hand to her mouth before the grown-ups quickly tucked themselves away in another room. Okizi didn't know what they'd been talking about, but she'd known it had something to do with the strange feeling she couldn't shake when Papa Hattie had taken her home early, cleared completely the table they usually only ate on the corner of, and presented her with what Okizi had identified as all her favorite foods, since finding herself in a new body, a human one, with a very different tongue to the one she only vaguely remembered. hoping to fill the strange void within her by stuffing her face with quiche, sweet rolls, and grapes. Okizi had dug into the peculiar banquet until her stomach hurt. It still felt far too big as she rolled over onto her side, looking out across the flickering lights of Falconcrest. Maybe she'd eat less of the leftovers Papa Hattie had promised to save for the morning. Which wasn't the only odd thing the craftsman had said. When Okizi had finally leaned back in her chair, contentedly wiping smeared chocolate from her mouth with a napkin, as Atrazar had been instructing her, Papa Hattie had leaned across the table, over his own plate of untouched delights.
You know I love you, darling. Right? Like you were my own?
Okizi had nodded, scowling at him through a dreary food haze. I love you too, Papa Hattie. She'd hoped that telling him so would help, but he'd half collapsed against the table, turning away with tight eyes. Are you all right? She'd asked, reaching for his hand. He'd flinched at the touch, but also returned the clasp almost to the point of hurting.
I need to tell you something, darling girl. It's gotta be me, and I don't know how to... blazes.
Toppling his chair backward, he'd rushed around the table, cinching Okizi up in his arms. Not so tight, she'd protested, patting his back as she'd returned the hug.
Sorry,
he'd whimpered, setting her down and dropping to a knee in front of her. This close, she'd seen the quivering in his mouth, the tears welling in his fearful eyes.
Sweet, sweet darling girl. Your brother, he's gone.
Okizi had cocked her head. What do you mean? Again, Papa Hattie's rough hands were almost too tight around hers.
He's dead, Okizi.
She'd frowned. I don't think so. Papa Hattie's grip and face had gone slack.
No, darling, I'm not asking. We've heard from his friends. They told us that he died.
I think I'd know, though, Okizi had assured him, patting his coarsely bearded cheek. Bewilderment had faded into firm objection from Papa Hattie, and the two had spent what had felt to Okizi like the remaining hour before bedtime arguing the point. Finally, growing annoyed, Okizi had stamped her foot, pulling away from her adoptive father. You can't tell me that I don't know, she'd wailed, perplexed at Papa Hattie's insistence of something so horrible. Even after he left, we've been connected. He's managed to hide the worst of it from me, but I can still feel him with me. She'd fled Papa Hattie's final objection of course you can always carry him with you. A mad scramble up the ladder to her loft had ended the debate for the evening, with Papa Hattie turning out the workshop lights and retreating to his own bed soon after. But Okizi knew it wasn't over as she thrashed restlessly beneath her covers. Tomorrow, Papa Hattie would bring in other grown-ups to tell Okizi again and again what she knew to be wrong. That horrible lie that Tanner was gone forever. They must all believe it, she decided, turning the awful problem over and over in her thoughts. That was what they must have all been talking about away from her and the royal children earlier, and she couldn't believe that they'd all try to deceive her like this. So, was it Tanner's friends who were lying? No, someone must have tricked them too. What other reason could they have for sending a message like this? Or did everyone have to believe that Tanner was dead for some reason? Was Okizi ruining some plan because no one could properly explain it to her? Or... She shot up in bed. Had she just had... whiskers? She ran her hands over her arms, Just a second before, she'd felt as though her nightshirt had been brushing against fur, not skin. Slowly, alert for any sign of movement or illusion, Okizi dragged her feet over the side of her bed, sliding into the slippers positioned there. She didn't know what she was looking for, but something seemed to draw her over to the partition Hattie had purchased for her privacy, next to the shelves that served as her dresser. Okizi's gaze slid from her rows of folded clothes to the floor mirror nestled at the corner of her changing room, the very human hair at the back of her neck bristling as she stepped forward. Her reflection shifted into view, and Okizi took in the preteen girlish features of her new body, the body of Papa Hattie's long-dead daughter, Myrthian. She looked much as she'd grown accustomed to. With the shoulder-length hair she liked to keep wild and free, sporting the familiar dark patches through the lighter shades Papa Hattie told her would fade, like Namella's had. Her face scrunching up in focus, Okizi tried not to think about her mother.
Myrthian's mother, not mine.
She still sometimes had flashes of memory in a life that she hadn't lived, a girl she hadn't been, and yet now was. Now, however, there was something else. Memories that she knew and had shared, only not directly. Okizi growled in frustration, gripping her fists to her temples. It was hard, so hard to separate her own life from the other one her body had lived before sometimes. She'd tried to hide the worst of it from Tanner before he'd left to help more people, but the echo of Myrthian was always there. Sometimes, when Okizi was able to forget how strange her very existence was, she'd happily dance around the workshop. Then catch Papa Hattie looking at her with so much joy, pride, and pain.
"Oh, you haven't done anything wrong,"
Papa Hattie would assure her.
It reminds me so much of her when you dance, and not just because of the way you look."
And he was right, Okizi knew. To her vague memory, she'd never danced before Tanner had helped to place her in a new body. The joy she felt at doing so was her own, but knowing that the dancing itself came from someone else had always tarnished it after the fact. Okizi dropped her hands stiffly to her sides, staring down the face that wasn't quite her own in the mirror.
"What?"
she snapped under her breath.
"What do you want?"
Before she could even decide who she might have been talking to, she received an answer, of sorts. Her eyes glowed a vibrant yellow. With a sharp gasp, Okizi drew back from the mirror. She hadn't meant to do that. Deciding to proceed on tiptoes for some reason, she moved back toward her reflection, looking deep into the soft brown that had returned to her eyes. And she felt a brotherly nudge in her thoughts. She smiled.
"Tanner?"
Speckles of fiery gold peppered her irises like splattering raindrops, and Okizi could feel waves of warmth, relief, and amusement. He was here with her now, the brother who'd always fought for her, whether it was to protect her from the bad men who'd caused them to fuse together all those years ago, leaving Okizi as a mostly dormant passenger, or to find a way to make a new life for her, against every odd, contradiction, and warning. And right now, the dry resignation within his happy humor almost seemed to say,